Chapter 1. A Man at the Edge. Winds howled along with the passing cold breeze. At the time of midnight, in the glitter of lights from skyscrapers and malls along with multiple vibrant neon signs, the city life kept running as usual. Amongst these sky-touching buildings and millions of people going about their lives, stood a man at the edge of the highest roof in one of such office buildings. He heaved a sigh, looked towards the bright moon and closed his eyes, thinking and contemplating how and why his life came to be this way. Thinking to himself, Elric asked, "Man, why am I the only one living so miserably? Will anything for once go the right way for me? Why am I the only one always getting short end of the stick? It's as if the world itself is trying to tell me that I really don't matter at all." Reminiscing about his childhood, Elric remembered the young him when he was 12 years old. He was a good kid with a great talent for reading among other kids in his class. The teachers would always praise him for being quick to answers. He was always good at getting the pronunciation of words correct, and could read a chapter from the book without running out of breath easily. But this made his fellow students dislike him at the same time. Some started bullying him as the days went on, and even when Elric asked for help from his teachers, no one helped him. Some saying it's just a small quarrel between children, while some intentionally trying to smother the incidents to avoid being accused of neglecting the students of their class by school management. So, Elric never got the help he deserved. When he told his father about how the kids at his school were bullying him, and even beating him on some occasions, instead of consoling his youngest son, his father reprimanded him to not bring such small matters into the house. His father worked in a manufacturing company for household appliances, and had to spend many hours per day in the office as he was the manager of the department. So naturally, he was always tired and tensed up when he returned home. After holding his sobs somehow, Elric told his mother, Sophia, about the incidents. She told him that she would talk to his teachers. Elric believed her, and decided to wait for tomorrow. But the next day nothing happened. He still got beat up again. His parents had no time to listen to him. Even his older brother, David, whom Elric looked up to, told him to man the hell up. David was 17 years old and part of his school's baseball team. And due to his growth spurt kicking in, he often tended to be physical with his body and rash with his mind. He paid no attention to his younger brother, as if it didn't concern him. Elric couldn't ask his elder sister Jessica, as she would get mad at him even if he mistakenly entered her room. She was very peculiar with her things, clothes and looks, and always spent a lot of time in front of the mirror for God knows what reasons. Author. Let's call her someone with princess syndrome. So after both his family and school staff failed to help him, Elric had no choice but to endure the harassment at school, hoping that his bullies would get bored and not target him any longer. He even stopped being active with his studies and interacting with other students and teachers alike to not stand out. And later when he went to high school, he adapted the same approach. But during these times, Elric did find something to keep himself busy with. He no longer held love for historical figures, or whatever they taught in schools, rather in comics that he often read at the comic store a couple of streets away from his house. Somehow, these heroes from comics gave him a huge sense of belonging and an urge to be a better person. His favorites were Spider-Man and Batman. He would often imagine if getting bit by a radioactive spider will give him powers like Peter Parker, or whether he could find a mysterious clan of ninjas and martial artists who could teach him how to fight like Batman. But as all things come to end, so did his interests in comics. As Elric hit puberty, he became engrossed with the culture of anime, which was reaching a new horizon of popularity throughout the world. He would spend most time of his day watching them, then studying for his class test tomorrow. Years later, he entered the world of novels and mangas. And like there are no exceptions, he got entangled in the web of addictive cultivation stories, Korean hunter manhwas, RPG and virtual reality game stories, and the ones where a good-for-nothing otaku gets hit by truck, and gets reincarnated or transmigrated into another world. But without realizing that he had spent these years distancing himself from his family and friends, he had become a loner who barely functioned in society. Spending so much time alone made him mentally become someone who liked being in solitude. Due to his innate talent for learning and remembering what he read instantly, his grade never fell below what was expected from him. Elric had realized to this point that he had the rare case of having what we call eidetic or photographic memory. He had the potential to become much more in terms of academic skills, but he simply had no interest in them at this point. His parents didn't care much for him anyway, only providing food and shelter out of obligation. He disliked both his elder brother and sister, who always had the halo of entitlement around them. He didn't have anyone he could call a friend at this point. As compared to his brother and sister, Elric was someone without great ambitions, and only good enough to live a mediocre life. In the upcoming years, Elric finally landed a job as an accountant in a big-name company, and got a good income salary job. He finally left his house, and started living alone. Even when he had any conversations with his family over the phone, it'd be him who initiated the call most of the time. 4 years later, Elric was 30 years old today. He stood in a line inside a coffee shop, to get his morning dose of cocaine. Caffeine. Today was his birthday, yet not a single person had wished him happy birthday. No one from his family called. He had no friends even in the workplace he was heading off to. There wasn't anyone who he interacted much with if not out of necessity. And barely anyone he could even express his thoughts to. Not even a friend online or a group of fellow nerds or otakus. He had outgrown all of them. His current state of life was completely stagnant and uneventful in the last couple of years. This hit Elric really hard. For the first time in his life, Elric had found himself completely alone both in body and spirit. This was something he yearned for during his teenage days. But now it suddenly felt terrifying, and as if he really had nobody in his life. He didn't have a pet because they needed a lot of care, and Elric was indeed a man-child when it came to the responsibility of taking care of someone else. At the same time in the coffee shop, his turn came, and he reached his hand out to grab the coffee cup, but he suddenly felt a warm touch in his palm. Excuse me. The coffee is in my other hand. A girl with bright blue eyes, blonde hair, and a very slim-built body looked at Elric and signaled him to remove his hand. My bad. I was lost in thoughts. Elric said. Hurry up now. Other people are standing in the line. Elric came back to reality for real at this moment and quickly got to the side. He soon left for the office. He did notice the name on the girl's uniform before leaving Catherine. After returning from the office and having dinner, which wasn't just a cup of noodles like standard Japanese mangas. Our boy knows how to cook. Elric recalled the event of touching Catherine's hand. For some reason, he just couldn't help but think about that moment again and again, over and over. Elric, being the virgin guy who never had a girlfriend, female friends, or any form of physical connection to women throughout his life, got looped into that moment given how big of a simp he had become over this point for fictional women. The ideal romantic partner for people like him only existed in novelty. After overthinking it for a long time, he finally fell asleep and woke up the next morning to follow the same cycle of corporate slave life. His routine followed for the next couple of weeks. In the meantime, he'd casually greet Catherine with good morning and hellos. He had made himself familiar with her, and Catherine would greet back and sometimes even give him a soft smile, which always brightened up his day. Little did he realize that Catherine was doing it because it was part of her job to be nice to customers. But being the idiot he was, he felt like it only him getting the special treatment. A few days later, Elric stood in the same queue for his morning coffee. This time, something was different in him. He wanted to make a move on a girl for the first time in his life. Elric thought to himself, what's the worst can happen? She completely turns me down? Or at most, I end up embarrassing myself in front of few people here. Heyo, why is this so hard? Elric was a total noob in this department. He had already prepared for the worst. After Catherine got free from her shift, which ended only after 10 minutes since Elric got his coffee, he came towards Catherine and asked her, Hey Catherine, do you have a moment? Yes. What is it? Oh, nothing. I just wanted to ask if you were free tonight. Catherine looked at Elric with surprised eyes. And I assume you had some plans which depended on me being free tonight. Elric was startled. Have I been seen through? He gathered his courage and said yes. I wanted to ask you out for dinner, Elric said with all his might. He sounded very calm and confident, as if this was a normal day-to-day thing for him, but inside he was like fuck. I'm so screwed. Surprisingly, in the next moment, Catherine responded. 8 p.m., pick me up at Central City Park. I live nearby. Give me your phone number, I'll send you the address later. Gobsmacked. Flabbergasted. These words could completely describe Elric's facial expressions perfectly. He didn't believe what he was hearing at all. He expected an instant refusal, but surprisingly he wasn't. You're not joking, right? I didn't think you'd say yes. Catherine looked at him cheekily and spoke. I was actually waiting for you to ask me out. If you had taken even longer, I would have done it myself. Was this a dream? Nobody is playing a prank, right? Wait a minute. You were? Elric asked. Of course. Out of all these people, many who are regular customers here, only you look at me with puppy eyes whenever we meet each other in the morning. Don't think I didn't notice the smile you always have after you greet me. We girls have our own intuition too, you know. It was obvious that you like me, so I thought why not give you a chance, Catherine said while throwing a smirk at him. Outmatched. Elric was completely outmatched. Why was the girl saying guys' lines and seemed to be in control of the situation? It was supposed to be his role. For the first time in his life, Elric questioned himself if he was truly a man. Okay. That's all he could come up with in response. And as soon as Catherine put her number in his phone, Elric quickly ran off from the scene like the Flash. Author, run Barry run. Elric did not believe what happened a few minutes ago was real. He pinched himself a few times and even slapped his face twice to make sure he wasn't dreaming. He finally mentally prepared himself for the first date in his life. He knew that he couldn't afford to go halfway tonight, because the first impression is the last impression when it comes to dates. Surprisingly, the date went well. Elric didn't hold back. He booked a reservation in a nice restaurant, took Catherine to a zoo before dinner, had fun with her while sharing their life stories so far. To his surprise, Catherine came from a poor family. She got the job in a coffee shop to support her expenses, and was also taking some acting classes. Currently, she lived in a shared apartment with a few of her college friends. Catherine was 3 years younger than Elric, who lived alone and supported himself, so this earned his respect for Catherine. As to some men, self-dependent and hard-working women are much more reliable and have a strong character than daddy's little princesses on social media these days. After this date, things kept progressing between Elric and Catherine over the next few weeks. But one day Catherine suddenly disappeared. She didn't pick up Elric's calls, and even her roommates didn't know where she went. Elric, who was infatuated with Catherine at this point, felt like something was missing inside of him. For the first time in the past 2 decades, he felt loss and helplessness. Do I really care about her that much? Why do I feel so empty suddenly? Elric thought. But he couldn't put his finger on what was irking him so much. Obviously, he had fallen in love. Chapter 2. The End. 3 days later, he finally received a call from Catherine at night. "Hey, it's me. Where are you? What happened? Why didn't you pick up any of my calls?" Elric asked. "I'm sorry. It's been hectic recently. I just didn't have time to explain," Catherine replied. "Now tell me exactly what happened." "I at least deserve to know that, right?" Elric said. "Well, it's my dad. He. Catherine suddenly started sobbing, and her words stopped coming out of her mouth. "You can tell me. I'm always here for you," Elric said out of genuine worry. "My dad has been diagnosed with stage 3 cancer. We just found out. He didn't tell me and my mom because he didn't want to worry us, and we don't have enough money for the treatment either. That's why he hid his illness," Catherine said, and started crying loudly this time. "I don't know what to do, Elric. My dad is dying, and I really can't do anything to help him. I have no money, no insurance. Nothing." Catherine's sobs didn't stop. Elric was listening to this on the other side of his phone, felt as if his father was dying at this moment. Due to his attachment towards Catherine, he felt her pain as his own. He quickly replied. "How much do you need?" Elric asked. "What do you mean?" Catherine replied. "I meant how much money do you need for your father's treatment? I can arrange for it. I'm an accountant, remember?" he said with worry and care in his voice. "Around $30,000. Don't worry. I have some savings. I can help," Elric said with a resolute voice. "No, I really can't ask you to help me. We haven't known each other for that long. Even our relatives won't give us that much money even if we beg them. And I have no way to pay you back, even in the next couple of years," Catherine said hurriedly. "It's okay. The truth is I really like you, Kate. I know this is coming out of the blue and at the wrong time, but hear me. It's okay. I trust you enough to know that you won't cheat me, and I won't be able to sleep knowing what you're going through, and I could have helped. So please don't refuse," Elric said in a soft and gentle voice. After a few moments of silence, Catherine spoke again. "Elric, thank you. I mean truly thank you. I had no way to get out of this. I knew you felt about me this way. The truth is that I really like you as well, but I never thought we'd be confessing our feelings this way. Yeah, we'll have that talk again when you're in a better position. Now, send me your bank account. I'll send the money," Elric said. He wasn't a dumb guy when it came to money. Aside from his groceries, rent and other taxes, he never actually had to spend much on anything. So in the past 2 years, he certainly made up some dough and did some side hustles for some private customers as well. If it was someone else, he'd go deep in first to see where his money was going. But for Catherine, blinded by his feelings, and given the fact that she was the only person he actually felt a connection to in such a long time, he didn't think much of it and wanted to help her in her worst scenario. And appearing out as a hero who helped her family would also leave a deep impression on her parents, if there came a day to meet them. Catherine sent him an account number registered in her name, and Elric transferred the money without a second thought. Over the next week, he didn't get any calls from Catherine. He thought it'd be bad to disturb her in such time. On the 9th day, he finally decided to call her again to check up on her and her dad's condition. "The number you have dialed does not exist." Suddenly, the network voice call lady responded after he tried to call. Elric got curious and tried again, but still nothing. He found it odd and tried from his other number, which he barely used, so nobody knew his other number. The same response came. He didn't know exactly which hospital Catherine was at, so he could only go to her apartment he once visited. But after talking with the landlord and her roommates, he found out that Catherine came to her apartment the very next day after he sent her the money, paid her 3-month overdue rent, packed all of her stuff and left for good. Elric didn't believe what was happening around him. He chose not to believe it. He had been duped. He asked for an address to the landlord, and later he searched that address on maps only to find it non-existent. Her other information was obscure as well. Also, he found that her roommates weren't her friends from college. Rather, they met through an app used to search for renting apartments. There was really no other way to look for Catherine any longer. He quickly took a cab and went to the coffee shop he always went in. The owner was already familiar with Elric, so he offered all the information they had on Catherine. But to no avail. This was bogus information as well. Where the hell did she go? Elric shouted. He found it unbelievable that he was conned. It was one thing if she ran off out of fear of not being able to pay him back, but everything he came to know about her seemed to be a lie. Probably, Catherine wasn't even her real name, nor did she have a dad with cancer. She seemed more of a professional than someone who did such a thing for the first time. He was nothing but a mark for her. After spending an entire day trying to find a clue for Catherine, Elric was exhausted and finally came back to his apartment. He was drained both physically and mentally. He was hungry but didn't have the willpower to eat something. He was still in shock. For the first time in a long time, he actually felt connected to someone. He'd go as far as to say he had fallen for her. And yet, in the blink of an eye, everything before him crumbled to dust. Everything was a lie to begin with. Finally, he fell asleep due to exhaustion. The next day, Elric didn't leave the house. He was still not over what happened yesterday. All his hard-earned money from the past 2 years was gone. And don't even talk about the emotional trauma that incident left on him. He called in sick leave for the next few days and contacted the police and filed a case. But there was barely anything he could offer up for investigation. He didn't even have a single photo of Catherine. All he could do was to hope for the cops to somehow find her. The next week when Elric returned to his job, everyone was sneaking glances at him. One of his colleagues came to him and said in a low voice, "Didn't take you for such a fool, Johnson. If you wanted to fuck a woman that badly, could have just hired a hooker." Ha ha. With a smug smile on the face, his colleague made the last part very loud for others around them to clearly hear it. "What do you mean?" Elric asked, astonished. He found that one of his colleagues was present at the coffee shop when Elric asked the owner about Catherine. And later news spread about how she was a con, which surprised many people including the coffee shop staff. But to have cherry on the top, her scamming Elric for $30,000 also got leaked. It didn't take much time for the news to reach his office. And literally, everyone in his department knew about his unlucky story. This put a lot of shame and mockery on his head. This was their chance to berate Elric with an excuse. Because Elric had always been a guy who got the job done at right time, and never actually refused a major task. He did win the hearts of upper management based on his track record alone, and they found him as a promising person to promote in the future. In a dog-eating, dog world, even a simple rumor is enough to drag down your name in the mud. And the truth doesn't even matter when that happens. Elric never entangled himself in these office shenanigans, but he too had his pride. He barely made it till the working hours ended. Every breath he took felt like an eternity. After the shift ended, he didn't immediately leave. He went to the uppermost rooftop of their building, which was around 32 floors tall, to get a fresh breath and cool his mind. The past week gave him the worst experience of his entire life. This hurt more than the beatings he got from the kids who bullied him in school. This hurt more than the look of disappointment his parents gave him. Never was his mental fortitude and his pride was tested up to this extent. Tears dripped down across his cheeks like a river. He had finally broken down. He could no longer tolerate how messed up, lonely and pitiful his life had become. He knew very well that his own actions played a very big part in it as well. He wasn't a hypocrite to blame it all on the world and play as the victim. But at this moment he was simply clueless. He was lost, helpless, alone, desperate, yearning for someone to put a hand on his shoulder and tell him that it was gonna be okay. But there really wasn't anyone who'd come for him at this moment. Who'd he call? His parents he hadn't talked with in the past 3 months? His siblings, who never actually had any form of bond with him since childhood? His fictional characters and idols he looked up to in his teenage days? Friends. What are those mythical creatures? A man, no matter where he fits inside a society, from someone working as a janitor to a multinational company's CEO, had their own self-respect and pride. But today, all of it was shattered for Elric, and he asked himself, "Man, why am I the only one living so miserably? Will anything for once go the right way for me? Why am I the only one always getting the short end of the stick? It's as if the world itself is trying to tell me that I really don't matter at all." At this very moment, he walked towards the edge of the rooftop and looked down. Author. Now we're at the exact moment where the first chapter started. Is my life worth living at all? Elric asked himself. The years of unhappiness, escapism, loneliness had brought Elric to this very moment. Catherine teaching him that one life lesson and breaking his heart was just a hole that let out the volcano that was under the ground from all these years. Her act was just an outlet. His state of mind would have shown up sooner or later anyway. Elric wasn't an emotional moron who did things based on a fit of rage. He was a very rational person since his childhood. But his desperation took out the best of him. He had 2 choices now. Go back to his apartment, cry it out, then continue his mundane life where no one would be bothered whether he lived or died, where he is replaceable like a pen, or do what he thought of doing just now. Because even if he went back, what was he gonna do? Find Catherine and get his revenge on her like some movie or novel story. He very well knew that it was no longer possible for him to find her. She probably did this to many others like him. He was a fool not to see through her act. And don't mention the work environment. From now on, no matter what he did or how well he performed at work, he'll always be used as a laughingstock. Even if he quit and went somewhere else to work, His lifestyle would be the same, just a different place. Elric wiped off the final drop of tear from his cheek. He found no way to move past his current mental state. He stood on the ledge and looked up towards the midnight moon. Only now did he realize that he had been crying and lamenting for nearly 7 hours now. He didn't even notice the flow of time. Elric Johnson took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He could feel the cold breeze trickling on his face, and he said, "Man, what a pathetic life it was." At this moment, he let go of his body and jumped down. As his body descended from the tall building, the pressure of air at such height pushed his body like a kite. His body changed angles few times until it finally landed on the ground. Whack! Blood, guts, bones and eyeballs splattered on the side of the street. A completely gory scene that even horror movies can't imitate came to be. Dozens of people who were walking across the same lane of the street were shuddering in fear and shock. Some women among the crowd started vomiting the moment they saw what was next to them. An old man among the crowd started calling 911. Quickly the cops patrolling across the street saw the commotion and started running towards the scene. Over that puddle of meat and blood lied Elric Johnson, who chose to give up on his life than suffer any longer. To him it seemed like the only way out. A man forsaken by the world and his kin died a tragic death, never to wake up again. Chapter 3. God of Darkness. In the void of nothingness, where the flow of time itself didn't exist, and not even a ray of light could be seen, this place was neither heaven nor hell. It was just an infinite space filled with absolutely nothing, as if the concept of life and death did not exist here. Suddenly, a crack in space appeared out of nowhere. It kept elongating at an extremely fast speed, and in an instant, it stretched around 10 kilometers, and a gigantic figure sitting on a black stone throne, which was no less than the size of a mountain itself, emerged from the other side of the void. This figure was akin to the height of a couple of mountains, completely clad in majestic black clothes, and had a hood on the head. Appearance-wise it resembled a lot to the Western look of Death God or Dealer of Souls, like a Grim Reaper. Its face could not be seen, as if it didn't exist. It looked around for a moment, and waved its right hand, and created a space of its own, widening for 12 kilometers, and stabilizing itself like forming a gigantic barrier. An ancient voice, so deep that it could reach thousands of miles and decimate cities and into dust, filled that entire space. "Who should I pick this time?" the being asked itself. Just a few moments later, a set of footsteps could be heard from the void crack behind the throne, and another being, which was completely clad in a red and black ancient armor, stepped in. There were 2 giant black swords that were big enough to cleave 5 stories building, and 2 were hanging on its back. The warrior-looking being's head was covered by a spiky and horned helmet, so whether it was a living being, an undead, or a specter could not be guessed. The other being was half the size of the former, who was sitting on the throne. It came in the front, and kneeled in front of the gigantic being on its left knee, like how a knight would in front of their king. It spoke in a hoarse yet very authoritative tone. "My liege, it's about time, but I hope you reconsider your decision. We cannot make a mistake this time. Cravel, I know what worries you. We can't afford to have someone like the previously summoned humans like we did so many centuries ago. But do not worry. I have already decided upon a suitable kind of person for this task. But my liege, the one you've decided upon do not possess any qualities we need to complete this mission. The ones that were brought from other worlds so far had an incredible talent for leadership, had unyielding willpower and wisdom to overcome any adversity that was thrown at them, and yet all of them failed. So what could the type of person you've decided upon even do? They'll die even before reaching halfway of their objective." Cravel gravelled in front of its master, yet the being did not seem to be concerned. "I understand your worries, but this is the exact reason. I'm looking for someone who does not have anything in common with their predecessors." The being spoke and rested its head on its right hand. The palm of the being looked like something that was covered in black metal, and it had no flesh or any bones. The being spoke again. "This time we need someone different and very unconventional. But my liege, this is probably our last chance. You will no longer have the strength to summon anyone again, not for at least the next 1,000 years. And by then, the other gods will have their own chosen ones complete the mission. It'll be a loss we can't afford at all," Cravel said with a grim face. "My decision is final, Cravel. Sometimes uncertainty can bring you wonders. This summon will be able to surpass those who came before him." The being said and didn't stand on ceremony any longer. God of Darkness waved his hand, and a rift of the size of a kilometer opened inside the barrier they were in. And suddenly, millions of bright spherical white orbs with a blue hue around them rushed out from that rift. The ancient being simply glanced at all these orbs of light, and its eyes shone. And a reddish wave of light swam across all the orbs, and the being closed its eyes. After a few moments, it opened its eyes and waved its left hand again. "Now let's see the most miserable ones with enough knowledge and experience to do our bidding." The being spoke again. In the next instant, only around 5,000 of these bright orbs were left. The eyes of this being flickered again, as if it was trying to read and understand what was inside of these orbs. When it opened its eyes again, only around 100 orbs were left. My, So pitiable. Not a single one of these people ever accomplished anything in their lives. Well, good for me. Now let's see if I can find the most suitable person. The ancient being pulled these remaining orbs in its palm and kept staring at them as if it was analyzing something. A dozen seconds later, the being seemed surprised and exclaimed in joy. I found him. I found the perfect match. Cravel, who was still kneeling, sighed and shook his head. It's the end for us. He spoke to himself. The ancient being looked at the tiny orb, which looked like a tiny molecule compared to its size. He waved his hand again. The rest of the white orbs that came through the rift started returning at an unimaginable speed, and in just 10 seconds, only this one orb was left. I hope you don't regret this, my liege, Cravel said and looked at his master. Haha, you have no idea, Cravel. We've struck gold. The being said, and suddenly an archaic pentagram appeared below the white orb, and the white orb shone brighter and started expanding until it was of the size of a man. And it started shrinking in a vertical direction. 4 limbs started forming from it. 2 hands, 2 legs, a head and a censored hash came to be. There was a human-looking face, but the outlines hadn't formed completely. The facial structure differed from a normal human face and looked more like a mannequin face. This human-looking figure started opening his eyes. Wake up, Elric. I'm the god of darkness, and I'm here to give you another chance at life. The ancient being declared its identity. It was the god of darkness who ruled over death and the eternal abyss. The human finally opened his eyes. It was none other than Elric, who had committed suicide and ended his own life after suffering through many traumatic, heartbreaking experiences and one big betrayal throughout his life. The memories of all the noteworthy and memorable experiences of his previous life started coming back to Elric, and he didn't move a single bit. His bright body was currently floating in the air by force unknown. He clearly remembered that he died because the unimaginable pain he experienced when his body finally hit the ground was still completely fresh in his memory. He looked in front of him and saw a towering figure his eyesight could not grasp completely. The being calling itself the god of darkness was so gigantic, huge and vast that even 100 Elric count not even amount to its fingernail. He squinted his eyes as if trying to look at something that was placed very far away. Can you be any less bigger? I can't even tell how you look, asked Elric. Suddenly, a chaotic burst of deathly aura come from behind him, and he looked back and saw another being half the size of the one standing in front of him, yet still very humongous and staring at him. The gigantic warrior-like entity stared at the human as if it wanted to cut the tiny being into millions of pieces. The red iris was visible through that giant figure's helmet, and an unimaginably horrifying pressure was extended on the humanoid figure. You were-tech human. How dare you speak to a god like my master in such manner? You're nothing but a speck of dust, and yet to dare to ask a god to adjust himself to your level? Cravel said angrily. Leave it, he's simply not aware of what's happening now. He was dead just few seconds ago. God of Darkness said, and quickly shrank his size in the next moment. The resized Yoda was still the size of a 10-story building. He looked at Cravel and gestured to resize his appearance as well. Cravel, on the other hand, still kept looking at Elric with murderous eyes, but did follow his master's orders and become half of his original size. That was his limit. Elric let out a sigh of relief and looked at Yoda again. Author, let's shorten God of Darkness to Jodi, as it's kind of unnecessary to repeat over and over. What do you want from me? Elric asked. Elric, I'm the god of darkness in my world, and I have a task for you. I want you to become my representative in our world and complete a mission. In return, I will give you a chance to live your life again, as a human being. A new start where you are completely free from your past. Yah said as if he was bestowing the world's greatest honor on Elric, and appeared very godly and magnanimous in his tone. Elric stood rooted on the spot for a minute, and took a long breath before replying in a loud voice. Fuck off! Chapter 4. The Task. Silence. Total utter silence. It felt as if even a man's heart could not beat at this moment. Elric's response left both God of Darkness and Cravel speechless. It struck them like an arrow in the throat, and both of them seemed to lose their ability to speak and think at the same time. A few seconds passed away. God of Darkness stared at Elric with a gaze so deep and full of wrath, enough to kill anyone, just by looking at them. Suddenly, an extremely horrifying aura exuded out of both God of Darkness and Cravel's bodies. Bang! Unimaginably horrendous, killing intent filled the surrounding atmosphere, and covered a radius a few dozen kilometers. Even diamonds would be reduced to nothing but small granules under this pressure. Elric, the one being who was actually at the receiving end of it all, shuddered, and his soul form flickered again and again, as if his current form was simply getting wiped out of existence and brought back to life. To Elric, it felt like he had gone through thousands of deaths. This pressure he was enduring had destroyed his current form and rebuilt him again in a nanosecond, only to carry out the process indefinitely. After a minute of such heart-wrenching scenario, God of Darkness and Cravel finally stopped excluding their killing intent and looked at Elric, who was barely keeping up his screams in He just didn't get time to open his mouth and scream or wail. To be precise, he had indeed died few thousand times again in that 1 minute. But an unknown force kept bringing him back to his previous state. Elric had a hint of exactly what this was. It was the god of darkness using his powers on Elric after his extremely rude and disrespectful response. God of darkness retracted his gaze from Elric. It appeared to become extremely dim compared to before. He had ruled over death and infinite abyss. He was a true god who controlled an aspect of reality. Then Jihad gazed at Elric with a look of disappointment and spoke again. Never had I ever seen such an extremely impetuous human before. Even the other gods do not dare to talk to me in such a vile and disrespectful manner. Tell me, mortal, what makes you think I really won't wipe you out of existence or torture you for the end of time? Jihad questioned Elric. Elric, who had finally gained control over his consciousness, looked back at Jihad and responded, Then why don't you do it? What makes you think I want to be alive? Just finish the job and end me already. Elric's answer left both Jihad and Cravel speechless. Had their act of trying to put Elric into submission by making him experience death over a few thousand times turned him into a fool? Or had he gone senile from the pain and suffering to become a suicidal maniac? Cravel, who was rendered speechless by Elric since he had said fuck off to Jihad, looked at his master, as if he was looking at someone who broke their favorite toy. My liege, are you sure you haven't destroyed his consciousness completely? Cravel asked. Jihad was startled at this point and refused by flexing his hands around. Oi, what are you waiting for? Just kill me already. I don't want to spend another second looking at your ugly faces. Elric grumbled in a discontent tone. Ugly your mother, both Jihad and Cravel said in rebuttal. Both of them looked at Elric as if he'd just killed their dog. Elric on the other end was surprised. These two ultimate beings killed him over a few thousand times for being disrespectful, but now, they were suddenly throwing rude comments at him for calling them ugly like little girls. Why was this happening? He just wanted to die again and be done with it. At the next second, however, Jihad decided to end the charade and get back to business. Why do you not want to live again? Is it because of your past life experiences? He asked Elric. Yes. Who wants a second chance at life just to get used up by someone else again? I mean, whatever you want me to do comes with a price, which definitely won't be beneficial to me at all. And why should I believe in anything you say? Let's save us all the trouble. Send me back to being dead and find someone else who actually wants to live. Elric said with a bored expression. Jihad and Cravel were taken aback again. So you don't want to live again, mortal? Do you not understand the opportunity my liege is offering you? Not everyone gets such a miraculous chance. Cravel, who refrained to be part of this conversation, decided to meddle in. Are you two morons dumb? Didn't you hear me the first time? Let me die, you bastards. Pick someone else. Why do you even need to listen to me? Just send me back. Elric gave his discontent. I can't. Jihad finally spoke up. He shook his head and was trying to avoid direct eye contact. My powers allow me to control death and things that have no place in existence. I am a being born out of that very aspect of reality in our world. At most, I can summon the dead souls from other worlds like yours inside this world boundary and only keep just one of such souls in my possession, as the dead of other worlds are bound to their respective worlds' laws of reality. And even keeping one soul here takes an immense amount of my power. Can I explain the whole process? Elric looked at Jihad as if he was looking at a liar, not satisfied with his answer at all. Then he looked at Cravel, who was standing beside Jihad's throne, and he too looked like that was indeed the truth. And what if I refused to do whatever you said you wanted me to do? You'll at least kill me, right? Elric asked with an expectant expression. No, both Jihad and Cravel shouted at the same time. Why? Elric asked. Because you're the only one we can rely upon now, and I can no longer summon anyone again for next few thousand years. Jihad said. And why should I care? From the looks of it, it looks like some impossible job for a normal office worker guy like me. I didn't live a life of wonders and heroic deeds, you know. Why would you even pick me of all the people you could have picked? Elric asked curiously. This didn't make sense to him, as Jihad could have easily brought someone more capable and experienced for whatever job they had to be done. So why him? Jihad, however, stayed silent for a dozen seconds and finally heaved a sigh. He looked at Elric and said, Because the task we're going to give you demands one being extremely aware and not trust anyone. Because currently, all my representatives and anyone who is allied to me has been marked as someone who must be killed in the entire world of Antihero, including those who once served or worshipped me in the form of cults, temples and churches, said Jihad in a very disheartened tone. I wasn't even supposed to summon you myself. Normally, whenever a chosen one is brought from a different world into ours, they are summoned by the churches and the empire who worship a particular god and follows their doctrine at the expense of hundreds of mages working together. But all my followers and anyone who had worshipped me were wiped out completely more than 200 years ago, and now, no one even knows that I exist. My name is nothing but a myth in our world at this point. Jihad explained. Elric, who looked at both the beings in front of him with a suspecting gaze, still appeared to be uncertain and asked, So, what do you want me to do? Build churches and temples for you, spread your divine teachings to the masses and bring you back to your glory days? Sorry, but I'm not a religious guy. God and Kravel both glanced at each other and gazed at Elric together. No, we don't want you to do something so arduous and hectic. We just need you to kill the demon god, said God with an embarrassed tone. As if struck by 1,000 bolts of lightning at the same time, Elric stayed rooted on the spot. He didn't speak or move at all. Only after half a minute, he was fumed with anger and shouted, "You motherfuckers!" Chapter 5. The Reason. Silence. Another total silence. Kill the demon god? What the fuck? How was Elric going to do it? From what he heard Jodi and Kravel say before, even those who came before him, and also the chosen ones of other gods failed to do so, and probably they all die, including the previous summon who came before Elric. So how was he supposed to do it? Saving the world sounded good only when it was fictional or somebody else did it. Who would waste their life just so they could brag about it? Elric looked at the two ultimate beings who were standing in front of him. His expression was as if they killed his dog. Even Kravel, who was even sterner and stone-faced than Judd, looking the other way as if he was thinking the weather is very nice today. Both of them were beings who could destroy an entire country with just a wave of their hand, but now they were avoiding eye contact with a single human, as they felt embarrassed for making such a request. Jodi finally dared to look at him and asked, "So what do you think? Do you accept our proposal?" Elric shouted no, nahai, nay, nada, nako, nai, ai, ani, mei si sadil, lu. He refused in all the different languages he knew. He sat on the imaginary ground and held his head in both of his hands. He felt like dying one more time. He started hurling abuses at the two godly existences in front of him again. Fuck you. Fuck your mom. Fuck your sister. Fuck your entire family. Elric kept rambling as he started cursing Jod and Kravel's 18 generations of ancestors. Unlike the previous time, both Jodi and Kravel didn't exude any killing intent and stood there like little kids who were being scolded by their parents. All they could do was endure with their heads hanging down. After 10 minutes of rambling and cursing, Elric finally stopped as he was thinking of ways to escape his current predicament. What if I don't accept it? You clearly can't make me accept by force, and that's why you need my approval, Elric said with a smug face. But Yah spoke again with a calculative expression on his face. You're right. We can't transfer your soul into our world without your permission. However, it's not like you have any other choice either. We're currently inside the world boundary. Look at the dome around us. It's a personal space I created when I summoned the souls from your world. Without it, nothing is supposed to exist in this place. Jodi said in a smug tone. Doesn't that mean I'll die if I exit out of this dome? Works for me, Elric said joyfully. That was his main objective for now. To die for good. The next second, Jia shook his head and replied, that's not how it works. Nothing is supposed to exist inside this place. If you exit the dome, you'll become part of the world boundary itself. And you'll be tied to it forever. You won't be able to leave, and you certainly won't die either. You'll be simply bound to this place for the end of time. Why do you think even a god like me had to create this barrier to protect myself? Elric finally came to a realization. It all made sense. He looked around his surroundings again and saw that outside the dome, there really was nothing. No light, no land, no water, not even air, nothing. He thought he might cease to exist if he went outside, but after hearing Jodi explain it, he found it believable. Why would a literal god like God of Darkness need to create a barrier and protect himself from this place? If he could enter it, he could easily leave as well. But if he did have the ability, he wouldn't need to create this dome and protect himself if not being tied to this world boundary was an actual thing that would happen. If Elric went outside the barrier, he'll just become part of this place and exist here till this place was destroyed, which was simply impossible and wouldn't happen in billions of years to come. And Elric would become insane here. This was literally a fate worse than death. Even the core of his soul shuddered with just the thought of it. He heaved a long sigh and came to terms with his current situation. He can't die and can't leave this place either. The only way out was with Jah sending him to their world called Vantria. It seemed like he really did not have any other choice but to accept their proposal. Fine. I'll do it. As much as I want to die, I don't want to be stuck here and wander till the end of time and go insane. Elric, with discomfort spilling out in his voice. Great. It's good that we've come to an agreement, Jodi said cheerily. Even Kravel was nodding his head in joy. Elric said and stopped his words. He looked at both of them and looked as if he was thinking about something very important. Let me be straight. I don't want to work my ass off just to attempt your task. I mean, Demon God is also a literal god just like you, right? Elric asked. Not quite, Jia said as he continued. I and other gods are beings born out of different aspects of reality and laws of existence in our world. We each have perfect control over the laws from which we were manifested from, and we will continue to exist as long as our world exists. However, Demon God was born out of thousands of years of malice and hatred. He is an unnatural being and something that shouldn't exist. if not for the past 10,000 years of wars and bloodshed that kept happening in our world, something like him wouldn't even come to manifest. He gave a helpless look at Elric and said, "We gods can only represent a law of our world and have perfect control over that law, so we can't affect the world or intervene in it directly. We're more like an overseer at this point, and with different species in our world reaching the most prominent time of their civilizations, something like wars for survival, for resources and for the beliefs that were instilled in them by the gods they've worshipped till now, conflict was bound to occur. The past 5,000 years were a testament to its greatest impact in the history of our world, and the demon god, who was born as nothing but an anomaly in our world, kept feeding over it, and is becoming stronger and stronger again, even though he is still not even half as strong as any of the 12 gods. At this rate, we think it won't take him even next 100 years before he reaches to our level and establishes his law of existence into our world." He had finally stopped explaining. Elric, who was a person with actual brains in his previous life, quickly understood what Judge was implying. He said, "So if what you say is right, after he establishes his law of existence in your world, he'll become a literal god like you and the other gods, and will become an invincible existence, impossible to kill unless one can destroy the world of Vantria itself, which also means killing the other gods including you in the process." Judge looked at Elric in approval of his intellect. "You were able to infer all that just from few words." He nodded and continued, "That's not all. Since he's an anomaly born out of war, malice and bloodshed inside the whole world, once he becomes a god like us, he will keep getting stronger, till the point none of the 12 gods can stop him. And unlike us, he won't be bound to follow the laws of reality in our world, and will be able to interfere in it directly. He can simply wipe out all the living beings and reach to a height where even us gods would be nothing but ants in front of him," said Jody in a worrying tone. "Are you kidding me? How is that even possible? To reach a level above the gods? You're lying," Elric said with a curious manner. "I wish that was true, but unlike your world, ours is filled with magic and natural energy, so vast that even we gods can't completely control or contain it. And since we also represent different laws of reality, the world rejects us when we try to combine our powers and treats us like an external being, like an outsider trying to enter your house. We've tried and failed hundreds of times already, and that's why, 3,000 years ago, we gods made a pact to find a solution to end it. And after decades of research, we found a way to summon beings from other worlds." Yeah, I finally explained the exact reason why Elric was brought in here. So this was the main reason behind it. But I don't understand one thing. Why as humans? Because there must be other superior life forms in the multiverse, right? Elric asked. "If I had not read your memories, I wouldn't understand what multiverse meant." Jai said and continued, "The thing is, you humans from other worlds have the greatest affinity with the magic and natural energy of our world. In other words, you can become indefinitely stronger as you increase your magical powers and experience with time. You lot possess the potential to reach the same level as what you can call a demigod, just like Cravel over here." Jod finished his words and pointed towards Cravel, his most trusted servant. "So you're a demigod?" Elric asked as he looked towards Cravel with a surprised expression. "Yes, I am, but unlike you or the other chosen ones, I'm not from a different world. I was born in our world and reached the level of demigod by my own efforts. It took me thousands of years to accomplish that goal. But unlike the demon god, I'm bound to the laws of our worlds since I was a natural living being in the first place. So I too can no longer directly intervene in our world's happenings. If demon god was born in the same time as me, I could have killed him myself, but it's long time past that," Cravel said, and shook his head, as he was at a loss. After hearing someone so stubborn as Cravel, Elric understood exactly how grave matter it was. The world was near to an end, and the most supreme beings in it were helpless to do anything to prevent it. And the world itself was rejecting their intervention. It was a very complicated situation itself. No wonder even the gods had to rely on humans summoned from other worlds to do their bidding. "Wait, I don't understand one thing though. You said all the gods agreed to kill the demon god together. Then why were your followers boycotted, and now declared to be on the entire world's must-kill list? You're not hiding something from me, are you?" Elric asked and looked at God of Darkness with a suspicious gaze. At his query, Gia, who looked at Elric with a helpless expression and said, "Because among the gods, I and God of Light are the strongest. However, I represent death and the end of a living being's existence. And not many in the entire world would wish to worship such a god who thrives on deaths of world's inhabitants, right?" Gia said embarrassingly. "Out with it. The whole truth, or you can forget about me accepting your proposal," Elric said in an angered tone. He was no fool. Where there was life, there was bound to be death. But that wasn't a valid reason to despise death itself, as it was part of a natural cycle of any living being. Even the most indestructible thing in the world would cease to exist after a time. So whatever Dio was telling Elric wasn't the complete truth. Or it was a complete lie to begin with. Yeah, he was left speechless again. Why was this human so smart? Was it because of his past life experiences that he found everybody untrustworthy? Or was it because he was simply an overly cautious guy? He had no answer. Fine, I'll tell you the truth, he said with a furious expression. As long as it's the whole truth, Elric said in a firm tone. It's because my eighth chosen one, the previous summon, and your predecessor Judd stopped his words, and rested his head back on his throne as if he was lamenting on a bad memory. After a dozen seconds he continued. He killed all the other chosen heroes. Chapter 6, The Choice. Another pin-drop silence. Elric couldn't believe what Judd just revealed to him. Another mind-boggling plot twist. First, it was fighting against Demon God, and now that his predecessor killed the chosen heroes of the other gods. Just hearing this made Elric regret his decision to agree with God of Darkness's proposal. Now he understood why the entire world of Antihero had issued a kill-on-sight order for those who followed, worshipped God of Darkness, and were wiped out 3 centuries ago. It was his predecessor who basically made an enemy out of the entire world and now had implicated Elric as well. Oi, tell me that's a lie. That joke is not even funny, Elric said as he still had not come to accept the truth. It was understandable, as every religious branch or empire would cherish the chosen heroes, which were to complete the task ordered by their god and treat them with the utmost care, hospitality and respect, and to have them killed, not just one of them, but all 11 of these heroes by one who was tasked with the same mission as them. No wonder all the ruling authorities, regardless of their qualms and indifferences with each other, would be united to massacre the main party responsible and anyone associated with them. And that is why God of Darkness and his followers have been rooted out of annals of history 300 years ago. Doesn't that mean I'll be killed off as soon as I enter your world and somebody knows my real identity as your chosen hero? Elric asked with a pitiful face. He had just reached the peak of the mountain, only to fall straight inside a volcano. Fuck, my bad luck won't leave me even in my second life. Elric lamented on his extremely disastrous luck, and he had no other choice to do it anyway, or he'll be forever stuck inside the world boundary. Now what? How am I even supposed to kill the demon god? You just raised the game difficulty from hell mode to impossible mode. This is beyond hopeless already. I don't think that I can do it even if I had 10 more lives, Elric said with a depressed expression on his face. If he wasn't in his soul form now, he'd already be shedding tears. Naturally, you'll have to conceal that fact, until you're strong enough to face the entire world by your own at least, Gea said as if this was something very normal. Elric rolled his eyes. Facing the world by yourself? Does he think it's that easy? Wouldn't this entail that Elric will have to live like a criminal, a thief, a prey running away, as he would be constantly hunted down by the entire world? Don't worry. I naturally have the means to conceal your arrival. Neither gods and nor their followers would be able to detect it. Also, the fact that your original body being destroyed would become our advantage, Gea said, trying to comfort Elric, who seemed on the verge of committing suicide again. What do you mean? What does that have to do with my original body? Elric asked. All the gods and their followers always have to go through a grand ceremony with hundreds of magicians partaking in the summoning ritual. Even for our world, where magical energy is flowing in abundance, breaking the world barrier and summoning a person takes huge amount of magic. That is enough to cause a spike in the magical energy of the world, noticeable even from 10 kilometers. And that's why every summon is accounted for. On top of that, they all come with their original bodies in our world. Unlike you, whose body was reduced to dust after your death. Gea explained the whole ordeal as Elric didn't have any knowledge or information on how things worked in the world of Antihero. Gea then continued, and me being the one summoning you is also the major factor. Other gods can't summon the souls of the dead from other worlds at all. I'm the only one who can do it since I'm the manifestation of death and darkness. Bringing something like a soul of someone deceased is not even worth mentioning. Other gods can at most open the world boundary and take a peek at the world they intend to summon a chosen hero from, Gea said with a smug smile as he reveled in the sense of superiority he was feeling because of his specialty. Then how do I enter your world without a body? Don't tell me I'm going there in this form, like a ghost or a wraith, Elric wondered and asked. Naturally, we'll have to construct a new body for you. Or I can simply put your soul inside of someone who died just a few hours ago. Take your pick. Gea spoke like a true professional and flicked his imaginary glasses with his forefinger. Author, inserts Subarashi meme wait. You said before that we humans have the highest affinity with magic in your world. Even if I were to go in a new body or transferred inside someone else's body, wouldn't I be just a normal person and weaker compared to other heroes? Elric asked, making a valid point. Not exactly. I've done my research over decades about this matter, and I found that it's not the physical body but your soul. Compared to the inhabitants of our world, your souls are brighter like a midday sun. And not only that, they can also absorb and accumulate magical and natural energy over time, and hence you can become as strong as a demigod. The physical body is just a convenient medium, Gea explained, revealing his knowledge, seeking mind when it came to death and souls. Elric, who had come to terms with his upcoming fate, started thinking about these two options. So can you really construct me a body out of nothing? I won't be reborn as an undead or a skeleton, right? Elric asked. He had to be cautious here, otherwise who knows if he'd become undead or a walking talking skeleton who would be killed at first sight by anyone he met. That death won't even be worth pitying, rather anyone who heard about it would roll on the floor laughing their ass off. Who do you think you're talking to? Even though I'm not god of life, I do possess that power. And not only that, I can make you a body of your specifications. No matter what color, height or build you want. I am an expert at that. Defy started flexing about his useless talent, as if he was doing a great honor to Elric. In the next moment, however, Elric, who had been mostly curious, till now looked extremely shocked, and suddenly, there was a greedy and evil grin on his face. This whole thing meant that he could finally achieve that ideal body he always dreamt of in his previous life. The body of a Greek god, or one of those superhero movie actors he looked up to for body aesthetics. But Elric didn't show the excitement on his face. Instead, he appeared as if he was giving it a good thought, and asked again, and what about the second option? Would I have the memories of the person I'm transmigrated in? His query, Gia responded quickly. No. Something like possessing someone's memories is tied to their soul. Once you die and your soul leaves the mortal body, there is no connection of consciousness left, so you won't inherit the memories of the previous occupant. However, I don't think I need to remind you about how you'll be tied to that person's past and people they once knew. And since you can't reveal that you're no longer that person and someone else, you'll have to play the part. But this does have its advantages. I can transfer you inside the body of someone who is a very influential person in our world, like a royalty or even an emperor if we have the options available. So think about it carefully. Gia said and left Elric to think about it alone. A dozen minutes passed. Elric was lost in his thoughts, continuously thinking about the pros and cons of both scenarios. If he chose to go with a newly made body of his choosing, he will not have any ties to anyone and would be free to do anything he wanted. He won't have to answer to anyone, and could easily fake out his background as well if someone asked him. This could help him in the long run, aside from the most obvious advantage of having a perfectly made body of his own. But on the other hand, he'd be penniless. There would be no one he knows or have any means to get settled quickly. He'd be homeless background, less, would know nothing about the world, and nobody to help him in his journey to do the impossible task of killing the demon god. The other option, however, gave him a lot of advantages. Like if he chose the body of someone very influential, or someone who had the access to a lot of resources at their beck and call, that'd save him tons of trouble. He could simply be reborn in the body of some prince who died, an emperor who was close to death, or a great general, or an aristocrat who was respected by everybody. If these choices were available to them, that is. This would enable him to adjust himself very quickly inside the world of Antihero, and also let him focus on his main goal, without having to struggle just to establish himself in the world. But just like the first option, this one also had a lot of disadvantages of its own. For example, if he were to be transmigrated inside someone who once held a huge authority before their death, naturally, there would be a lot of explaining to do about how he came back to life. And since he wouldn't inherit the memories of the previous owner, he won't know anyone except the people the original owner was close to. And if he feigned some lie or something like losing his memories, that'd also mean that the new body of that person will hold no power for the time being. Rather, others would try to get rid of him on the accords of having him lost all his memories, or even claim that he made a deal with the devil. What's next will be a grand crucifixion in the central street of the city. Plus, there would be issues regarding the health and state of the original body, such as old age, or any former disease or illness, or the body being too weak. Also the connection with other people. Like if he were to be born in the body of an old man, he'd have a wife, children, and grandchildren to deal with. If he was born as a kid or a teen, even if that was a prince of a country, the actual power he'd hold will be in the name only. And naturally, Elric will have to deal with the hassle of political issues and drama as the heir or a scion of a king or emperor. There was too much unnecessary burden that will be thrown at him. And because of these advantages and disadvantages, Elric was thinking very carefully about what would be the best choice. And at the same time, he was thankful to God of Darkness for at least offering him the choice. Otherwise, he had read plenty of mangas, novels and manhwas where the main character just gets thrown inside the body of someone else and has no other choice but to live like them or suffer through the problems they've been going through. Elric straight up hated that scenario, even in stories where you just suddenly wake up as someone else and find yourself at odds and have to go through a lot of nonsense. Elric, who also had once fallen in this cycle, knew the story setting and patterns well. He had come to realize them after years of voraciously feeding his brain about these stories. Like hell, he was going to live one of those loosely based storylines only appealing to little children and newbies who just entered the world of fantasy and fictional stories. To put it in a word, Elric was a goddamn war veteran compared to these people. He had the experience of a decade and a half living that very life. He had seen through it all. He had lived through it all. Let it be TV shows, superhero movies, reading mangas, manhwas, novels and other stuff. He had an eidetic memory, so he was a walking, talking ancient archive of all of these stories and the information. What he knew was just beyond comprehension. After overthinking all the possible scenarios and their consequences, Elric finally made up his mind. He looked towards God of Darkness with a resolute gaze and said, "First choice." Elric said, and folded his arms together. "Really? Why not the second? It is the most beneficial, and will save you the hassle. Didn't you say that you don't want to work too much and waste your life on it?" Guy asked as he was puzzled by Elric's choice. He too was new at this because his previous chosen heroes were summoned exactly the same way as the heroes of the other gods. Although he had the ability to personally summon someone from another world, he never actually had a need or a reason to. So he assumed that Elric would decide on the easy and smoother way. But to his surprise, Elric chose the most unconventional way here, because there were just too many odds against him in the first choice scenario. If he himself was in Elric's position, he'd obviously take the second option. Too many complicated reasons. You wouldn't understand even if I told you all of them. I'd rather do this whole thing on my own terms. And since when I have been dependent on others or cared about what others think of me, something like family, friends, lovers, or a community holds no value if you take away the reason for their existence. Only because of responsibilities, need, order, or liabilities are these relationships and bonds formed. In the first choice, I'll be free of it all, and I won't have to look after anyone else but myself. And I definitely won't be doing the same mistakes as my past life where I had no choice to begin with. This time, I'll choose everything on my own accords. This time, I will be in complete control of my own life," Elric said. His expression was oozing out his determination. "Strange indeed. If any of your predecessors were in your place, they would have chosen the second option. You, on the other hand, taking an unconventional turn is surprising to me as well," said God of Darkness. He turned his gaze back to Elric and said, "Fine. Now time to decide your divine abilities." Chapter 7. The Selection. The moment of truth has come. After all the discussion and decisions, it was the most important part of this whole arrangement, because it will decide exactly how Elric would be able to plan his path towards achieving his goals. Because these divine abilities were not just going to be his way to gain strength, rather they'd be his cheat codes. Elric, who had the knowledge of a majority of such scenarios where a reincarnated person in mangas and novels would be granted such abilities in these stories. But because of his experience, he had read a lot of these stories and knew where would any type of such so-called divine abilities lead him in the future. So he had to look through all of these carefully and choose the most suitable ones based on his situation when he'll be thrown in sooner in the world of Vantria. Since he had to choose them beforehand, he naturally had to look for the most useful ones with the greatest potential. The ones which would not only help him become stronger, but also become his trump card and save his life whenever he was in a situation where he could most definitely die again. Though it would have been most preferable by the Elric of the past, but now that he was going to give his life another chance, he had to make it easier and convenient as much as he could. These abilities would not only enable him to accomplish the end game, but also shape his future. "I'm ready. Show me," said Elric. "You're allowed to choose only 2 divine abilities. Every god gives them to their heroes, and each god possesses their unique divine abilities related to their law of existence. However, you won't get to choose these powers again, so you must think about it very carefully." Yah said, and waved his left hand. Suddenly over 50 huge monoliths as big as a house appeared in front of Elric and started lining up in a queue. Some of them emitted gold, some silver, and some bronze light coming out of them as if they were classified in tiers based on their usefulness. However, there were also 3 dark ones that didn't emit any light at all, more like they were sucking in the nearby light in them. Elric understood that these were the abilities he'd be granted after choosing, and his future approach towards his goal will be dependent on them. He looked at these portraits, and the information about their use and how to use them started flowing in his mind. Mind control, summoning undead, teleportation, telekinesis, telepathy, levitation, integration, mimic, clairvoyance, sage eye. Around 50 of such random abilities appeared on each of these monoliths, and all of them were in their utmost peak grade. They were simply perfect without any flaws. Elric started touching each of these monoliths with his hand, and somehow, he was feeling an innate connection towards them. He felt like each one of these divine abilities were calling out to him and asking him to accept them. But Elric didn't stop or fell for the temptation. He sternly kept browsing through all of them one by one. He could not afford to mess it up. After some time, he had browsed through all the gold, silver, and bronze monoliths. He curiously asked, "What's with the bright lights? Why are they shining in different colors?" Joe simply looked at Elric and said, "Gold's ones are the most chosen ones by your predecessors, like at least 4 times for the 2 slots they were given. Silver ones 3 times and bronze ones 2 times. What about those black ones?" Elric asked. "Not even once," Joe replied. All these abilities are simply amazing and can be used for extremely favorable outcomes. No wonder my predecessors chose many of these. If used properly, they can even help me create an empire of my own and reach at the strength enough to fight against the demon god within a decade or two. Simply astounding. Elric nodded in approval, but in the next second, he retorted, however, all of them are bound to certain conditions. For example, mind control. I will need to keep looking in a person's eyes for at least a minute and have a suggestive conversation to control their minds to work for me or do my bidding. At the time of fight for life and death, it won't be useful at all because the enemy obviously won't be interested in settling things with words. And the necromancer ability needs me to rob graveyards to make the deceased part of my summoned army. Too useful for the future, but also very tedious. Clairvoyance can only see through a certain time in the future, but can't be used consequently. I'll need to wait for a few hours to use it again. Great potential. It can also save me from being tricked by others and stop my possible death as well. But still, the conditions to use it lacks potential, as it will only give me a head start, but not actually help me change the situation. Telekinesis has restrictions on distance, or how far my reach is, and also how much weight I can lift or exert through it. Would have been too OP if I could move a mountain with it. Sage's Eye only gives out information about everything as long as it's not of divine rank, or the information is sealed by the gods themselves. But what use could I make of it if I don't have enough skills or means to use such information to get an upper hand? Telepathy needs me to at least once touch the person I want to read minds of or establish a mind link. Will definitely help me look like a creep and a pervert for sure. Elric gave a thumb up to Deity, and then he started listing out all the bothersome terms and conditions of these divine abilities which were subject to market risks. Deity, who once had a prideful face when he showed these abilities to Elric and expected a face of awe and worship, was left speechless. These were the goddamn divine abilities for Deity's sake. Author, see what I did there? Lol, and this guy was complaining how they were inconvenient and only useful for certain situations with no flexible uses. He had indirectly flipped a middle finger to Deity himself, who once presented all these abilities to all his summons that came before Elric. Deity, for the first time in his billions of years of existence, felt like crying. Elric was basically kicking him in the face over and over, and each time the intensity was increasing more than before. Even Cravel gave Deity a look full of pity. Why don't you create your own divine abilities then? Deity could only retort in his mind. Saying it out loud would only diminish his image as an almighty god who was triggered just by a few words of a dead man's soul. Just as he was about to speak, Elric turned his gaze to the three dark monoliths and started checking them out. Ability absorption, dimensional law, synthesis. Just as the information about these three divine abilities was fully processed by Elric's mind, he was out of words. He read through them, and an expression of puzzlement appeared on his face. The abilities had details on them such as divine ability. Ability absorption allows the owner of the divine ability to absorb the physical and magical abilities of the targeted being without any complications or side effects to the owner. However, the owner will still have to follow through with the restrictions and terms of use for these individual abilities. Condition: the target whose abilities are to be absorbed must be dead before using this ability on them. Otherwise, the absorption will be a failure, and the target must not have been dead for too long, and the physical body must be in a shape enough to completely extract these abilities should they entail having something such as blood requirements or body parts. There will be a failure if the target's body is destroyed beyond measure or the required quantity needed for ability absorption is inadequate. Then he read the second divine ability. Dimensional law. The owner of this divine ability has access to all the space and void around them. They can open the void and enter it without any harm to the physical body. Also allows a part of the body to be placed inside the void at the same time while the rest of the body exists in the real world without harming the original body. The distance of travel and time user can stay inside the void increases with the increase in mastery of the law. Condition: the owner must be extremely efficient in the space magic and law. This divine ability is only accessible when the owner has met the prerequisite conditions. Then he moved to the third divine ability. Divine ability synthesis allows the owner to recreate two different physical abilities and magic skills to form a new variant based on the working principles of the abilities and skills in the synthesis procedure. Abilities created will have no side effects on the owner's body or mental condition. This ability can also be used to create creatures by mixing different sets of beings and abilities. Condition: certain levels of prerequisite conditions, such as physical ability and skills required for the process, must be met before synthesis can be done. The strength and specialty of the creatures created will depend upon the base subjects they were experimented with. Elric was out of words again. These three abilities were something he did not expect to be here on the list. He understood why his predecessors didn't choose these three divine abilities even once. The required conditions for them were indeed very troublesome and hard to achieve. But Elric was different from all of them. Unlike those who came before him, they were all either great tacticians, great leaders, or generals of their respective countries in their era. But none of them had the experience of being an otaku, a nerd and a geek. So naturally, they found these three abilities extremely useless and hard to cultivate. From a normal person's perspective, all of these were not worth choosing at all, as they needed a lot of time to be perfected, and definitely a lot of time would be wasted just to meet the perquisites of these divine abilities. For example, they will always have to kill someone or a monster to absorb their abilities. They will have to learn and understand space and time law, which was easier said than done. And synthesis ability will surely have a lot of restrictions upon it when trying to merge two different abilities and creatures as well. So in the long run, these three divine abilities would give them more trouble, waste their time, which would hinder their path to becoming stronger, and even make things complicated, as they will have to do their research and spend a lot of time on it as well. So these abilities were the worst options available. But in the next minute, Elric looked at God of Darkness and said, "I want them. I want all three of them." To his decision, both Jyoti and Cravel looked at him together and shouted, "Are you out of your god mind?" Chapter 8. True Identity. God of Darkness and Cravel kept staring at Elric as if they were looking at a madman. They were out of wits on why would Elric choose these divine abilities, which were most complicated, very time-consuming to develop, and very difficult to gain mastery over. There was a reason why these divine abilities were untouched, and not even considered by all the previous 8 chosen heroes who came before Elric. But not only did he want to choose these oddities, he also wanted all three of them, which was against the rules set by the gods. What's there to be surprised about? I have my reasons to choose these three. You chose me out of those millions of souls because you needed someone different to complete the mission, right? Well, these three are the ones I want. There aren't going to be alternatives, and I won't change my mind," Elric said with a firm and resolved tone. "Mortal, why must you choose these three abilities out of them all? There are many divine abilities that can make you very strong in a short amount of time. Not only will they save you a lot of time, they'll also help you create an influence in our world to the point where no empire or church will dare to declare an open war with you when you reveal your identity to the world. So why must you waste this chance on the most ignored divine abilities in the past 3,000 years?" Cravel decided to ask out of his utmost curiosity towards Elric's decision. As I said before, if it was anyone else who came before me, they'd definitely choose the other divine abilities. But I'm not them, and my circumstances are different from them, because none of them were going to hunted down by the entire world. Unlike them, I can't walk around people openly and declare that I'm the chosen hero of God of Darkness. There's no one coming to my aid, and no one is going to provide for me or look after me. Unlike the other abilities, these three can help me hide, survive, and become stronger behind the shadows, and no one will notice or try to uncover my identity," Elric explained. His reasoning was right, as none of his predecessors were in the same situation as him, and this made him consider his options based on practicality than just becoming stronger in a short time. Besides, you still don't know the potential of these three divine abilities at all. Let me put it in simple words. Though they're all complicated and hard to complete mastery over, the number of outcomes I can achieve are simply unimaginable. Not only they can help me get stronger bit by bit without raising the suspicion of the others, but they will also ensure my survival to the most degree. Something I need the most after I enter your world. Trust me, I know what I'm doing," Elric replied, refusing to go into too many details. Only he knew exactly what potential did these three divine abilities had. Ability absorption was one of the most meta abilities he had seen in hundreds of novels, mangas, and animes. Of course, who didn't know about a 35-year-old guy getting reincarnated as a slime in another world with a similar ability just like ability absorption, which helped him get stronger by devouring his enemies and monsters, and reach to a level where even the strongest beings in that new world had to acknowledge him and even slightly be wary of him. Of course, he was thinking about Rimuru Tempest from that time I got reincarnated as a slime. So when he saw ability absorption, the first thing Elric thought was how lucky he was, and he had already hit the jackpot. But to put an icing on the cake, he saw the second divine ability, Dimensional Law. Any anime fan who watched Naruto and had enough information about it knew of one guy who put the entire world at a war just by himself. And he possessed the same ability similar to Dimensional Law, which would allow him to have one part of his body exist in a separate dimension. So when his enemies attacked him, he'd simply face them head on and take hits even straight at his heart, just to have enemies' weapon pass right through him, while he used that opportunity to kill his enemies by catching them off guard. Elric thought of none other than Abido Uchiha from Naruto Shippuden. But the awesomeness of Dimensional Law didn't end here. This divine ability allowed him to open a crack in the void and hide in it for the time being. And with time, as his mastery progressed, he could also travel inside the void and exit out of it somewhere else. So in simple words, There was no actual place that could completely trap him, or a place he couldn't enter with this divine ability. For example, he could get out of prison whenever he wanted or get inside a highly protected castle to kill someone, and no one will ever find him. Obviously, Elric won't be able to achieve such results with his non-existent mastery over space and time law, but with time he could envision himself achieve that feat as well. And to fill your stomach with delicious food, there was the third divine ability, synthesis. Since Elric wasn't going to have an OP system like many protagonists, who get reincarnated in another world which would guide them, help them become stronger, and give them rewards like epic swords or equipment, create stuff out of nowhere and things that shouldn't belong in that world based on its settings such as culture, technology, and scientific advancement, he needed a way to ensure his safety and find a reliable way that won't just help him become stronger, but rather way too OP. And synthesis was offering him just that. By using ability absorption, he could gain both physical abilities and magical skills of his targets. But that's all there ever will be. He will naturally have to look for way too stronger enemies to learn badass abilities and skills. And they will vary from each other as well. But with synthesis divine ability, not only could he merge the abilities he already learned, but he could also use it to merge different beings. For example, he could simply kill a monster, gain their abilities, and then later use that monster to merge with another monster to create his own version, which will not be any weaker than the former, rather even more powerful. And Elric felt that these creations of his would naturally be loyal to him. Otherwise, synthesis would not be called a divine ability if his own creations tried to kill him instead. With this ability, not only he could create a small army of monsters or people for him, he could also create new beings which he may need to do a specific task or job which required them to have a specific type of skills and physical advantage. In the future, he could just create an OP army of his creations with time which could become comparable to the army of shadow soldiers of a certain Korean hunter. All Elric needed was just time to get stronger and experiment with these abilities. He naturally believed that this wasn't the only use of these three divine abilities. This was more likely just the cover of the book, and there would be far many more applications and different uses that remained to be explored. Compared to the other divine abilities, these were not as easy or convenient as other divine abilities, but the potential was simply unimaginable. And if he were to fight someone like Demon God on even terms, he needed not only just one form of power, but everything he could find and make use of in the world of Antihero. If he wanted to stay alive at the end of the fight, that is, because all the predecessor chosen heroes of the 12 gods had already made it obvious that they all failed to kill him no matter how strong they had become. Elric didn't believe that all of them were stupid and ran into a fight to the death with the demon god without preparing beforehand about every single aspect of the battle and how they were going to emerge victorious. At this time, he finally decided to speak up. Even if I were to comply with your decision, I still need to remind you that you can only choose 2 divine abilities. Not more than that. To his reply, Elric gave him an expression of pity instead. Are you stupid? He was startled, and then the next second, he was enraged. What did you just say? Do you think I won't torture you for the end of time just because I have no choice but to choose you as my chosen hero? Jod spoke angrily. To his spine-chilling voice, Elric replied, think about it. You said that this is probably going to be the last chance the gods have to kill the demon god before he becomes a full-fledged god like you. So do you really believe that the other gods are going to keep their word and give only 2 divine abilities to their heroes? For all I know, they'd be giving them at least 4 to 5 divine abilities just to increase their winning chances. After all, whichever god's hero kills the demon god, she would become the entire world's savior. And that would bring fame to that god's name. Fame big enough to have many living beings in the world to start worshipping that god. So obviously they won't be holding back. Don't tell me you gods are bound to keep your word for a verbal pact. Haha! Elric explained his reasons for calling Dia stupid, and even the god of darkness was left speechless, suddenly realized that Elric was right. Given the fact that this was their last chance, no one was going to hold back no matter how much they wanted to honor their pact. And like Elric said, the winner would be literally worshipped by the entire world, and the god who brought them would become the entire world's most famous and worshipped god. Even for someone like God of Darkness, who was hated and now forgotten by the entire world, this could bring back his former glory overnight. He too was tired and irritated by the constant mockery and banters of the other gods because of the actions of his previous chosen hero. And kill them just as they could not kill him. So he wanted to say suck it to them as well. This was also a great opportunity for having one up on all the other gods. But he wasn't a fool. He looked at Elric and said, 3 should be the maximum amount of divine abilities you should choose, because these abilities will be embedded into your soul and need a fraction of your soul essence to keep functioning. With time, your soul will get stronger in our world, but so will the consumption of soul essence. any more than 3 divine abilities, and it'll adversely affect your soul and your future strength. Since the other gods aren't any knowledgeable about death and souls like me, I'm sure those idiots will give 4 to 5 divine abilities to their heroes. God replied as a grin appeared on his face because of the fact that other gods were going to suffer a huge misfortune. He liked the idea of it. Fine. I agree with you. You can have all 3 of these, Ja said, and the 3 house-sized monoliths exploded into millions of pieces and 3 orbs of pure energy came out of them. All 3 of these orbs quickly came in contact with Elric's soul form and started merging with him. In just a minute, they completely merged with his soul form and no traces of them were left. They all had completely unified with Elric. Now, it is time for us to prepare your body, and then you can enter Vantria, Yu said with a little bit of excitement. But just when he was about to speak again, Elric spoke again. Wait. Elric looked towards Cravel this time and asked, aren't you going to give me something as well? Elric asked, what? Why would I give you something mortal? Hasn't my liege already given you 3 divine abilities? Cravel asked in a puzzled tone. That's not enough. Given the dire situation we're in, it'll hardly help me out. Or is it that you don't want to help me? Don't tell me all your grand display of loyalty and respect is just for the show, and you don't want to help in your liege getting back to his glory days? Elric asked in a provocative tone. He questioned Cravel's loyalty with the purpose of riling him up. What did you say, mortal? Cravel was angered to his core. Even red fumes were coming out of his glowing red eyes from inside of his helmet. I'm just saying, if it was anyone else in your position, they would have offered to provide extra help for their master without a question. I'm just surprised that you didn't, Elric said as a look of disappointment appeared in his eyes. He shook his head. You dare? I'll show you my loyalty towards my liege. Don't look down on me, mortal, Cravel said as he regained his composure. And in the next second, 6 different ancient symbols of different sizes and colors appeared in front of Cravel and started moving towards Elric, who was in his soul form. Quickly all these ancient symbols started entering inside him, and one by one, they appeared around different parts of his soul form, as if they were some ancient runes engraved on his body. The next second, Elric's mind received the information about what exactly were these ancient symbols, and what did he actually receive. Holy fuck, Elric said to himself. He looked at Cravel with the utmost respect for the first time, because of the information he received also informed him about who Cravel was. Elric only knew that Cravel was a demigod, but nothing more than that. But after he received the information in his head, he finally found out the true title of Cravel. Elric now finally understood that the being wasn't just some lackey of God of Darkness, but a being who would be respected and feared from no matter where he went. The ancient symbols were actually blessings that were bestowed upon Elric. Through their description, he saw the name, Cravel, the war deity. Author's note. I know that few chapters have been stretched far longer than needed, but this is the only chance I'll get to set a proper background for everyone, and the why so that readers can understand why would any character act and behave the way they're going to, such as our protagonist for example. A lot of details and references were shared on the divine abilities, because I wanted the readers to get a hint at what they should expect or what's to come on the menu. But no worries there won't be any outstretched talks or reasoning explained for the plots. Donate a power stones and golden tickets to this poor author, if you liked the story, so far stares, with sparkling puppy eyes. Chapter 9. The Arrival. Yes, the war deity. The god Mutafrigan war deity. The being standing in front of him was the one who reached the level of a demigod by mastering all forms of war, all types of weapons, and all types of combat techniques. Otherwise, he wouldn't have earned that title at all. If there was a title of god of war, Cravel would be it. As soon as Elric came to know Cravel's real identity as the war deity, he started looking at him differently. As someone who grew up reading books about great warriors of their era on Earth, and then later getting hooked up on war-related novels and other forms of platforms, Elric had developed a form of respect towards such individuals. These were the real men. Elric diverted his attention towards the blessings he received, and he was left speechless again. Blessings of the war deity 1. WIR dominance, active emits an aura of dominance and supremacy 5 times stronger than the targeted enemy. No matter how strong or weak the targeted being is, the pressure and murderous aura will be sensed by all those who stand in the perimeter of the host. The area affected will keep increasing with an increase in the host's personal strength and emotions. 2. Weapon mastery, passive mastery over all weapons and things that could be used as a weapon. The mastery over all weapons existing in the world keeps increasing with the level of host's strength. Current level, a rank master level passive example. For swordsmanship, the host is already at a level of a swordmaster. Mastery levels, amateur, intermediate, expert, master, grandmaster, saint, deity. 3. Combat techniques mastery passive grants the user knowledge and experience over all forms of close combat techniques. Also allows user to understand and copy any target's combat techniques after practicing them. Current rank, master in all known combat techniques by the war deity mastery increases only when the user practices and performs these techniques to meet certain understanding and experience. 4. Survival instinct passive grants the ability to sense extreme danger and killing intent directed towards the user. The range of this ability will keep increasing as the user gets stronger. Note: ability is upgradable and can be merged with other similar abilities. 5. Berserk Jun emote active allows user to achieve 5 times the physical strength and stamina for a short time. Note: not applicable to magical skills or mana capacity. The host will be in a weakened state, only having 30% of the user's strength for the next 24 hours after the activation period ends. 6. WIR deity body passive grants a body capable of becoming 2 times stronger than the previous stage every time the user goes through long and tiring battles and breaks the threshold of his capabilities. After going through the blessings he received, Elric simply forgot how to speak, because what Cravel gave him wasn't just mastery of weapons or abilities to dominate his enemies in battle. What he gave him was the biggest head start anyone will ever get if they were thrown into an unknown world. Elric was born with a weak body and never had physical training at anything, not even normal sports or self-defense techniques. He could hold a sword in a video game or in his dreams only. Hell, he didn't even know how to properly hold a sword either, without looking like an idiot or ending up hurting himself instead. Unlike what God of Darkness gave him through the 3 divine abilities he chose, these blessings wouldn't just help him become stronger or help him survive. Rather, they'd be far more useful than just gaining abilities or creating his army who will serve him. With these blessings, he'd save years of time spent on learning and practicing different types of weapons and how best to use them. Also, learning combat techniques was no joke. It took many people dozens of years to perfect them or reach just the rank of a master. But not only Elric would already have built-in knowledge and understanding of these, but he'd also be proficient right when he entered Vantria. He was already at master rank, which was way just unbelievable for a guy like him who never had an actual combat experience or killed anyone in his life. Survival instinct would help him sense if someone was targeting him from behind or following him from the shadows. That way he could be prepared to face a sudden attack or an ambush and might as well dodge a sudden arrow shot at his head. This was just too useful in his opinion. Survival instinct was something developed only by people with decades of experience in hunting or someone who had been through thousands of battles in their life. For someone like Elric, who would be hunted down sooner or later if the word of his true identity as chosen hero of God of Darkness were to be leaked, survival instinct would save his life on many occasions. Not on just the battlefield, but it will also alert him in random and normal places if someone far stronger than him was targeting or wanted to harm him based on their killing intent. He'd know whom not to fight with and simply need to run away for his life. And there was also Berserk God mode. Like the description implied, he'd be 5 times stronger for a short time, and it could save his life when he was truly in a pinch. Let's say somehow his dimensional law ability didn't work, or he couldn't escape inside the void for some reason, such as the surrounding area being sealed by spatial law or some type of barrier or formation. Elric would be left at the mercy of fate. But with Berserk God mode, he'd receive a huge spike in his strength, and it could be helpful enough to let him escape, or even face his enemy head on who could be much stronger than him. This was a life-saving cheat code indeed. And let's not even talk about War Deity Body. This thing would just make him a total Rex compared to other heroes of the other gods. Because whether he liked it or not, Elric would be put in situations where he'd need to fight someone in authority like forces of the Empire, or even people from the church operating in that empire given his identity. He could see himself clashing against the other chosen heroes in the future, because they too would be well informed about the act of his predecessor, the 8th chosen hero of God of Darkness. So these heroes will naturally think of him as someone serving the evil or someone they had to exact revenge upon for their predecessors. So, with the War Deity Body, he'd become twice as stronger every time he went past his limits, which naturally will require him to fight a lot of battles and go beyond his capabilities, and also will be on very rare occasions, most likely in the battle for life and death. But this can give him an upper hand over the other heroes in terms of physical strength alone, so it will also be extremely helpful in the near future. Elric finally broke out of his phased state and looked at Cravel again. He didn't hold any of his mocking or disappointed expression and said, "I take my words back." After saying so, he bowed towards Cravel with utmost sincere expression. Cravel was left with a puzzled expression again inside his helmet. This mortal was questioning his loyalty towards his liege not a minute ago, and now retracted his statement and bowed half his body in front of him. Cravel, who was of the size of 5 stories building at the moment, could see Elric's way of showing respect. God of Darkness humphed slightly without showing the jealousy he was feeling, because Elric didn't do that to him so far at all. Instead, he said, "Fuck off, bastard, motherfucker, stupid, moron," and many things he forgot to count. And because of this, Cravel was happy with Elric again. He said, "Stand up." No need for such formalities. Anyway, did you like my blessings? Cravel asked without masking the smugness in his tone. Elric simply nodded like a puppy in response. Well then, here's something else. It's not a blessing, but some of my knowledge you will find very useful while venturing inside Vantria, Cravel said. Soon, a divine formation appeared over Elric's soul form, and light made of different and bright colors descended towards his head. Elric started processing the gift he received. As he opened his eyes, he was again left with a joyful expression on his face. What he received wasn't any ability or skills. For the first time, he received a form of information and knowledge that he would be needing no matter where he went. Knowledge of all languages in the world of Vantria. Elric had worries about this from the beginning, just that he didn't speak about it at all. He was going into a different world, where existed different cultures, races, species, different regions, and things he didn't even know about yet. So naturally, this world wasn't going to be someplace where everybody for some reason spoke in English. He was certain that God of Darkness and Cravel weren't talking with him in English either, as their gestures and body language acted very differently in accordance with their words and tone. They were using some type of magic or conversed with him using a telepathic connection. Many manga and novel authors always skip this part in their work. In their stories, even the most ancient civilizations which existed tens of thousands of years ago also spoke in English, as if this wasn't a different world, but a Hollywood movie where even Wakandans spoke in English despite having their own mother tongue. What Cravel gifted him had saved tons of trouble, as not only he would be able to converse with people inside Vantria, he'd be able to communicate with, understand all the residents and species existing that resided in those regions. This also included understanding various types of languages, whether in form of verbal speech or writing, so he won't be lost in the world if he went somewhere unknown. After calculating everything that has happened so far ever since his reincarnation, Elric found himself extremely lucky. He was going to get another chance at life despite him refusing and wanting to die again. Neither was he randomly thrown into a different world without any prior knowledge, nor suddenly woke up inside someone else's body. He was given a choice to even choose in which way he was going to enter inside Vantria. And unlike hundreds of reincarnated people in the stories he read, he was actually clear on his goal and how he will make his approach. Although he wasn't given some OP system or someone like Soul Remnant of some heaven-defying monster's will to accompany him on his journey, he still had the option to choose his divine abilities, and had the time to plan how he will ensure his survival. He received enough superficial information about Vantria and how things work there, and what not to do if he wanted to stay alive. Cravel's blessings gave him the biggest head start, and also an upper hand against those who will be or already were summoned inside the world of Vantria. So he can fight against them as well, if the situation arose. After evaluating everything happened so far, Elric was content and truly happy. It felt like fate or destiny, whatever it was called, tried to make amends for his former life which he didn't find worth living at all. This time, he was given the choice in which way he will live his new life. Elric wanted nothing more than freedom and control over his own fate. He looked at God of Darkness and Cravel and said, "I'm ready." God of Darkness and Cravel both nodded at him. "Have you thought of how your new body should look like? After we're done with that, I can send you inside our world." Joe asked. Elric then started giving him specifications of his new body, and after 1 hour of going over every minute detail and many redos, Elric's final physical body was ready. For some reason, Cravel approved more of it while God of Darkness found it very lacking. Elric, on the other hand, was drooling over his new look, and the body he was going to live within his new life. From now on, Elric Johnson no longer exists. From now on, my name is Khan, Elric declared. A new name, a new life, he said with a newfound will to live. Suddenly yellow intrinsic patterns appeared on Elric's body, and were ingrained into it. They disappeared without a trace the next second. "He spoke. This is a link between you and me. Also the way for us knowing that you're still alive." "Let's do it," Elric said, ready to embark on his new journey. Unbeknownst to Elric, another red ancient and divine pattern appeared on his back but didn't emit any light. Both Jody and Cravel noticed it, but didn't speak, as if nothing happened, and it wasn't intentional. God of Darkness didn't waste any more time, and simply merged Elric's soul form with the newly created physical body. And after they were merged perfectly, he opened the very crack in the void from where he and Cravel entered inside the world boundary. "I'm sending you somewhere remote and safe. Somewhere other gods, archmages of empires, or popes of churches won't be able to detect your arrival. What happens from there will depend on you. And we won't be able to talk after this, unless you find a way to recreate monastery and temples for me again. And do remember the most important thing." God of Darkness paused his words and continued. "Trust nobody and never let your guard down," he had commanded in his firm and majestic tone, as if it was his decree. Elric nodded back in affirmation. He understood the importance of not revealing his secrets and relying on only himself more than the beings in front of him. Pack exerted a form of gravitational pull on Elric, now Khan. inside the world of Antihero, in a deep jungle unknown. A small void crack appeared 5 meters above the ground, covered with dark green and lush grass. Suddenly, a naked body of a man jumped down from the void crack and landed on his right knee and right fist on the ground, stabilizing himself in just a second. Finally. Chapter 10. Let the hunt begin. Who could this be other than Khan? Elric's new body. Now Khan was something he always dreamt of and wanted to have in his ideal standards of a physical body. He was 6 feet 3 inches tall, normal white skin tone, same as his previous life. He had an angled, but somewhat wider jaw. His face was well proportioned and very handsome. He had bulging muscles and six-pack abs. Unlike his previous life, this time his hair color was completely black and not brown. They were smooth, soft and wavy. His hair was done from the right side from his perspective. They were long but not till his shoulder length long either. His eyes were black, unlike his former life where they were blue. It was to not stand out, or being assumed as someone from a particular region, because blue eyes were always the most noticeable part of particular countries or regions. Black hair and eye color was very universal on the other hand. Author, take down notes, boys. If you want six-pack abs without working out, all you have to do is commit suicide and get reincarnated. Thanos, a small price to pay for salvation. His build was very balanced. His upper body had wider shoulders and big arms. His chest was big enough to align well with his build. His forearms were well proportioned as well, while the legs matched that of an athlete. From his appearance, he looked around 25 to 26 years old. Someone who would have a bodybuilding background or someone who trained for gymnastics. His facial structure was something that would be very striking no matter where he went. He chose to base it on the combination of both Bruce Wayne, a Batman, and Dick Grayson, a Nightwing, two of the most handsome fictional characters he ever came across in his past life. Not too manly but not too handsome either. That way he could look like someone not to be messed with, and not too broody or serious either. So both younger and older people could approach him. He chose this age and build because of many reasons. Mainly because he didn't like, or more likely detested, stories where is reincarnated inside a 15-year-old kid who somehow can stand toe-to-toe against adults and people who train for their entire lives thanks to the almighty plot armor. He was 30 years old in his former life, for God's sake. Naturally, he wouldn't want to look like a kid again, and 30 or more would also make him look like a middle-aged person, which would stop him from entering some places or mix in a circle of youngsters. So 25 was the ideal age for appearance in his opinion. Khan was brimmed with life and joy. He could finally feel the sensation of having a body again. He could feel the chill in the air and the breeze going past him. He smelled the earthly scent in the air. This was the time of early morning, so the sunrise brightened up his surrounding. He took a deep breath and finally felt alive. He didn't know how long it had been since he died on Earth. Maybe years or decades, or even thousands of years. But he didn't care about that now. This was going to be the world he would live in from now on. This was his second chance at life. Wait, I don't have a single cloth on my body. Khan exclaimed and suddenly shouted, looking towards the sky. You damn cheapskate of a god. You couldn't even give me some clothes? God of darkness, my ass. They should call you God of beggars instead, Khan said furiously. God of darkness was very pitiful. But he quickly came to terms with it. It wasn't the most important thing now. Well, based on average story, pattern of a reincarnation novel and mangas. I will soon find some lone traveler in the jungle who is being chased by monsters, or some princess who is either being attacked by bandits or have people chasing after her. Which one will it be? Khan spoke to himself and started looking around. But in the next moment, he heard a very grim and deathly growl from behind him. And the survival instinct ability kicked in, giving him goosebumps on his entire body. The growl felt like it belonged to some wild beast. A predator at that. Khan turned his head around and saw what was standing just 5 meters behind him. 3 giant wolves, around 7 feet tall. Their eyes were completely red, and their pupils looked like they were focusing on their prey. 2 of them had a mix of black and white fur, while the one standing in the front had completely red fur. It looked like it was the leader of the pack. These 3 wolves were prying at Khan, trying to gauge how strong their morning breakfast was. To their surprise, Khan was already having beads of sweat falling from his forehead. All he could do is say one word. Fuck. Amidst a vast and dark green forest, a naked man ran without the care of having onlookers like an exhibitionist. Not like he wanted to, but he simply didn't have time to look for clothes or something to cover him. Behind the man ran 3 golden retrievers, 3 wolves. Khan was running for his life as the 3 giant wolves ran behind with full murderous intent in their eyes and hunger in their stomachs. This was not the welcome Elric, now Khan had imagined. WTF, that's not how a protagonist of a story is introduced in a new world. That damn fucker set me right in front of a pack of wolves. Khan cursed God of Darkness for having an extremely bad timing to send him into Antihero. But to no avail, all he could do was run off for his life. Khan thought it'd be an easy job to kill monsters like they do in novels and mangas, but damn, these monsters weren't easy to defeat at all. The three wolves behind him were seasoned veterans. When he tried to run in any direction, one of them would close his way to exit, and another one would close off the other possible route Khan could take. And the leader of this trio was even fiercer. The red wolf didn't stop trying to go for the kill every time it attacked Khan. Every move was done in a way to finish off its prey in a single sweep. Khan was truly cornered because of their excellent teamwork. Now he understood how lethal just a pack of wolves was. Nothing like how they show in novels, mangas and animes, where an inexperienced MC easily kills off an entire pack just using some lame magic skill or a single swing of his sword. These things knew how to hunt. If not for his extremely well-toned body full of muscles and agile build, Khan would be barbecued by these wolves already. The trio kept running after Khan, and Khan kept running like Usain Bolt. Only when Khan came near a cliff did he stop. Fuck. No way around it. Wait, did they just intentionally lead me here? Khan asked himself. Because this was indeed a great strategy. Because whether the wolves killed him, or he jumped down, Khan was bound to die and wolves were bound to enjoy a delicious meal. Khan glared towards the wolves, mainly at the red wolf, who looked like the alpha. Khan knew he had war dominance aura to scare off his enemies thanks to the blessings given by Kravel, the war deity. But he didn't know exactly what was his strength level, and the wolves hunting him. There wasn't any status window here telling him what his level and stats were, and how strong his pursuers were compared to him. What do I do? Should I jump down instead? Khan asked himself, and took a look behind the cliff. Strong winds blew past his naked body, and he saw how tall the cliff was above the ground level at the bottom. Damn it, I'll definitely die. I jump from here. Khan had no other way to get out of his current predicament. There were many things he wasn't sure about. Like what if he even used both War Dominance Aura and Berserk God Mode together, and even that's still not enough to beat, or even escape from his opponents. These were wolves after all, not humans who would run out of breath after running extremely fast for some minutes. At this moment, the red wolf started walking towards Khan with a visible mockery on its face. They had already seen that Khan only looked big for a human, but not exactly brave or strong at all. Fuck it. Looks like I have no other choice. Though I don't know if I'll survive against these bastards, it's still better than jumping down. Khan finally decided to give it all to his only chance. Forget about killing the demon god, he looked like he couldn't even kill a damn wolf here. Khan didn't know how to activate his abilities yet, but he didn't feel like there wasn't something like a command word there either. Let's give it a try, he said to himself, and thought about him being superior and stronger than his enemy now. Khan remembered the part in the description of war dominance that it also depended on his emotions. Since he had been running like a coward all this time, he didn't think about using it this way. Khan calmed his mind, looked at the approaching red wolf. The other two wolves as usual covered his right and left side to not let him escape. Khan finally cooled down and thought about that one feeling he rarely felt in his past life. Feeling of power and absolute domination. Like bloody hell, I'm dying in this unknown place. I finally got my second chance. Nobody is taking it away from me. Khan shouted in his mind and raised his anger towards the approaching wolf. Suddenly, a black aura started exuding out of his body as Khan raised his will to kill the wolf in front of him to survive. It was kill or be killed for real this time. In just the next few seconds, the aura that covered him dimmed a lot, but it didn't disappear completely. Rather, the tangible pressure around him increased, as if gravitational force around Khan became much more dense and heavier. The red wolf faltered its footsteps and felt like something as heavy as a boulder had been placed on its body. Its hind legs started giving out, and its back arched down as well. It looked towards Khan again, only to find him hard to look at. The red wolf felt like Khan was no longer the meek prey, but something that was going to hunt them instead. But it tried to defy this pressure, and forced itself to walk towards Khan again. It was just 5 meters away from its prey now. Khan was stunned. Damn it, it's not enough, he yelled in his mind. What about the combat techniques? I can't find a way to activate them either. Where the fuck is my game system, dude? Khan cursed in his head. The war dominance aura he was excluding wasn't strong enough to completely suppress the enemy in front of him. He also had the knowledge of all combat techniques given by Kravel, but he simply didn't know how to use or activate them. Don't tell me that they'll activate when I try to fight with this wolf for real, like how real warriors fought in battle, and there's no command or way to perform these combat techniques, Khan thought. If this was the only way, then he had no other choice but to seek out his enemy in a frontal clash. Berserk God Mode, Khan shouted and dashed towards the red wolf which was trying to attack Khan, unlike the other two wolves who couldn't tolerate the pressure of his aura, and had slumped down on the ground. Khan ran towards the red wolf and quickly covered the distance between them. The red wolf bared his sharp claws and swung his left claw towards Khan's chest. At this moment, however, Khan felt like something happened to his own body. The moment he thought about going in Berserk God Mode, he felt like his muscles suddenly gained double the strength. His feet felt like they could move much faster, and as the claw of the red wolf was coming towards him, he gained a form of perception, and his reflexes were twice faster than before. and slid below the upcoming claw, and quickly gave an uppercut towards the red wolf's mouth. Damn! The red wolf got struck in the jaw and lost its balance. It was already fighting against the pressure from Khan's dominance aura, and as he was struck hard in its mouth, it lost the balance. This was just enough to make it fall on the ground. Thump! The wolf fell. Khan on the other hand felt like his fist nearly broke. Even in Berserk God mode, which would make him 5 times stronger for a short amount of time, this barely met the mark to just land a solid hit on the red wolf. This means he was very weak against these monsters to begin with. Khan quickly hit the fallen wolf on its head and groped its neck in a chokehold. His muscles and veins were popping out of his body, and he felt like he was on a huge adrenaline spike, but his brain also told him that this was just temporary. Khan mustered all his strength, and used all his force on trying to snap the struggling wolf's neck. The wolf wriggled around with Khan on its body and tried to bite him with its large and long fangs, struggling to get out of Khan's arms. Ah! Khan shouted and used all his strength to break the wolf's neck. Crack! The wolf whimpered for the last time before its body slumped down on the ground, dead on the spot. Suddenly, a ding notification sound appeared in Khan's head. Khan, on the other hand, didn't pay any attention to it, and quickly ran towards the wolf that was covering his left escape route. He came close to the already slumping wolf, and joined both of his hands in a joint fist, and quickly slammed it on the wolf's head with all his might. A cracking sound was heard from the wolf's head, and blood started leaking out of its ears and mouth. Khan was already on his last arrow. He knew he didn't have any more time. He gathered his remaining strength and ran towards the last remaining wolf, which was covering his right exit route. Khan could feel his strength running out already, but he kept running and came close to the wolf, which was finally somehow started resisting against Khan's dominance aura. No, you don't! Khan yelled and jumped with all his strength in his legs, and performed a downside kick like how they showed in martial arts movies. Bang! The kick landed right between the wolf's skull and broke it in half. Blood splattered on the ground, and Khan, who didn't time his landing and footing properly, also lost his balance and fell down. I did it! Khan shouted as his body slumped on the ground, and he lost all the strength in his body. Only now did he realize how much toll did the Berserk God mode took on his body. Currently, he didn't even have enough strength to lift his head up or change the side of his body. He was laying down in the grass and soil. He could feel the soil in his face and back as small pebbles were hurting his body. Barely made it. Khan came to realize how big of a close call this was. Any second later, and he'd be ripped to shreds by that last wolf which was lying just a meter close to him, its blood still leaking out of its smashed head. Fuck, this hurts! Khan could feel his entire body under immense pain. Mainly both of his fists, and his right leg he used to kick the last wolf. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the following abilities for the first time. War Dominance Combat Techniques Berserk God Mode War Deity Body. The host has learned Chokehold, Vertical Stomp, and Joint Fist Combat Techniques. Current mastery for these 3 the combat techniques, 30% on master rank. War Deity Body will undergo an upgrade after the host is no longer under weakened state. There you are. Chapter 11. First Ally. Khan heard all the notifications inside his head. He already expected something like this to happen when he killed the red wolf and heard the ding sound in his head. To his surprise, Khan not only learned how to activate War Dominance aura in Berserk God mode, but he also broke through the current threshold of his capacity, and already went past his limits to meet the conditions to unlock his War Deity Body. This means he will be twice stronger when he recovered his strength again. The very first encounter Khan had in Vantria, as soon as he entered, was a life or death battle, and he barely managed to survive. Who knew if he ended up dying here? Would anyone ever know or care? He died just a nameless death. Again. Khan tried to focus his mind again on these notifications in his mind. There was no system panel or screen board for him to check these notifications in a list or scroll through them one by one. It was as if this system was part of his consciousness itself and somehow acted like his mind when he thought about it. Tell me more. He tried commanding it. 3 dead bodies found near the host. The host is advised to use ability absorption divine ability and raise his strength. Also, the host can use synthesis divine ability to merge 2 of these entities to create a subordinate. The host must salvage and eat the cores situated near the hearts of these 3 entities. The robot-like voice stopped, informing Khan about his accomplishments and what he could do to recover and get strong. Cool. At least I have some sort of guide for at least basic stuff and reminders, Khan said as he went to sleep due to exhaustion. 6 hours later, Khan opened his eyes and looked around. He was still in that same place, and the bodies of the 3 wolves were lying in the same places where they died. Khan finally felt like he had the strength enough to get up. He stood up from the ground and walked towards the red wolf. He remembered the notifications he had before he fell asleep. He looked towards the body of the red wolf. He still could not believe that happened just this morning. He glanced at the body with a look of exacting his revenge. Well, how the turntables. He smirked and gloated about his victory, which he barely achieved by a hair's breadth. Well then, time to eat. He was going to use ability absorption on the red wolf because it felt like the leader of the pack, and was obviously much stronger than the others. Absorb, Khan commanded as he mentally thought about acquiring its abilities. Host needs to touch the specimen first, the voice in his mind replied. Ah, my bad. He touched the body of the red wolf and imagined absorbing its abilities. Suddenly, some sort of suction force was exerted from his hand, which was touching the red wolf, and in just a matter of seconds, the body of the red wolf looked drained out of the blood, and the claws and fangs it had were reduced to nothing, as if they were sucked inside something. Ding! Ability absorption, divine ability unlocked. The host has acquired the following abilities: Alpha Wolf's Claw, Alpha Wolf's Howl, Long Stride, Hunt, Perception, Predator's Eyes, Synthesis, divine ability unlocked. Predator's Eyes ability synthesized and merged under War Dominance to increase its effectiveness. The host will be able to exude a predatory intent towards the target when using War Dominance aura. Khan was truly surprised. Not only did he learn physical abilities, like the first three mentioned, but he also acquired the innate skills of a wolf like Hunt, Perception, and Predator's Eyes, which would prove useful for him to survive inside this jungle for the time being. By now, there was nothing left inside the body of the red wolf but its bones. All the meat and blood was gone. Only its hide was left completely untouched, and a red orb-like thing which, according to the inner system inside Khan's head, was the core. Khan thought of using Wolf's Claw, and both his hands turned pitch black. His nails started growing from his fingers at a fast pace. They were no longer just nails but claws at this point. Khan felt like he indeed turned into something else than just human. He saw this coming, and didn't waste any more time overthinking about it. He tore through the hide from various places to use it to cover up enough parts of his body for now. It was already around evening, so he needed something to cover himself up. And since these three wolves were very big to begin with, just this red wolf's hide was enough to cover his waist like a towel, and also something he could use to cover his shoulders. Khan took the core out of the body. It was completely clean, not even a single drop of blood on it. He remembered the system voice telling him to must eat it to get stronger. Currently, he barely had the strength to walk because he used Berserk God mode earlier, so he had to regain his strength and prepare for the night. He had to keep himself safe, so having more strength was a must. He gulped down the reddish orb-like thing which sized around the thumb of a grown man. Suddenly, he heard more sounds in his mind. Monster core absorbed and assimilated with host's body. Mana capacity increased by 5 points. All physical attributes raised by 1 point. Khan felt a bit of his strength recovered, just very minute at the moment because he was in a weakened state. He wrapped the hide around his waist and leftover around his shoulders like a scarf. He walked towards the bodies of the other two wolves and dragged them towards each other. How do I merge them? He asked the system in his mind. Host must place his hands on both specimens. Host is advised to keep at least one core intact in the original bodies to get a better success rate and stronger specimen. What if I keep both of the cores during the procedure? Khan asked. In such case, the resultant creature will unlock evolution ability, and such subordinate can be further merged with another subordinate, which also has unlocked evolution. Both these entities can be used to create a higher variant species and a more powerful subordinate. The system replied to his queries. Understood. By the way, will the resultant creature of synthesis be loyal to me, or at least won't attack me? Yes. Since subordinates are created for the sole purpose of aiding and protecting the host, they will be programmed to obey the host, and will always be ready to die to protect and serve the host. Khan got more information about synthesis divine ability now. He needed to learn and know about every advantage he had so he could stay alive in this forest for now. Can the system interact with outside things and aid me in any way? Khan asked out his final question, as he needed to understand the full capacities of the guide system he was given. No, the system cannot act outside of the host's body. It's only created to help the host to understand the working of his divine abilities and blessings. The system has no control over anything the host doesn't have physical contact with. The host is advised to rely on himself to become stronger and survive in the world. The system is only an interface created to guide the host through normal procedures and inform the workings of the abilities and skills. Khan now fully understood the extent of his inner system. Unlike some OP systems in the novels and mangas, his system was more of an assistant than some formidable external entity that could create stuff out of nowhere, help him copy knowledge just by touching a book, or had a shop to buy stuff from using some sort of point system. This was nothing but a program left inside his soul to help him gain a better understanding of his abilities and use them in the most efficient way. He had to rely on his brain and body while wandering in the world. Khan came close to both the dead wolves' bodies, placed his hands on both of them and said, "Merge." Unlike what Khan expected, nothing happened for the next few seconds. Khan wondered if he gave some wrong command or something. Just as he was about to speak again, a black shadow appeared under his palms and covered both bodies. And in the next few seconds, both these shadows stretched out and converged together. The bodies of the wolves were completely engulfed inside the shadow and disappeared, as if the bodies were absorbed by the shadow. For over a minute, the shadow kept wriggling around and finally, a four-legged creature started appearing. This creature was 7 feet tall, had complete black fur over its body and eyes completely red with black pupils in them. Congratulations to host for creating the first subordinate. The results of the synthesis are as follows. Name: unnamed species. Dire wolf abilities: sonic howl, predator's eyes, hunt perception, sprinter, dire wolf claws, shadow merge. Subordinate has inherited all the physical and mental traits of the specimens used during synthesis. Subordinate has unlocked evolution skill. It can be evolved further or merged with another subordinate. Host is advised to give it a fitting name. Great! Finally, I don't have to worry about something attacking me during the night, Khan said as he sighed in relief. Then he asked the system again. System, can you create an interface or panel to compare me and this wolf based on our strength levels and attributes? Yes. Commanded adjustments can be made, but comparison can only be done between the host and the subordinate. To create comparisons between external beings, the host must touch them or form physical contact. Here are the following statistics as requested by the host. Name: Khan. Host species: human level, 1 strength, 2 agility, 2 dexterity, 3 defense, 2 mana. 5 Name: unnamed species, dire wolf variant level, 10 strength, 25 agility, 20 dexterity, 20 defense, 10 mana. 15 Comparison, made based on the physical state before the host underwent weakened state. Khan was left speechless. Only now did he fully understood how close he was to death. If not for war dominance Aura suppressing the wolves and his berserk god mode giving him the strength to kill them, he would be dead for sure. Because all the 3 wolves were at least level 5 compared to him, and the new synthesized wolf was created using 2 complete bodies and their cores, so it was twice stronger than them, and even a higher version of wolves called the dire wolves. Just imagining what would happen if Khan had fought against the wolf standing in front of him instead. This gave him goosebumps with just the thought of it. He was lucky that this wolf was his underling instead. He came close to the giant dire wolf, placed his palm on its head and spoke. Since I already killed that alpha wolf, and I'm not an idiot to call you Kuro, Wolfie or Feru just because you're black and are a wolf, from now on your name shall be Omega. Ding! Congratulations to the host for naming his first subordinate. The loyalty of the subordinate towards the host increased by 50%. The system voice rang and informed Khan. What's this loyalty increase about? Aren't they already loyal to me? He asked. It's a specific condition to unlock a special skill between the host and the subordinates, replied the system. Good. If naming them helps raise their loyalty, then I'll have to be creative and thoughtful, Khan said and patted Omega's head like petting a dog. Omega sat down in front of Khan and bowed his head without looking Khan in the eyes. It felt as if Omega was submitting himself and acknowledged Khan as its master. The next moment, Khan felt a sort of connection towards Omega, as if the wolf was an extension of his own body and consciousness. Do you understand what I'm saying? Khan asked Omega to check whether his guess was right. Omega nodded in response and stood back up. Good. Now go and hunt something I could eat. Not too big and meat shouldn't be too hard to chew, Khan commanded Omega. Since he was under the weakened state, as a repercussion of using the berserk god mode, he barely had the strength to walk, and could not go to find something to eat. He thought about having something to eat first, because he had no energy left in him, and meat was the best source to regain strength. After Omega ran off towards the bushes and completely disappeared out of his sight, Khan called to the system again. System, can you help me create fire? Khan asked curiously. What am I, your mother? Do it yourself. System replied with banter instead. Wait, say that again? Host is advised to rely on himself. System cannot help the host in such tasks. The robotic voice was back again. This made Khan doubt if System was a living being as well, but he didn't dwell on the matter and walked towards the close-by tree and broke their branches. He found a thin but sturdy branch, which he could use to rub on other thick branches. This was basically Bear Grylls from Envious Wild. After failing for an hour, and barely managing to generate enough heat on the wood to create smoke, and then using dry leaves to fan it out to create fire, finally Khan managed to create his campfire. It was already evening, and the night was beginning. He judged that it would be around 6 p.m. based on the position of the sun. Thankfully, he had a way to keep himself warm and protected for the night. In half an hour, Omega finally returned with 4 rabbit-like things in its mouth. These things looked more like a combination between rabbits and mongoose, with red and green stripes on their bodies. This was the first unfamiliar creature Khan saw in Vantria. Khan could see that these little things had a lot of meat on them, so he found that sufficient for the night. Khan activated his wolf claws and dissected these little creatures. He had to dirty his hands if he wanted to eat. After cutting out the flesh and throwing away the entrails, he walked towards the nearby stream to wash it clean, Omega being on guard duty and keeping an eye around. After they got back, Khan poked in some thin branches inside the meat parts and grilled them on the campfire. Smelling the scent of freshly grilled meat, even Omega started salivating and started using puppy eyes towards Khan. Khan was stunned. This thing was a damn wolf, an apex predator, but now it was acting like a cute little doggy as soon as there was grilled meat in front of it. Wasn't this supposed to be some magical creature he created? Did it really need to eat? Khan sighed and continued grilling. When he was finally done, he took the meat of 2 rabbit-like animals and gave the rest left from the remaining 2 to Omega. They both needed the food to have enough strength for tomorrow. After filling his stomach till he was completely full, Khan went back to the stream and drank the water from the current. He could only hope that the meat he ate was edible and won't cause him food poisoning instead. Khan returned to their campsite and rested his back against the tree. He finally felt the tiredness wash over his body and felt like falling asleep soon. Omega was resting near him and had its ears perked up, ready to react if something approached them during the night. Khan gazed towards the night sky, looking at the clear and bright stars. This was his first day in Ventria. He already had a near-death experience, made an ally, and now enjoying the view of the night he barely saw in his previous life. The whole forest under the moonlight looked very serene. Resting his eyes, Khan said to himself, "Let's see what tomorrow has in the store for me." Chapter 12. The Big Hunt. In a dense forest full of tall and broad trees, a group of animals that could be called a mixture between deer and a predatory beast were eating grass peacefully. But unbeknownst to these creatures, there were 2 sets of eyes looking towards them from a distance. One of them was a giant wolf with a full pitch black fur on its entire body, while another was a man wearing a dark red hide around his waist. Both of their eyes looked as if they were here to kill everything that stood in front of them. Khan and Omega were using their hunt perception ability. While using it, Khan's pupils dilated, and he gained a more detailed and zoomed view of his targets. He could see the heat signatures of his prey from 20 meters far and even feel which one of the creatures had all their muscles completely relaxed. "You take the left and I'll draw their attention. Attack as soon as I appear in front of them, and take down the one closest to the tree. Understood?" Khan looked towards Omega. Omega nodded and left without causing any unnecessary noises which could alert their targets. Khan silently progressed towards the herd by crouching through tall grass on both of his hands and legs like a 4-legged animal would. He wasn't hasty nor clumsy. He looked like a tiger waiting for a perfect time to attack. Khan quickly activated his war dominance aura as soon he reached near the herd. Strong pressure of gravity was exerted around a 5-meter radius, and before these creatures could react, Khan pounced towards the nearest creature while activating his alpha wolf's claws and swung his right claw around the nape of the creature, which was caught off guard and couldn't even move under the pressure of war dominance. Bluish blood started flowing on the ground as soon as his claws pierced through the hide, which felt as tough as leather in a matter of seconds. This sudden attack alerted the other members of the herd, and they tried to run away the very next second. Khan had limited reach on the area he could cover under war dominance aura, so some of them had full control on their bodies and started running off, only to be attacked by a giant dire wolf from the opposite side. Omega was very vicious, unlike Khan. He didn't go for a swift kill, rather plunged his teeth inside their necks and ripped apart the head out of their bodies. Blue blood spurted like a fountain on the green grass, but the massacre didn't stop. Both Khan and Omega dashed towards their respective closer targets and attacked in a pre-planned manner. It was as if they had completely practiced their coordination. The massacre continued until there were 5 dead bodies on the ground. Out of the 9 of these creatures, 4 managed to escape while 5 went to heaven to meet their maker. "Phew, I guess we got lucky," Khan said, and put his right hand on one of the dead creatures. "Absorb. Host has acquired the following abilities: Sprinter, Panorama Vision, Wilker Hide." "Oh, so these are called Wilker?" Khan learned the name of the species through the system. He imagined himself having the same tough skin as the Wilkers, and his skin completely turned green like these creatures, and small spikes appeared all over his body. "Ugh, I look like Killer Croc now." Khan deactivated the ability and collected the core. Meanwhile, Omega was tearing out the flesh and entrails of the other bodies with his large fangs, as if he had been hungry for years. He only left out the cores for Khan and nothing else. Khan had already recovered, and now he was 4 times stronger than when it entered Vantria through the void. His war deity body had also completed its first transformation, and became twice stronger compared to before. And Khan also ate the cores of small animals Omega hunted in the morning. And according to the system, he was now level 2 and his body attributes and stats had doubled as well. Still, this was no excuse to be laid back and hope things will go in his favor. He still remembered vividly how he barely managed to kill the wolves yesterday, and survived by a hair's breadth. Otherwise, it'd be him who was torn through and gutted down by the pack of wolves. So he didn't wish to waste any time. Somehow, Omega had a proper understanding of which prey they could hunt with their capabilities and which ones they shouldn't. It was more like an innate sense of his dire wolf species. Thanks to that, Khan didn't dare to attack various types of animals and predators in the jungle out of his foolishness. If even Omega, who is now level 15, didn't dare take a step closer to these creatures, it'd be stupid of Khan to target these monsters. Khan gulped down 2 of these cores after rubbing off the blue blood on them. He was already accustomed to it now, and the gory scene in front of him didn't bother him at all. He kept the other 2 just in case he needed them later to either eat or use for some other purpose. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching level 3. Khan didn't check his stats and looked at Omega. Let's go. It's about time we hunt that damn snake, Khan said with fervor, his eyes looking like they were after seeking revenge against someone. Omega, who had his fill of meat and innards, nodded and arched down in front of Khan. Khan sat on its back, and they headed towards the north, where there was a broad valley full of boulders and water streams. After reaching midway, they both stopped and looked towards a big nest made out of tree logs and branches. Inside this nest, which was the same size as a tennis field ground, lied a giant snake-like creature sleeping soundly and basking in the rays of the sun. In between its wound-up body were 3 giant eggs with a golden color shell. In the morning, when Khan and Omega started their hunting spree, they made a rookie mistake of not gauging their target's strength. There was no strategy either. All they did was just waltz in and attack their target. But unlike the Wilkers they hunted just now, this thing was a true predator. Before Khan and Omega even appeared in a 15-meter radius, it sensed them and attacked them instead. To make the matters worse, it had greenish acid spraying out of its mouth, which melted a tree log as soon as it got hit. Khan and Omega had no other choice but to run off for their lives like chickens running away from a butcher. This creature had small horns protruding from its skull to the nape region, fangs and teeth of a snake, and blue eyes and black tongue. The body had extremely white scales which looked fortified in some regions like a saw. This time Khan had a proper strategy. It was not like killing this creature was a must, but he wanted that poison ability, which was very lethal. He could use it to kill his enemies and even melt some things like stone slabs or even a boulder if he needed to. He wanted this type of skill because he didn't think there'd be many creatures like this one in the forest. This wasn't just some random nobody either. This snake-like creature looked like the boss of this area, given how it was wide in the open, and there was not a single animal or another monster that appeared near 2 kilometers in this area. This was its turf. Even Omega wasn't strong enough to kill it. The reason why he didn't sense any threat the first time, because this creature could somehow mask its presence and appeared only big in size. But after looking at the giant eggs, Khan understood that this was a female protecting her eggs, and that's why it didn't exude a noticeable aura or killing intent. There didn't appear to be any signs of another one like this, so he had both advantage in numbers and ways to distract the creature. Khan and Omega looked towards a big boulder, which was sized the same as a house, and walked towards it. Luckily, this boulder was situated at a slope just in the direction of the nest. If they decided to push it from the edge, it would definitely roll down and hit the nest. Both Khan and Omega pushed the boulder with all their strengths after activating some of their brute abilities, and finally pushed and rooted out the boulder. They made sure to not cause loud grunting noises which could alert the creature again. Once they were finally done, both took a small rest while Khan planned his next move. If this was Earth, current Khan and his physical strength would make him as strong as Colossus from X-Men, who had a complete steel body. So moving this gigantic boulder with the help of Omega, who was already strong enough to destroy a giant truck in a head-on clash, was doable for them. Just like we did it last time. But we need to be accurate in our timing. I'll divert its attention and you push down the boulder. Just make sure you don't do it before it comes close to me, or our plan fails and it later hunts us both till our deaths. Understood? Khan asked Omega. Omega nodded its head in compliance. Khan activated his newly gained sprinter ability and ran with very fast and long leaps from time to time. He reached towards the entrance of the valley again. Khan stood there like he was going out on a war, facing thousands of people by himself, with his broad shoulders and muscular body standing tall. As soon as he entered the sensitive area of the snake-like creatures, the creature opened its eyes again and looked in Khan's direction. Hiss! The creature hissed at Khan, trying to scare him and telling him to stay away. But Khan didn't budge a bit. Instead, he activated his Alpha Wolf's howl ability and howled like a true wolf in the direction of the creature. The intensity and amplitude of this howl was so high that it caused ripples on the water that was flowing nearby. The next second, Khan activated his war dominance aura and stared straight into the eyes of the creature. This was a declaration of war. The creature was angered to its core, and finally lifted its complete body out of the nest. 10 meters tall snake-like monster with giant fangs stared at Khan with a look full of rage. It slithered in Khan's direction to attack him. Omega, be ready or we both die today, buddy. Khan spoke in a loud voice. He didn't expect the creature to be this big. The creature kept slithering towards Khan with a look of contempt and mockery, as if an elephant was looking at an ant. It didn't attack Khan hastily, rather examined him before making the final decisive attack. Khan then activated his sprinter ability again, and ran in the opposite direction, which made the giant snake follow him, as every big predator liked playing with their food. Only after running 500 meters away from his previous location did Khan stop. As soon as the serpent reached 10 meters of his proximity, he shouted. Now, on the other side at the top of the slope, Omega finally received the command. He was already ready. He quickly ran and slammed his body on the giant boulder to give the final push. Just as the boulder started rolling and gaining momentum due to the slope, the giant snake finally moved its head towards the direction of the noise and saw where the boulder was headed to the eggs. It slithered its way across the small boulders and the water stream in hurry and pace towards the nest, but it was very far because Khan had already let it at a distance far away. Hit them from where they can't see it. Khan grinned. It was all part of his plan. Naturally, he and Omega wouldn't be able to do jack shit against a creature this strong, so he had no other choice but to use this method. He quickly adapted from their previous encounter, understood the surroundings, and used the environment to his advantage. The creature paced towards the nest with all its might and finally managed to reach it. But what awaited it was a giant boulder with so much weight and speed that there simply wasn't enough time for the creature to engulf or wound up and take the eggs away. With no other choice, it had the only option to face the giant boulder with its body. It came in between the nest border, which was made up of tree logs, and put its entire body to stop the boulder, or the eggs would be smashed to the bits. It sprayed all its acid from the mouth at the incoming boulder, hoping that it'd melt just in time. Bang! A loud sound of two hard things banging against each other resounded in the area. Sadly, the creature overestimated its abilities and got smashed in the head with the giant boulder before it even started melting. Half of its body was squashed under the gigantic boulder as well. There was a defensive armor-like shell that appeared on its head in the last moment, clearly its life-saving ability. But even that wasn't able to protect the serpent, and its body lied just close to the nest, bearing all the brunt of the boulder and protecting its children at the expense of its life. Khan looked at the eggs. He clearly understood what his actions meant. He chose to use the maternal instinct of this giant serpent to protect its eggs, and to force it to face off that incoming boulder. It was the only way he could kill it. Otherwise, he naturally wouldn't dare to do it until he was at least 20 times stronger than his current strength. And he wouldn't use Omega to fight it out till its last breath either, just to gauge the serpent's strength. Khan was sure that given the appearance and aura this creature in front of him exuded, it was definitely many times stronger than them. The old him as Elric in his previous life would never do something like this no matter what, but in this world, in his second life, he had to do whatever he can to survive and become stronger. Just by how his strength grew after he killed monsters and ate their cores, there was a long journey of bloodbath ahead for Khan, so he had to put aside his feelings and heart and do what must be done. It was kill or be killed. Khan took a deep breath and came closer to the dead body. Only now did he notice that the creature was around 25 meters long, and the body width was that of a width of a small car. This wasn't your average day-to-day monster, rather a rare species. Khan placed both his hands on the ginormous body of the serpent. System, tell me about this creature. Khan commanded his inner system. Scanning completed. Information unlocked. Species, Samir. Description, a descendant species of one of the 5 ancient god beasts, the basilisk. Level, 40 abilities, venom acid, acute sense, paralysis gaze, poison immunity. Grandmaster S rank. Note: host is advised to absorb the abilities with the bloodline of this monster and must eat the core. To this information, Khan only stood still like a stone statue. Only after a dozen seconds, he broke out of his shock and shouted, "Holy fuck!" Chapter 13. The Regret. Gobsmacked, Khan's jaw hit the ground as soon as he heard the information. This wasn't just some higher version of a species, it was a descendant of an ancient god beast. Although Khan had no idea of what these god beasts were, but given the fact that the word god was in the name, it was enough to give him a clear idea of how strong that mythical creature might be. Even for a descendant, the Samir in front of him was already a very strong creature. If not for Khan using a despicable and underhanded method like using the kids to kill the mother, he possibly couldn't have done it, unless he had reached the same level as the one lying on the ground. Absorb. Khan spoke, and the ability absorption divine ability started working, but unlike the previous times, it took around 4 minutes to finally absorb the new abilities. But at the end of it, there was still 80% of the flesh and blood from the original body was left as it is. The system probably absorbed only that was enough and left the rest. Ding! The host has acquired the following abilities: poison, acid, paralysis gaze, poison, immunity, grandmaster rank, acute sense, Samir's scales, basilisk, bloodline absorbed, 30% purity. Note: acute sense merged under survival intent blessing. The accuracy of survival intent ability increased by 40%, and the range increased to 15 meters. Synthesis divine ability activated. Host can merge predator's eyes and paralysis gaze to create a new skill. Would host like to perform the synthesis? Synthesize, Khan said without a hitch. Synthesis complete. Host can now divert his killing intent towards a single target, and the target will be paralyzed on the spot, unable to move its body for the next 20 seconds. Works only on target weaker than the host. The host must name this first merge skill. Khan thought for a moment about the most fitting name. With this newly created skill, he could simply make anyone attacking him stop midway through their attack, paralyze them on the spot, and simply walk towards them, and end their lives under those 20 seconds. This was him simply executing his enemies. Executioner's Gaze. Congratulations to the host for creating the first skill. The efficiency of Executioner's Gaze increased by 50% and time extended to 30 seconds. Bloody hell! Khan shouted, and started laughing like the Joker. This new skill was just too OP. Imagine if he could upgrade this ability in the future and use it on multiple targets at the same time. He'd be able to face any ambush with ease. Even with just a single target, this could save his life if he were to fight someone who's attacking from a long distance like an archer, or attacked him from stealth like an assassin. Khan would be able to sense the attacker with his survival intent, and then use Executioner's Gaze to root them on the spot. This skill will definitely be one of his trump cards. After finally stopping his maniacal laughs, Khan activated and tried out Samir's Scales ability. Quickly, black hexagonal skin as hard as an iron shield appeared around all over his body, and the best part was that it was very lightweight and didn't hinder Khan's physical movements at all. This was by far his best defensive skill, because even Wilkerhide's skill put a lot of restrictions on his body parts with all the spikes and bulged out regions, which would become a problem if he was wearing any clothes and had to use this ability to protect himself. If he was forced to use it among a crowd, he'd be labeled as a monster or a mixed race. Khan wondered a bit and asked the system, "Hey system, this wasn't listed in the abilities of the Samir when you scanned it. So how did I get this ability?" Ability Absorption. Divine ability can extract all forms of physical and magical abilities, bloodlines of rare species and skills from any targeted being. Samir's Scales are its unique and exclusive physical ability, extremely rare even amongst other descendant species of god beasts. The scales can't be broken through even with Alpha Wolf's Claw's ability the host already has. This gave Khan another revelation. If they had not used the gigantic boulder's speed and weight while forcing the Samir to use its body to protect the eggs, they possibly would never have managed to kill it. Forget killing it. Both Khan and Omega's most offensive abilities and skills wouldn't have even left a scratch on the scales. Is the goddess of luck in love with me? Khan asked himself. First, it was the pack of wolves he luckily managed to kill just in time before his berserk god mode ended, and now this terrifying creature, which he couldn't have managed to kill even with all his attacking abilities without dying at least 100 times before he could even make it bleed. Oh my god! Is this the legendary plot armor? Khan asked himself, full of awe and disbelief, because given how things were going in his favor, whether it was keeping his life in the last moment or gaining abilities suitable and to his advantage given his current situation, there was definitely someone akin to a god helping him from behind the shadows. Author, Tips Imaginary Hat Year Days. View, Protagonist Haloha. He spoke to himself and then examined his body again. The scales covered many vital organs on his body such as his heart, his abdomen, neck region, and private parts. His shoulders and arms looked like Batman's batsuit from the Dark Knight, only with hexagonal patterns in his case. His entire body had become a walking and breathing armor. Apart from his face, he could cover his entire body in these ink-black yet shiny and lustrous scales, which even reflected the sun rays to some degree. Khan finally got a hold on his emotions and tore through the abdomen region of Samir, which wasn't covered by these scales, and took the core out of the Samir's heart. But unlike all his previous encounters with the monster, this core wasn't red, but violet in color and radiating a faint glow as well. System, what rank would the Samir be compared to all the monster species in your knowledge? Khan asked. He wanted to grasp exactly what level of monster did they luckily killed. According to System's database, the Samir would be ranked at legendary level, just below the mythical and god beast level. At this point, Khan grew numb and forgot to even breathe. What the fuck? Legendary level? Did I just pick a fight with a legendary monster and even manage to kill it without dying? Khan sat on the ground, completely out of his wits. For what it's worth, Samir in front of the host is only 50 years old. A fully matured Samir would be at least level 200 and around 500 years old. The host has lucked out. The system replied, trying to console Khan. Yes, extreme luck. Otherwise, even that boulder wouldn't have managed to kill it. Rather, the boulder would have cracked instead, if it was a matured Samir. Khan finally came to terms with his luck. Hey system, will there be any side effects if I eat it in one go? This core looks extremely high grade and powerful. I won't explode right after eating it, right? Khan asked. He wasn't stupid to eat out something that looked so powerful and full of magical energy. No. Ability Absorption. Divine ability will control the flow of the mana absorbed and distribute it inside the host without causing any side effects to the host's physical body. System informed Khan. Truly a cheat code. Khan sighed and ate the violet core of Samir. A sudden surge of energy emanated from the core as soon as it reached inside Khan's stomach. Khan quickly signaled Omega to be on guard and sat on the bare ground with his legs crossed, in a Buddha lotus position, just like those cultivation man who was in novels. He understood how crucial this moment was. His entire body felt like it was breaking through its limits every second, and Khan went into a meditating state, focusing on the flow of mana inside his body while trying to comprehend how mana itself functioned in this world. From what God of Darkness told Khan back then, the magical energy in Vantria was so abundant that creatures here absorbed it inside their souls, which eventually allowed their bodies to adapt to it and become fortified with time. And otherworlders like Khan, who were summoned here, had souls far stronger than the creatures living here, so their souls could absorb both magical and natural energy in this world far many times faster and process it in a short time. During his meditative state, he felt that something inside him was becoming more larger and denser as the core was being absorbed at a fast pace. Ding! 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 The notification sound in his head kept ringing more than 24 times, and the aura Khan was radiating was becoming denser, and the area covered under it was expanding gradually. Khan was leveling up at an unimaginable rate. After 2 hours of being in this state, Khan finally opened his eyes. With mental clarity so many times higher than before, the reach of his eyesight becoming so sharp that he could even see every single hair on his arm, and even count them without losing track. His entire thought process became 3 times faster than before, and his demeanor changed from a warrior-like man to a warlord who controlled everything around him. This wasn't just physical or mental change, rather a complete transformation for Khan. As if he was born anew and lived through decades of life fighting battles and reigning as a king. Khan was no longer an uninformed man. He understood one thing after his body and mind underwent this massive change. He had somehow managed to inherit the will of the Samir. System, give me all the details on my attributes and skills. A detailed report, Khan ordered. Even the way he interacted with the system had changed. Earlier, whenever he asked any questions or commanded the system, it was more like him relying on some external being who he needed. But now, the way he commanded the system was more like a tyrant giving an order to one of his subjects. Host attributes and skills are as follows. Name, Khan. Host species, human level, 30 strength, 60 agility, 60 dexterity, 90 defense, 50, mana, 150 divine abilities, ability absorption, dimensional law, synthesis blessings. War Dominance, Stage 1 Weapon Mastery Master Rank Combat Mastery Master Rank Survival Intent Stage 1 Berserk God Mode 5 times the physical strength. War Deity Body Stage 2 Gifts, all languages knowledge known to the War Deity. Abilities and skills. Alpha Wolf's Claws, Alpha Wolf's Howl Long Stride Sprinter Hunt Perception. Predator's Eyes Panorama Vision Wilker Hide Acute Sense Poison Acid Poison Immunity Grandmaster Rank Samir Scale Body Executioner's Gaze. Finally, after going through everything he possessed till this point, Khan stopped thinking about his current state and calmed his mind. Without wasting any more time, he jumped inside the nest and came closer to the golden-shelled eggs that the mother Samir died protecting. Khan had no regrets for what he did until now, but after inheriting the Samir's will, he felt an innate form of connection towards these eggs, as if they were his own kin, like they were his own children. He touched 2 of the 3 eggs with his hands and commanded the system again. Check their situation. Can they survive? Khan spoke. Scanning complete. Both the eggs are in the midway of maturity. However, they have already formed the traces of their bloodline in their cores. At this moment, the system voice stopped as if hesitating to reveal more. But then after a long pause, it continued again. But without Mother Samir managing heat temperature to help their maturity, the embryos will die in 2 days. Only the heat received from the Mother Samir can ensure their survival. As soon as the system told him this, he put his hand on the 3rd egg only to receive the same response from the system. Khan clenched his fists, and a look of regret was on his face. He knew it was the will of Mother Samir making him think this way because Khan's action in pursuit of strength and survival led to this moment. So what if this was a kill or be killed world? Did he really have to attack the Samir in the first place? He could have gone somewhere else and left the Samir, who was only guarding its eggs alone. And these rare eggs would one day breed life of their own. At the end of the day, these were sentient beings just the same as Khan was. Khan didn't just kill their mother, he also gave these little ones a death sentence. There were 2 conflicting sides in his head. One was justifying his actions while the other one was berating him for being heartless. Tears trickled down Khan's eyes as he looked towards the eggs, and then the dead body of the Samir lying outside the nest. Unlike his own family, who were never there for him, this legendary creature, which was a mother itself, gave its life for the children, without even flinching twice. This motherly love was something Khan never felt in his previous life. "I'm sorry," Khan said and wiped off the tears. The Samir was indeed a legendary creature to have its core form a will. So naturally, this will was making Khan feel guilty for his actions. Khan understood this as well but couldn't find a way to justify his doing either. "System, tell me, is there a way I can save these eggs?" Khan asked. "With our current situation and abilities at the host's disposal, it's impossible." "Damn it," Khan cursed, feeling even more regret than before. System detects that the host's mind is being influenced by the will of the deceased Samir, taking precautionary measures. Would host like to terminate this external consciousness? System asked. There was indeed a way for Khan to not feel guilty any longer, and he'd be back to being himself before he absorbed the core. "Wait," Khan said. He did not want to run away from his doing. "Can I merge them and create a subordinate?" Khan asked the system. "Yes. Since the embryos haven't formed a full consciousness, they can be considered lifeless beings. But host will need a dead body to merge them with, or the resultant subordinate will not possess any physical abilities of the species since the embryos haven't developed any of them at this stage. With multiple cores and bloodlines that are yet to be awakened, the embryos will not yield a proper form of their species either." The system gave all the possible outcomes to Khan, should he choose to use them for creating a new subordinate. Khan understood what this would mean. A being that won't be useful to him or won't even have a proper consciousness even after going through his synthesis divine ability. Khan had no options available. Then he suddenly saw the dead body of the mother Samir and had an idea. "System, completely terminate the external consciousness." Khan commanded the system. The next second, Khan felt all the guilt he felt disappear as if nothing happened at all. His innate connection to the eggs was severed as well, and now he was back to his clear and focused mind he gained after he absorbed the core of Mother Samir. This didn't mean that he had forgotten what he felt just a few seconds ago. Khan wrapped his arms around one egg and lifted it, taking it closer to the dead body of Mother Samir. He repeated the same action for the remaining eggs and came close to the head of the Samir. He gently patted on the lifeless head of the Samir and said with eyes full of regret and determination at the same time, "I'm sorry. This is the only way I can make sure that your children didn't die in vain. And whatever comes out of this procedure, I promise you that I'll make it so strong one day that even the ancient god beast like the basilisk will not be able to stand on even grounds with it. That will be my penance for condemning your children to the fate of death." Chapter 14. The Rebirth. Khan came back to the eggs, made a physical touch to 2 eggs with his right hand, and the last egg, and the dead body of Mother Samir with his left hand and left leg. All he had to do was form physical contact with all 4 of these in any way he could. Merge. Khan activated his synthesis divine ability and began the process of merging the eggs and the body together. Unlike the previous times, something different happened during this creation of a subordinate. Ding! Host has acquired additional 20% basilisk bloodline purity through the 3 eggs. Since all the cores and the bodies belong to the same species, the resultant subordinate will inherit all the physical traits with evolution skill unlocked. Since the host is in the possession of 50% pure bloodline of the basilisk, host can choose to impart this bloodline to the subordinate being created. System informed Khan, who was still not completely over the guilt. "Will I lose the chance to use the bloodline abilities of the basilisk in the future?" Khan asked. He had to know this first. No, the bloodline is already part of the host's body, so the host will not lose it. However, host is currently not able to awaken the effects and abilities of this bloodline. The subordinate will be able to awaken these traits and skills with time. Host is advised to find more samples of this or any other bloodlines of god beasts to acquire their abilities and even transform himself into these god beasts in the future. Note, host will need to absorb a mythical rank metamorphosis bloodline to aid this process. "Do it," Khan said as soon as System finished giving the possible outcomes. Unlike the time he created Omega, this synthesis process lasted for an entire hour. This showed how complex and critical this whole process was compared to his previous attempt. Beads of sweat were dropping down Khan's head. He noticed that out of 150 points of mana he had, only 5 points were left. This process indeed required a lot of mana as well. Still, he didn't regret it or budge a bit. Finally, all the 3 shadows that covered the 3 eggs, and the biggest one which covered the entire body of Mother Samir merged. This time, another surprising phenomenon occurred. A fog of dark color spread around 1 kilometer radius from where Khan was carrying out the synthesis, and an unimaginably chilling aura pressured the entire surrounding of the valley. Even the insects flying in the air fell. This was an aura of dread, anger, and supremacy, only exuded by the kings of empires or beings who were of higher forms and standing at the top in the food chain. This was the aura of an absolute ruler. The dark fog started coalescing together, and the giant shadow that was covering the body of Samir was forming a shape that of a snake-like creature, even taller, bigger and broader than the Mother Samir was. Omega, who was standing far away, and was on guard duty when Khan was carrying out the synthesis procedure, even fell on the ground under this sheer pressure. By no means Omega was weaker, but the creature being created was already on a different league that both Khan and Omega could not compare to. Finally, after 10 minutes of adjusting its final form, the creature came to be. A giant black snake-like creature with 2 horns growing from the backside of its skull came into sight. Its bright yellow eyes with black pupils, 2 giant fangs, and sharp teeth were revealed when it opened its mouth. Its entire body except the abdomen part was covered in dark and sturdy scales, which looked like an upgraded version of Samir's scales. Even more sturdier, darker, and edged with small spikes. When this creature stood with its full body, it was already 25 meters tall, and Khan could not even see how long its total length was. The creature gazed at Khan with dreadful eyes, as if trying to defy Khan's control over him. Khan activated his war dominance aura the next second, trying to display his authority, to which the gigantic snake bared his large fangs against Khan, and screeched at him loudly. This was a war for dominance amongst those trying to establish their authority. Ding! The system voice sounded in his mind, and the information about the creature appeared. Synthesis successful. New subordinate created. Evolution skill unlocked. Species: Voronir variant basilisk rank. Mythical. Khan could feel the pressure, which was twice stronger than the mother Samir. He felt the killing intent from the eyes of this new subordinate. Eyes full of wrath, trying to defy those who stand against you. I have a fitting name for you. From this day forth, your name shall be Rudra. After Khan named the gigantic basilisk variant Rudra, the creature finally stopped baring its fangs against Khan, but it did not budge from its place. Unlike Omega, who sat and bowed in submission to Khan after being created, Rudra didn't show any signs of acknowledging Khan at all. Rather, he looked like very dismissive of his owner. System, why is he showing such attitude? Khan asked the system in a calm tone. Rudra didn't make him feel threatened at all, because he knew it won't attack him, because of the restrictions put on it by the divine ability, which made him unable to attack or harm the owner in any way. What bothered Khan was even after giving a name, the gigantic snake didn't show any form of compliance with him at all. It's because the subordinate is a being of very high species and rank compared to the host. Since it inherits the traits of its species and the bloodline of a godbeast, the host is nothing but a weak and lowly creature in its eyes. If not for the restrictions placed by the synthesis divine ability, it would have killed the host the moment it came into existence. System replied, weak and lowly creature, huh? Tell me, System, if I were to fight Rudra in a head-on battle, what are my chances of winning? Khan asked out of curiosity to understand his new subordinate's strength. 0. What? That strong? You're not over-exaggerating, right? Khan found it hard to believe. No. Host barely has a 20% chance of escaping from Rudra, if both are to clash in a fight to the death. The system responded in a solemn voice. Then what should I do? Because he at least has to listen to me, or there won't be any use of creating him at all. Khan asked in a puzzled tone. Simple. The host needs to become strong to an extent that not only the subordinate acknowledges, but also fears the host. System didn't mingle any words and gave straight-up facts. Damn it. Show me his stats. Statistics for the subordinate Rudra are as follows. Name, Rudra. Species, Voronir variant basilisk. Evolution skill, unlocked level can be upgraded through eating other monsters, and rank can be upgraded with higher and purer bloodlines of other god beasts or their descendant species. Rank, mythical level, 62 strength, 1390 agility, 1350 dexterity, 781 defense, 1293 mana, 800 abilities. Corrosion, acid, upgraded version of Samir's poison acid. Hypnosis, gaze, impenetrable scales, shadow, merge, dominators, aura, silence. Another moment of silence. Now Khan finally understood why Rudra hadn't acknowledged him as its master. Because compared to Rudra, Khan was nothing but an ant. Even though there was only 20 levels of difference between Khan and Rudra, the stats between them were like the distance between heaven and earth. There was not even a need for comparison. Every aspect of Rudra was at least 30 to 40 times higher than Khan. Even if he were to be on the same level as the snake in front of him, he still won't be able to cover the distance between their strength even by half. This creature was indeed on a whole level above the legendary rank. Khan felt worried that he won't be able to control Rudra at his will at all, because only strong acknowledges the strong. Weaklings are not even worth looking at in their opinion, and that's why Rudra had not acknowledged Khan in the slightest. The gigantic snake could just swat its tail, and Khan would be turned into meat paste. That was their current situation. Because no matter what, an ant cannot control a full-grown dragon. A newborn baby cannot control an adult king just because they held the leash. If not for the restrictions made by the synthesis divine ability, Rudra could kill Khan with a sneeze. And that's why he had to look for a different approach. Khan deactivated his war dominance aura, giving up on trying to make Rudra submit to him. Rather, he looked at Rudra as an equal. Because even with the difference in strength, Rudra was still bound to him, and Khan needed him to gain more strength and kill stronger enemies. Their situation was of being codependent on each other. "You understand what I'm saying, right?" Khan asked Rudra. To this, Rudra only changed the way he looked at Khan, from hostility to understanding. "Listen, I know I'm weak compared to you and maybe won't gain the same strength as you anytime soon. However, you're also bound to me even if you don't like it. You'll have to follow wherever I go and I'll need your aid to kill those who are stronger than me. So, I have a proposition for both of us," Khan said as he gazed right in the eyes of the mythical basilisk variant without any hint of fear. Rudra slightly tilted his head, as if he was saying, "Tell me more." "Look, I can gain strength by absorbing the abilities of others and eating their cores. In your case, you need to eat their bodies and cores to raise your strength as well. So how about we work as partners on equal footing than a master and servant relationship?" Khan proposed his idea. This was the only available option. Rudra screeched at Khan again with disapproving eyes. He just wanted to kill the human standing in front of him, but something kept stopping him from acting upon his will. He was a highly intelligent being, so he understood that there was no other option available. He had to work together with the human. "Good," Khan said as he understood Rudra accepting the deal through their connection. "System, I have a question. Why are both subordinates black? Even the Samir scales I used were black?" Khan needed some clarification as this kept happening frequently. "Host is the chosen representative of God of Darkness. You have a very high affinity towards the dark elements in Vantria. Whether it's dark magic or any physical ability which involves having affinity to certain elements." "I see. Then, what's this shadow merge ability?" "Both Omega and Rudra have it." Khan had noticed the same ability appear in both cases of the subordinates he created. This is an exclusive ability for all the subordinates created by the host, which allows them to merge with host's shadow and be with him no matter where the host goes. Host can use it to carry the subordinate with him to any place. There are no restrictions on time, space required or size of the subordinate. "Amazing. This helps a lot. I thought I'd always have to hide them somewhere far from people's eyes. Now I can just carry them with me, and I'll never be alone either." Khan let out a small chuckle. He looked at Rudra again and said, "Want to go and hunt some food and get stronger?" To this question, Rudra only maintained aloofness. "Ayo, it's like I'm asking a girl, where do you want to eat? I wanted an ally, not a teenager throwing tantrums." Khan shook his head helplessly. "Come, hide in my shadow. We can't let your giant body alert our preys. Stronger ones will have wider senses. It'll decrease our rate of hunts." Khan said as this humongous body was indeed easy to detect and cause a commotion. Surprisingly, Rudra didn't hesitate and turned into a black shadow and mixed with Khan's shadow in just a second. Its building toppling body was nowhere to be seen. Khan, with newly acquired mental clarity and mindset, wasn't bewildered by this fact. He ordered Omega to come to him. Then he sat on Omega's back and headed towards other directions where they previously avoided going. What followed for the next 2 days was a grand massacre and a huge change in the ecosystem as well as the food chain of the forest. Khan and Omega saw how fierce Rudra was in his combat state. Forget fighting back. Many of the strong monsters, like some hybrid species of tigers and lions, some odd-looking species which differed from anything Khan ever imagined, fell one by one in front of this mythical creature. Some even melted on the spot before they could even run or fight back against Rudra. Khan cried tears of regret because sometimes this new subordinate would not even let him absorb the abilities and even melt the cores. He had to constantly remind Rudra to leave the bodies intact first. And Rudra's hypnosis sight was even more frightening than his corrosion acid, because as soon as the prey fell in eye contact with Rudra for long, the monster would stop fighting and instead come to them like the trio were its lifelong best friends. And some even died with happy expressions on their faces. But thanks to Rudra, they managed to kill monsters who were even at level 65. Strength didn't matter to Rudra because he was in a different league altogether. His stats were far higher for his level because of the bloodline and species rank. And with Khan and Omega distracting the prey or goading it into attacking them and release Rudra out of Khan's shadow at crucial moments, they managed to catch their prey off guard and finish the fight in just a single sweep. The cores naturally went to Khan as he needed them the most. He would occasionally let Omega chomp on them as well because currently, the dire wolf was the weakest among the Trinity. Rudra only ate the bodies and left small ones for Omega. He found it beneath of him to eat the cores of these weak monsters which barely helped him raise his strength. If not for the Samir's core, Khan would be far weaker. But things turned out in his favor in the past 2 days. The stronger the enemy, the more beneficial the core for him. In just 2 days, Khan went from level 30 to level 35. Omega went from 15 to 25 because he was eating both cores and the leftover bodies of these monsters. And Rudra only raised 2 levels as he needed much stronger enemies and cores to raise his strength. And they had killed all the possible candidates. There was nothing left for them in this forest any longer. On the 3rd day, however, they heard a sound of infighting in the west of the forest. Khan and Omega followed the noise while Rudra hid in Khan's shadow. After finally reaching the source of the sound, Khan let out tears of joy. Finally, some humans. Chapter 15. Praise thy Savior. There was a grotesque battle happening in front of a cliff. Khan hid among the small trees and bushes and observed the scene in front of him. Two groups in a battle to the death. One appeared to be normal merchants and their bodyguards, while the other being a group of bandits. And the merchant side at the losing side in this case. Only 2 merchants and 5 bodyguards versus more than 12 bandits surrounding them. Many of the merchants and bodyguards lying on the ground, their bodies lifeless. Khan, who was watching from 30 meters distance from within the plants and bushes, could clearly see what was exactly happening. These poor merchants were ambushed in a well-oiled trap, because on bandit group side, there were only 3 casualties and 2 injured, while the merchant side having lost more than a dozen men despite having around the same number of people. Khan rejoiced in his head. He finally found a way to get out of the damn forest and also play the hero part, so that the losing side will be indebted to him. Compared to how Rudra and Omega killed their enemies, the scene in front of him was like children playing house. And he too was accustomed to a lot of killing in the week he had spent in the forest. Plus he had absorbed the abilities of many predators in the forest, and acquired and merged many of their abilities. One being Hunter's Intent, he created after absorbing the abilities of a hawk, like bird, and a scaly lion, like monster. And this new ability helped him gauge the strength of his enemies, like how Survival Instinct Blessing from Cravel let him feel the killing intent directed at him. And he found that none of the bandits that were attacking the merchants and the bodyguards were nearly half as strong as him. But he decided to wait up a bit more. He had to make his entry in the most crucial moment. Otherwise, his help would go underappreciated. Khan wasn't hasty to help because he knew that he too will be looked at suspiciously after he saved the poor merchants. Because a half-naked man, wearing wolf hide coming out of a deep forest to help out poor travelers worked only in fictional stories. As soon as the trouble was gone, everyone would think like Red looks as US, and would point their swords at him next. Among the bodyguards, there were 2 women and 3 men. One of the women having a metal wand in her hand who was conjuring spells and creating barriers to help her allies. The other woman being an archer who looked very skilled and fast at shooting her arrows every time an enemy tried to make a move. Out of 3 men, 2 were the tank and the swordsman, while 1 looked like the healer who was in the center of the battle formation. All these 5 had very deep understanding of each other, and their coordination was a sight to behold. This was a team that worked with each other for years. Ah, classic RPG stuff, Khan thought. But no matter what, even a strong formation would fall in front of sheer numbers. The merchants were of no help in this case, and the bodyguards were simply getting too tired to fight as the time passed. Finally, the bandits broke through their formation and attacked the mage and healer of the group. These 2 had no fighting capabilities at a short distance. Even the archer was forced to use her daggers as she lost the advantage of distance. The middle-aged man, who was the tank, and young swordsman were barely holding 2 to 3 enemies at bay by themselves. At this rate, they were all going to die. One of the bandits shouted, "Don't hurt the women, both are quite exquisite. We can enjoy their bodies for a long time." The voice came from a burly and tall man who was wielding a giant cleaver, his wide and strong arms easily managing to hold the weight and swing it without any problem. The tank, who was already bearing the brunt of 3 bandits, fell back after this newcomer attacked him with a vertical swing of his cleaver. "Follow the boss's orders, and don't let them commit suicide. We can sell them later for a high price in the slaves market as well. They are quality goods," said one of the bandits, who was standing in the middle of their group and knocked an arrow, aiming towards the healer of the group. Lecherous gazes were focused on both the women in the groups, while the men were already dead in their eyes. From the bushes across the road, a figure silently walked behind these bandits without making any sound. The figure stood behind one of the archers in the group, who was the farthest from the battle. Before he could even notice anything, a strong hand covered his mouth while the other one grabbed his neck from behind. Before the archer could even make a sound, an unbearable amount of force was exerted from the hand, and his neck was snapped right that very moment. The figure slowly put down the dead archer on the ground and looked towards another archer just 3 meters ahead. The figure walked behind this second archer and snapped his neck, just like the earlier one. 2 down, 10 to go. The figure spoke softly. It was none other than Khan. He decided that it was about time he interfered and saved the merchants and their bodyguards who were close to cross that threshold of life to death. But he chose to do it the silent way because waltzing in would jeopardize the lives of these people if the bandits were alerted and went all in with their attacks. Now they were just laughing at the defending side and passing on slanders on the women about how they'll play with their naked bodies. These remarks disgusted Khan, yet he chose to use their diverted attention to his advantage. Khan quickly left the scene and focused on the next batch of targets, the healers amongst the bandit group. Khan crouched from the bushes and silently appearing both these 3 healers. He had to be decisive because after this, the bandits would be alerted. He grabbed the neck of one of the healers and snapped it the next second. Before the other healer standing close even noticed anything, Khan focused all his strength in his right fist and sent a devastating punch to other healers' heads. Bang! The healer's head exploded right on the spot. He didn't even get to react and wail in pain before his head turned into broken eggshells and red blood, and the brain splattered on the ground. What? The remaining healer shouted in surprise. This made other bandits look behind their backs. What they saw was 4 dead bodies on the ground, while one had his brain splattered like a watermelon. Khan did not stop and dashed towards the last healer in a single leap, his right knee focused towards the sternum of the healer. The force and momentum were so strong that as soon as Khan's knee touched the rib cage, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Ah! The healer shouted as his body was flung backward by that forceful attack, dropping on the ground the next second. The man spat a big chunk of blood from his mouth and started choking on it. Khan didn't waste any time looking at it, and he ran towards the closest swordsman who was barely processing what just happened. The swordsman grabbed his sword tightly and ran to attack Khan. "You fucker! Die!" he shouted and swung his sword horizontally. To this, instead of running away or trying to dodge the attack, Khan increased his pace, and before the sword could even touch him, he was already in close proximity of this bandit. He quickly grabbed the wrist of this bandit, stopping the sword midway and twisted it forcefully. Khan headbutted the swordsman and kicked him in his sacred temple with all the force in the leg. Crack! 2 walnuts were broken that day. The bandit who just lost his ability to reproduce wailed in agony and grabbed his crotch. Khan quickly picked up the fallen sword and held it like a long pole in his right hand, then closed his left eye, as if trying to aim. The next second, he threw the sword with all his might at one of the bandits holding a scepter in his hand. The mage. Before the mage could even react, the sword pierced through his neck, even breaking the bones and exiting out from the other side. Up to now, everything happened within just 20 seconds as soon as Khan was noticed by the bandits. Naturally, they weren't going to stand there and wait for Khan to kill them. "Kill the motherfucker!" One of the bandits shouted, and several of the bandits charged at Khan, with eyes full of anger and hatred. They wanted to cut him into hundreds of pieces. The closest bandits attacked with his mace and aimed at Khan's head. Khan, who already had his hunter intent and survival instinct blessing active as soon as he entered in this fight, was already moving like a jaguar. Too agile and quick to react in just a second. He sidestepped before the swinging mace could even touch him, and kneed the bandit in his rib cage. Bones cracked and the bandit caved in, the broken bones piercing his heart. "Who the fuck are you?" the boss of the bandits finally shouted. His eyes were full of rage and killing intent. "Your death," Khan replied in a stern tone, and picked up the mace. He walked towards the swordsman who was lying on the ground with his hands holding his crotch after that sudden attack. "No, don't come near me," the bandit shouted, color dropping away from his face as he saw the murderous eyes of the half-naked man in front of him. "Gotcha!" The sound of something hard-broken could be heard in the area, and just like that, another bandit fell. Khan took out the mace from the mushed head which was lying on the ground like a broken watermelon. "Who's next?" Khan asked as he gazed towards the remaining bandits. Out of the 12 bandits, only 5 remained as Khan systematically took out 7 of the bandits in a matter of seconds. This eased the tension on the bodyguards who were suppressed till now and finally could fight on even terms with the bandits. The tank and the swordsman of their group already noticed Khan when he took down the archers as they were fighting in the front, but they kept silent as they were more focused on fending off the bandits they were dealing with. "You're going to pay for this. I'm going to torture you to death," the big and brawly bandit boss shouted. The boss looked like a giant bear, had a long brown beard, and his entire physique was that of a seasoned warrior. "Looks like you don't get it. It's not me who's gonna pay. It's you who will pay for your sins," Khan said as he readies himself for a brute clash. "You took everything from me," said Khan loudly, enough to reach the bodyguards and the who were fighting against the remaining bandits. "I don't even know who you are," replied the bandit boss as he charged at Khan. The giant cleaver swung around a couple of times, Khan dodging them by sliding and sidestepping. Both times it looked like he barely missed the attack and survived by hair's breadth. In response, Khan also swung the mace, but was tackled and defended against. The bandit boss was a skilled fighter, and had tons of experience. Till now, Khan only fought with his bare hands, and didn't even use a single one of the abilities and skills he gained by absorbing monsters. This would raise suspicion, and he'd appear like a monster from the forest. Unlike the other bandits, the leader was well geared up, and had a lot of his vital body parts covered in either iron or leader armor. Khan could easily rip that apart with his alpha wolf's claws, but he had to play the part, so he wasn't going to do anything that would arouse unnecessary questions. Another powerful horizontal swing came. Khan squatted down, and used a leg sweep to break the body balance of the bandit leader, who was already in motion. Clang! The bandit leader fell on the ground as his entire body was in full momentum. Khan quickly attacked the right hand that was holding the giant cleaver and broke the fingers on the hand with a single attack. Khan's mace landed on the chest of the fallen bandit boss, and he kept swinging it over and over again till it broke through the chest armor. Stop. No, the bandit boss yelled while getting hit with the mace on his torso again and again. His chest was bleeding, his face was already bruised and blood was flowing from his nose. Somehow, Khan's hits were getting stronger and stronger, and his body could barely retaliate. Was this guy holding back till now? The bandit leader asked himself. Khan noticed that the remaining bandits were killed by the bodyguards with their impeccable coordination and timing. He turned his eyes back to the bandit leader and said, "Look, none of them are left. Shouldn't their leader also join them?" Khan said while acting as he was delivering a death sentence. "Let me go, please. I'll do whatever you want," the bandit boss begged. "Did you let my friends go? Did you let all those women and children go?" Khan shouted in an enraged voice, hearable to anyone within half a kilometer. His voice contained wrath and despair at the same time. "What did we ever do to you?" the bandit leader asked in a deathly gasped voice. "Farmers. The mercenaries," Khan said as he ripped apart the chest armor and clenched his fists. He sat on the upper body of the bandit leader and started punching the bandit's face with only enough force to let the sound reach everyone's ears. "Who the fuck are you even talking about?" the bandit boss said as he was barely able to stand these punches. "You don't even remember them? You bastard. Were they just nobodies you killed for fun? Your mistake was letting me escape that time." Surprised, the bandit leader asked, "Are you one of those guys?" Khan had no idea what this guy was talking about but played along. Splat! The head was cut in two, and the blood and brains were out in the open. The bad guy had played his part. There was no more need of him. Khan didn't stop here. He looked towards the sky, as if trying to remember something. "Yeah!" Khan roared with all his might, his head held towards the open sky, as he started sobbing on the place, his voice trembling with pain and sadness. "Elena, Stephen, Pavel, Uncle Vasemir. I've avenged you. I finally avenged you," Khan said as tears trickled down from his eyes. Khan got off from the dead bandit leader's body and fell on his knees as if a dam of hidden grief had finally broken down. He kept crying and wiping off tears from his face. The angle was good enough to get noticed by everyone from the merchants and the bodyguard's side. This was a very touching scene for anyone who lost a family member or someone they loved. Finally, after staying silent for a while, an elderly man who was one of the merchants and the middle-aged man from the bodyguards walked in close to Khan. The elderly man spoke in a soft and gentle tone. "Thank you, young man. You saved all of our lives today. If not for you, none of us would be alive at this moment. Yes, we would be dead men, and the women in our group would be left to a fate controlled by these bastards. And we would never be able to avenge our fallen comrades either," said the middle-aged man, who had a giant shield on his back. His build was no different than the bandit leader, but he looked more of a father figure type of person. He had gray hair strands in the middle of his head, and a completely white beard. The elderly man was scrawny, but had an appearance of a well-off businessman, just by looking at his clothes. Khan replied with a solemn voice, maintaining his previous demeanor. "I didn't do it for you." Chapter 16. First Dispute. Khan stared at the two old men standing in front of him. "These bastards attacking you, and me finally finding them, at the same time, is just a coincidence. Nothing more," Khan said as he got up on his feet. The next moment, the elderly took out a pouch full of coins that were bulging out of it. He said, "Lad, take this as a gratitude for saving our lives. I don't have any other way to thank you at the moment, so please accept this." The elderly man pushed forward the pouch full of coins. "Keep it. I don't want your money." Khan declined. This raised the opinion of him in the eyes of both the men in front of him. Not only did he came in the last moment and save their lives, even though he did it to avenge his comrades, it was still an unforgettable deed. And then he declined the money as well. In their line of work, just hiring a bodyguard demanded an exorbitant price, and many merchants won't do it unless the profits were extremely well-paying. But when faced with life and death situation, many of these hired experts often chose to run instead of honoring their deal to protect the employer. Khan's gesture made it sure that he didn't appear in the last second just to fork out more money from them as a form of compensation. The middle-aged man nodded at his conduct. "Tell me, lad, what's your name?" the middle-aged man asked. "Khan," replied Khan with no other emotions on his face. This helped him maintain his image of someone grieving but trying to control it on the surface. "I'm Marcus, leader of the Diamond Adventure team." "Well, what's left of it anyway?" the middle-aged man. Marcus gazed back at the dead bodies of his fallen comrades. His eyes were wavering with grief, but he was maintaining a calm and patient look on his face, like a true leader who must be able to control himself in any situation. His comrades, however, shedding tears at the bodies of their dead friends and team members. I'm sorry for your loss. Maybe if I reached here any sooner, some of your comrades could have survived," Khan said with an empathizing tone, as if he too understood the loss. "Not your fault. You've already helped us enough," said Marcus. The elderly man decided to introduce himself as well. "My name is Nitla, leader of Black Griffin Merchant Enterprise." He reached his hand to shake. Khan shook his hand and nodded. "Do you have a place to go? Why not come with us?" Nicole asked. "Where's the nearest town from here?" I have been in this forest for weeks now, said Khan candidly. To survive in this dense forest for weeks on your own. No wonder you're so strong and good at killing, Marcus said. He already had judged Khan to be a trustworthy person, and he gave a side glance to the elderly man. If you don't mind, you can come with us. I can help you get back to your home, said the old merchant. I don't have a home. Not anymore, said Khan with a crestfallen look as if remembering his fallen family again. Accompany us. Then decide what you want to do next. Staying here is not safe, Nicola said with a caring voice. If not for Khan, none of them would be breathing now. He wanted to repay this favor in any way he could, and they too had their fair share of people to mourn. Khan nodded and joined the team. After clearing the battlefield and putting all their dead colleagues and comrades in different carts, the team of remaining survivors finally left off. For the next 2 days, they traveled without a problem. Khan kept it to himself and didn't converse with anyone much, including the old man, maintaining his image of someone grieving. The whole mood of the caravan was of loss and suffering, everyone grieving in their own ways except this guy, who was just keeping up an act. Finally, after they reached well-paved stone roads and saw a giant city gate, only then did Khan's eyes showed some interest. As he looked towards the giant city gates full of people going in and out, many demi-humans, and the type of people he didn't even read about in any fantasy-related novel or story among them, Khan got curious. There were 3 things on his priority list now. Khan spoke to himself. Money, information, authority. The giant gates of the city were full of the crowd running to and fro, going in and out without stopping. A huge plaque was nailed on the top of the city gates. The first city Khan came to see in Vantria ever since he entered was called Flava. Stop! Identification first, said the guard on duty, who was donned in a well-fit armor suitable for a gatekeeper. Let me handle this, said the elderly merchant Nicola. He went and talked with the gate guard, pointing his finger towards Khan, who was still half naked in the wolf hide. The guard gave an understanding look to Nicola, and the old man secretly passed a small pouch of coins to the guard. You may pass, said the guard, and their caravan moved along. The other guards didn't say or stop them either as they entered the city. It looked as if all of them had a share in bribes. Civilization. Finally Khan saw well-made buildings and houses, entire streets, full of people of different races, facial structures, and many unrecognizable species Khan hadn't seen or heard of before. There were some among the crowd that didn't walk, rather crawled on the stone paved road, while some more than 2 to 3 legs. Khan could see that the buildings didn't follow any set type of architecture or design either. Some were made from hard stones, while some were made of lustrous woods and aesthetically pleasing to look at. Even though Khan did not know or understand any of the words or the language written on the top of these buildings and shops, his brain was registering and telling him their meanings thanks to the all-languages knowledge blessing he received from Kravel, the war deity. He too realized that when he was speaking with others, his mouth movements spilled very different words in languages he didn't even know. Just that the mind connection was telling him that he spoke was something he too understood. He had broken the language barrier he'd have to surpass if he wanted to mix inside this new world. Khan thanked Kravel again in his mind. After going through a long distance and crossing various streets, finally their group stopped around a large building with multiple doors and people coming and going out of the building, which was as big as a complete football ground and had gates in all 4 directions. The Adventurers Association. Marcus went inside the building and later came back with over a dozen of people who looked like the staff of the organization. They started unloading the bodies of the deceased that died in the bandit ambush. Just then, Nicola, along with a young man who was of the same age as Khan, walked behind him. By the way, this is my son, Elenov, said Nicola. The young man beside Nicola finally spoke. Thank you for saving our lives that day. I didn't get to thank you properly because it was my first time watching something, so. To this, Khan stopped him midway with a hand gesture and spoke. Understood. Nobody can digest it the first time. Khan, what will you do from here? You said you don't have a home or a place to go a couple of days ago, asked Nicola. No idea. I've only lived a life as a mercenary since childhood. The only thing I'm good at is killing people and monsters alike, Khan said in a worn-out manner. He was faking his background right on the spot, which would also justify how he was really good and organized while killing those bandits one by one. Why don't you come with us for now? I can offer you a place to stay and get used to this place. I still haven't repaid you for saving our lives. Nicola reminded again about his previous proposal. Thank you. I really appreciate it, nodded Khan. This was what he needed the most right now. A place to stay and make his future plans. Great. This way, we'll get to know each other better as well, said Elenov. He too was very thankful to Khan, and wanted to help him out after hearing from his father that Khan was alone, and lost all his friends and family to the bandit attack. By the way, what does your merchant enterprise sell? Khan asked as the dozen of carts they rode until now were big enough to carry a lot of goods, and apart from the 2 they used for the dead bodies, The rest were completely full. We dabble in all of them. Food, weapons, medicine, and rations. We even have our own blacksmith shops in the city. The carts have resources and even weapons we bought from small villages which we'll sell in our shops later," replied Nicola with a proud expression. "Wow, that must have taken years to build and solidify your enterprise," Khan said in admiration. He was an accountant in his previous life. He knew how hard it was to open a business and keeping it afloat, let alone making profits out of it. And to manage all these different sectors in the business, one had to work very hard and very efficiently. Just one wrong move was enough to ruin it all. "We have to bring some people to carry the carts back to our warehouses, so it will take some time. Why don't you take a look around the Adventurers Association till then?" said Elenov. "I was already planning to do that. I have some monster cores to sell. I'll make some money there as well. Clothes can come later," said Khan. "Okay, we'll see you later," said Nicola and left with his son. Khan entered through the giant door, and surprisingly nobody stopped him. As soon as he entered the inside of the Adventurers Association, he looked towards the crowd sitting inside the huge hall. At the end of it were receptionists engaged with various adventurers. Amongst the crowd, Khan saw some werewolf beastmen, elves, some who looked like lizardmen, and even a guy with nothing but a giant eye in the middle of his face, like a cyclops. Khan walked towards one of the vacant counters, where there was an old man around his 60s. "I have some monster cores to sell. What's the procedure?" asked Khan. The old man looked at Khan and his attire, surprised. "Sorry, but we only deal with registered adventurers," said the old man, who resembled Alfred from Batman movies a lot. "How do I sign up?" asked Khan. "Identification, and you'll have to go through our assessment first. If you pass, you'll be officially registered as part of Adventurers Association," replied the man with no expression on his face, as if he had uttered the same line millions of times. "I don't have any. Never needed it before." "Is there any other way?" asked Khan. That's a bit of a problem," said the old man. Just then, a voice rang from behind Khan. "Oi, get out of the way. I'm in a hurry." Khan turned his head to his back, and saw a blonde girl clad in full body armor resembling that of a knight. "Can't you see I'm talking here? Besides, I came here first," Khan replied, and turned his head back toward the old man. "What important things a barbarian like you have to do? Just do them later after I'm done, you disgusting caveman," said the girl again. Khan rolled his eyes and didn't mind the banter as he continued to talk with the receptionist. However, their little argument brought the attention of the nearby people, some looking pitifully at Khan, as if he was going to suffer dire consequences for rebuking the girl. Another one sighed, a bald man who was sitting on a bench across the room. "Hey, are you ignoring me, you fucking imbecile?" roared the girl. Khan got pissed at this point and turned his head towards the girl. "Hey princess, don't you know the basic manners? You get in line and wait for your turn," Khan said with an annoyed expression on his face. Suddenly, the entire hall went silent. Even the receptionists working on other counters stopped their tasks. "You, what did you just call me?" The girl pulled the sword out of the sheath that was hanging on her waist. "Princess, what, you don't like compliments? Or should I call you gorgeous instead?" replied Khan with a solemn expression. "You bastard. I'm a man," said the girl. "The man. Author, it's a trap." "What? You're joking, right? You're too pretty to be a man," Khan said with a surprised tone. Fumes of rage came across the face of the girl, who was claiming to be a man. At this, suddenly the crowd burst into laughter. "Haha, too pretty to be a man. That's a new one. Haha." Many amongst the crowd started laughing at the blonde who was pointing the sword tip at Khan at this point. The old receptionist behind the counter sighed. "Don't make trouble. It's just a misunderstanding," he said to the blonde pretty boy. "What did you say? Don't you know who I am? Do you want to get your bones broken by our adventurers team, you old bastard?" The blonde guy shouted and trembled with rage, as if he was going to jump on the old receptionist the next second. Khan had enough of it already. He asked the old man, "Is it allowed to beat someone inside the association building?" The old man was stunned but quickly replied, "No, not as long as it injures anyone gravely." "I see," said Khan candidly. "You think you can beat me, you fucker?" The blonde shouted. Slap! A loud noise of a crisp slap sounded in the hall. Many people having their mouths open, and some rooted on the spot. In front of Khan, lied the blonde guy who was cursing him for no reason. The blonde guy's left cheek was full of red finger marks, and he fell on the floor with just a single bitch slap. "Get out of here before I get angry." Chapter 17, The Ambush. The entire hall of Adventurers Association had pin-drop silence. "You!" The blonde guy got up and charged with his sword pointed towards Khan's abdomen. Khan quickly sidestepped and sent out a punch in the guy's abdomen instead. His reaction time and the attack were very fast. Many couldn't even see it properly. Bang! The sound of metal and floor colliding rang. The blonde man lied on the floor 5 meters away from Khan. That one punch alone was enough to fling him back. The blonde guy got up, his body trembling, and barely managed to stand up. He looked towards his armor and saw a big fist-like dent that was caved in. This punch would have put him close to death if not for the metal armor. "Just you wait here. I'll see if you can stand on your feet after I'm back," said the blonde guy and ran out embarrassingly. That wasn't very wise, young man. He's the younger brother of the leader of Groundhog Adventurers team. They're very powerful and barely 2 other teams can rival them. This guy won't let this incident go. It's better if you leave now, said the old receptionist with concern on his face. What about the registration? Khan asked as if what happened just now didn't bother him. Come some other day. It's not safe for you to be here any longer. We can't protect you as soon as you leave the premises of the association. Better to get a head start and hide, said the old receptionist. Do me a favor, at least give me some money for these. I don't have a single coin on me, said Khan and passed over half a dozen red monster cores to the old man. Understanding his situation, the old receptionist didn't preach about rules. He too liked Khan for standing up against the blonde princess guy, who was bad-mouthing them both. He quickly took out a pouch with dozens of coins in them and passed them to Khan. Go find some inn or guest house to stay out of trouble. They won't go searching around through the entire city just for one person, said the old receptionist. Thanks, said Khan as he grabbed the pouch and left the building. He didn't think about waiting for Nicola and Elena, as this incident wouldn't bring anything good to the father and son duo. They were honest merchants after all. After watching the old receptionist and people across the hall, Khan got the hint that he had picked up a fight with someone he shouldn't have messed with just by the expression of the people present there. He wasn't stupid enough to get an innocent bystander mixed in his fights. Khan went to a nearby clothes shop and brought himself some clothes. A brown shirt and black pant combo, with boots that perfectly fit him. He was no longer a half-naked man. He finally felt like a normal human being again. His next stop was none other than the city library. What he needed first was information about the world of Antihero. Otherwise, he'd be out of the loop many times, and won't be able to answer many questions of his origin or basic knowledge that was already in the populace. That had raised many suspecting eyes. After asking around many citizens, Khan finally reached the city library. The place was half the size of the Adventurers Association, but already too big for a library. After paying a small fee, Khan entered inside and asked for books related to the history of countries and information about the demographics of the place he was in. Khan found his eidetic memory from his previous life kicking in again. Khan was relieved to notice it and sped up his search for all the useful information. He spent the next 4 hours reading through all the books about countries and general knowledge-related records. Khan had no words to describe the information he gained. This wasn't just random Isekai world. It transcended beyond anything Khan had heard or read in his previous life. Antihero had a total of 15 empires. Each one was as big as a continent on Earth. 11 of these empires worshipped different gods, none worshipping God of Darkness at all. All these empires were ruled by different species, and had the doctrine of these gods practiced throughout their history and cultures. Elven Empire worshipped God of Life, Dwarven Empire worshipped God of Fire, Beast Empire served God of Earth, etc. The remaining 4 empires did not worship or serve any god on the paper. One empire was ruled by the mythical and mountain-sized dragons, who were the strongest beings in the entire world. They did not get mixed in with other empires, and didn't allow any form of contact with outsider species as well. One empire was literally underwater, as it was the sea itself, no different than Atlantis from the Aquaman movie. The most recently formed empire was none other than the Demon Empire, which served and worshipped the demon god. It was formed around 500 years ago. However, Khan did not find any detailed information on it. This empire was currently at war with 4 neighboring empires. And then the last one was none other than the empire Khan was sent to by God of Darkness, the Rocco's Empire. Even in the Rocco's Empire, Khan was currently situated at the edge of the empire. And what Khan found about the history of his current whereabouts surprised him even more. The forest he was sent in was the biggest forest in the entire world, spanning more than 80,000 kilometers. Yet no empire dared to take control of it, as it had too many monsters and, according to some rumors, few god beasts living in it. The Rocco's Empire wasn't ruled by any particular race, or had no royal family controlling it. It was based on a democratic structure for governing, similar to many countries on Earth. And that's why there were no limitations on any particular race, species, and ethnicity. God of Darkness indeed sent him to a place he could gradually fit in and grow stronger. In Rocco's, preaching or creating any religious organization such as churches and temples were prohibited and punishable by death. There were no exceptions, as the empire believed in equality regardless of origins, and bringing in factors such as religious views and beliefs regarding the supremacy of a particular species or class of people would breed nothing but chaos. The empire had gone through many wars and coups to reach where it was now. This was just very convenient for Khan, who needed a place to hide and build his strength over time until he could protect himself, even against the entire world. The language they spoke in Rocco's empire was Flavan, a language derived from the first ever empire that existed in the world of Antihero, but now forgotten by history. And the established currency was Dramas. As the sunset fell, Khan finally left the library and decided to look for Nla's Black Griffin Merchant Enterprise. He needed a place to stay after all, but after walking a few miles, he suddenly stopped, his expression turning somber and his eyes turning wary on the spot. His face turned that of rage, because at this moment, his survival instinct ability was warning him. He had a couple of eyes looking at him from the shadows, full of killing intent. Khan could not see anyone in his surrounding that exuded any malicious intent towards him. Yet, he couldn't afford to be careless either. Khan changed his direction and headed towards the outer areas of the city. After finally exiting the city from one of the gates, Khan started running towards the dense tree lines and grounds that weren't occupied and were out of reach for city security to interfere. He finally stopped amidst these tall trees as he found a suitable place big enough to contain a fight. As soon as he stopped, several footsteps could be heard from behind him. A couple of people appeared out of nowhere, as if they were invisible before. Assassins! These people took out daggers and surrounded Khan, not letting him escape. Khan, on the other hand, simply waited as if he was expecting someone. Just a couple of minutes later, more than 10 people joined the assassins. All of them looked just like the adventurers he saw earlier today. Masterly, bringing so many people just for one guy. Don't you think that's a bit of a stretch? A man donning mage robes asked. From behind him, a familiar figure walked in, covered fully under metal armor and a well-crafted sword in his hand. Did you really expect to live long after provoking me, you bastard? Said the figure. It was none other than the blonde guy Khan beat inside the Adventurers Association Hall. I'll give you a last chance. If you lick my boots and cut off both of your legs, I might let you live, said the blonde guy with a condescending look on his face. Khan didn't falter or was scared in any way. He said with just you guys, you don't have the skills to make me beg in front of you. Haha, this guy must be so scared that his brain doesn't work anymore, said one of the adventurers. The other armed men started circling Khan and took out their weapons. Khan, however, stood firm and had no hesitation in his eyes. His broad shoulders and warrior-like build appeared akin to an immovable mountain. Can't you see that you're surrounded by us? Said the blonde guy as he took out his sword and pointed it at Khan. Khan only smirked, his eyes full of murderous intent, as if he had already declared these people surrounding him as dead. Since he was out of the sight of public eyes, he had no reason to hold back anymore. War dominance. Khan released his war dominance aura and covered everyone in his 20-meter radius. A pressure strong enough to make a grown man fall on his knees was released from his body. Every single one of these men started shuddering in fear, their bodies barely managing to stand up. Some already fell on their knees and started looking at Khan as if they saw a monster. You don't get it, son. I'm not surrounded by you, Khan said as he walked menacingly towards the group of men, releasing his dense aura full of chaotic energy and killing intent, as if a war god was looking down on all of the creations. You're all surrounded by me. Chapter 18. I'm Vengeance. In a desolate area, surrounded by the dense tree line, a man was facing a group of people pointing their weapons at him. However, instead of running away and cowering in fear, the man walked towards this hostile group with an overbearing demeanor. Khan stared at the group that was surrounding him from all directions, but none of them dared to move a single step forward. Under Khan's war dominance aura, the group of Groundhog Adventurer team members shuddered in fear and many had beads of sweat dripping from their foreheads. Now which one of you wants to die first? Khan said as he kept releasing his chaotic and deathly aura. Khan's war dominance aura had undergone many qualitative changes after he hunted down many powerful monsters and absorbed their physical and innate skills. He had already merged few abilities under the war dominance blessing given to him by the war deity himself. The current extent of this ability was far beyond when he hunted the pack of wolves and almost died on his first day in the forest. And Khan had also leveled up by many levels after eating the core of the legendary Samir. He was no longer a man who'd get surprised easily or react hastily, rather someone who always maintained a calm and calculative mind. That's why he lured these people outside of the city when they were pursuing him. This way, there would be no witnesses. No one? I guess I should go by my personal preference, Khan said as he gave a small smirk and looking around. Fireball! Shouted the mage in the group and sent out a giant fireball at Khan. Khan, who had both his survival intent and hunter's intent active at the moment, sensed it as soon as the mage started casting the spell. Khan quickly used the side hopper ability he created after he combined the long stride and sprinter ability during the previous 2 days when he was traveling towards the Flavit city with the caravan. Bang! The giant fireball finally hit a human body, just not Khan, but the man that was standing behind him. What the? Said the mage. His spell was really fast and his aim was accurate, but he hit his comrade instead of Khan. Nice. Casting time is short and accuracy is very good as well. It'll be useful for me. Suddenly the mage heard a voice that came from his right side. The man who spoke was none other than Khan. Help me, shouted the man who was hit by the fireball as his entire body started burning on the spot. Wails of a man being burned alive resounded in the middle of the dense tree line. Everyone present had an ashen expression on their face. "You bastard!" shouted Ilya, the blonde man who brought these people to kill Khan. Suddenly, the locket he was wearing let out a blast of energy, and the blonde man finally broke through the pressure of war dominance aura and charged at Khan. "Some people just don't learn, do they?" sighed Khan. As soon as Ilya came in Khan's proximity, he swung his sword right at Khan's neck. Swoosh! Suddenly, the tall figure disappeared right in front of his eyes. "I already told you. You don't have the skills." A voice came from behind Ilya's back. At this time, the mage finished chanting some kind of spell and created a flower-shaped magical formation that spread around the surrounding area and nullified Khan's war dominance aura. Khan, who felt his war dominance aura suddenly fading, gave a surprised look. All the people who were rooted on the spot under the immense pressure finally felt their bodies become light and able to move again. Terrifying. The man in front of them was terrifying. "Oh, so it can be countered? Or am I not strong enough to maintain it when someone interferes?" The war dominance blessing only works at the physical bodies of the targets. But if the targeted individual has an object with magical skill or an innate ability to break the pressure exerted, then the ability will not work on that individual. The system, which had been silent in the past 3 days, finally spoke again. "I see. So that's how the mage escaped." Khan spoke to himself and started running towards the recovering as he activated his newly synthesized offensive ability after mixing Alpha Wolf's claws and Blue Lion's claws, one of the monsters he hunted in the forest with the help of Rudra. Khan's hand turned into a black and blue pattern claw, and a layer of hard metal, like skin, covered his entire arm. Khan named this ability Ripper Claw, simply because it was enough to rip through any steel or metal armor easily. As both his arms turned to that of a monster, the surrounding adventurers who were just about to start running at him stopped midway. "What the hell? Is he some kind of monster?" yelled one of the people. "Don't keep staring at him. Attack him together!" shouted Ilya as he fully released some kind of offensive ability that made his sword and his entire body glow red. The archers in the group took out their arrows dipped in some type of green poison and started shooting at Khan. Khan, who was already expecting such attacks, hopped from one side to another and evaded these arrows without a problem. His survival instinct blessing was acting as his own spidey sense, letting him feel the oncoming attack and murderous intent directed at him. Swish! Khan disappeared from his position and appeared right next to the mage, who broke through his war dominance aura first. "Let's start with you." Khan dashed at the mage and put his claws through the man's chest and ripped his heart out. "Mages truly have no defense," said Khan, and charged towards the close-by swordsman who was just taking his sword out of his sheath. Rip! Before the man could even take out the sword completely, Khan appeared in front of him and swung his left claw at the man's neck, taking out a chunk of meat from his neck as he swept past the man without even looking. A small spray of red blood gushed out of the man's throat as he fell on the ground, completely horrified and surprised to even register how quickly Khan sliced through his neck without even giving the man a chance to defend. Clang! 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 Sound of metal and something extremely hard clashing together rang, and one by one, the bodies of these adventurers who had planned to ambush Khan fell on the ground. In just 20 breaths, since the mage broke through the war dominance pressure, more than 8 people died at the hands of Khan, who looked like a ferocious beast hunting them one by one. His movements were no different than a predator beast taking out his prey one by one with its swift dashes and deadly claws. Every hit was aimed at a vital point, and he'd make sure that his claws hit deep enough to kill the man on the spot. The remaining 5 people were so scared that their bodies were shivering with fear, and their hands trembled so much to even hold their weapons properly. A monster. The man they thought was a weak nobody turned out to be a monster. His actions and the way he killed his targets were no different than the monsters these people often fought in forests or during their dungeon expeditions. Khan's eyes were glowing red at this point because of his hunter's intent ability being active, which made him look nothing like a human. His hands were drenched in red blood and the droplets dripping from his sharp claws. "Run!" one of the men shouted as he ran for his life, trying to leave behind others before Khan could catch up to him. "Oh my god!" Khan shouted. Suddenly a giant four-legged creature leaped out of his shadow and ran towards the man running away from the crowd. The dire wolf, who was the first subordinate Khan created, finally sprung up in action ever since they left the forest. "You! Who the hell are you?" Ilya shouted, letting out a hoarse voice as he was barely able to accept this turn of events. This was supposed to be the other way around. He was supposed to cut Khan piece by piece and watch him cry and beg for forgiveness as Ilya tortured him to death for offending him in front of all those people in Adventurers Association Hall. But the scene in front of him was the complete opposite of what he dreamed of. Rather than being the hunter, they were the ones being hunted. "Do you really want to know?" asked Khan as he walked towards the remaining 3 men. "Yes, who the fuck are you?" shouted one of the men standing beside Ilya. "Well, what's the point in telling to someone who's about to die?" Chapter 19. Settling the Grudge. As the attackers stood rooted on the spot, comprehending the meaning of Khan's response. A loud voice rang behind their back. Jaya. Suddenly, the men heard an agonizing yell that came exactly from the direction where their comrade had run off to. Just as they turned their heads back towards Khan, the man in front of them had already disappeared from their sight. Above you. A loud voice came, and the remaining men saw a man leaping in their direction above their heads. But before the two men standing beside Ilya could even react, their bodies were vertically by two giant claws, ripping apart their bodies, and their leather armor in two. A gory scene of two mutilated bodies, having their torn entrails, bones, and mangled flesh lying on the ground in a puddle of red blood took place in just an instant. Ilya, who was the only man remaining from the group of attackers, was trembling in fear as a stream of hot liquid leaked out from his crotch. Khan looked at Ilya, totally disappointed at the sight in front of him. At least the other men died with dignity. "Let me go," said Ilya with an aghast expression on his face. Even uttering a single word was hard for him in front of the monster standing next to him. "And invite all the trouble of you leaking everything about this incident to everyone in the city. You think I'm stupid?" Khan mocked the man, who thought he still had a chance to stay alive after everything that has happened. "If you kill me, my brother will find you, and your death will be very painful. He's one of the strongest people in the city. Nobody dares to fight him one-on-one," said Ilya, trying to weasel his way out using his mighty brother's reputation, who was the leader of the Groundhog adventure team. At this, rather than thinking about the consequences, Khan quickly grabbed Ilya's throat with his right hand and squeezed his sharp claw. He took away the sword Ilya was holding and threw it away with his left claw. "Don't worry. If he finds trouble with me, I'll send your brother to meet you in the afterlife." Khan whispered close to Ilya's ear and tightened his clutch. Ilya tried to wriggle his body and struggled to break free from Khan's claws, but in front of this ferocious monster, his attempts proved futile. The light in his eyes dimmed, and his body finally lost all its ability to stand. Dead as a rock, Khan threw away the lifeless body and wandered around his surroundings again, to see if he left any witnesses alive. Just then, Omega returned with his mouth and snout stained with fresh blood, and he threw the head of the adventurer, who ran towards Khan's feet. "Who's a good boy?" "You are." Khan smiled as he petted Omega's head. "Now, time for a small meal. You're hungry, right?" Khan asked as he started walking towards the dead bodies and put his hands on them. "Absorb." Khan went through them one by one and started absorbing all the useful skills of these ambushers. Truly pathetic. Khan snorted as he finally finished absorbing the skills and abilities of the dead people. Apart from the assassins and the mage, none of these idiots had any useful skills. Khan said furiously, as if all his efforts in killing these people went in vain. "System, show me all the skills and abilities I gained just now." Khan commanded. "Host has learned the following abilities: Stealth D rank, Fireball C rank, Fort Wall D rank, Shooting Accuracy D rank, Mastery and Close Combat Techniques raised. The host has unlocked the following combat skills: Vital Strike Dash High Leap, all the abilities 20% Mastery at Master rank." Useless. The way these guys were acting, I thought they'd at least have some decent skills. Khan sighed as he started ripping apart the bodies of these men, and took out their cores situated inside their hearts. Garbage. Khan almost threw away the core he held in his hand, because unlike the bright red cores he got from hunting even the most normal monsters in the forest, the cores of these adventurers were very dim, and didn't even give any shine at all. Khan could easily tell that their cores were very weak, not even worth taking a glance at. "Omega, eat them up. Make sure to tear their limbs with your fangs and claws. And the cores are all yours as well," Khan said, as he didn't want to leave any traces that'd lead suspicions at him, because sooner or later, these dead people would be declared missing, and someone would investigate the matter, and eventually, they'd come looking for him, as he had a small quarrel with the blonde guy in front of so many witnesses in Adventurers Association. That's why he only attacked these people with his claws alone without using any weapon, and told Omega to rip apart their bodies while he ate them, so that it would look like these people were killed by some strong monster inside the desolate trees. No one would suspect a thing. Khan couldn't even loot their weapons or any money these people had on their person, as that too would arouse suspicion and eventually create unnecessary trouble for Khan. He was no noob like those reincarnated MCs who made these rookie mistakes and left a trail behind. Khan waited for 20 minutes as Omega was having a hearty meal of blood, flesh and cores. After he was done, Khan ran through the woods and went towards the direction of the opposite gate instead of the one he exited the city. Even with his sprinter ability, it still took him an hour to reach the other end of the city. He was back to the exact gate where he entered the city the first time. Khan got in the queue of the people going in, and as his turn came, the city guard stopped him. "Identification," said the same city guard from the morning. "Brother, I don't have one. I lost all my belongings a few days ago," said Khan sheepishly. "No identification, no entry," said the guard in an upright manner. "Why don't I tell you my terrible experience 2 days ago if you have the time? We can talk there in the corner," Khan said in a hushed voice. The guard gave him an understanding gaze. He signaled another guard to take his place as he walked towards a corner away from the gazes of people. Khan pulled out the money he got from selling the monster cores this noon in Adventurers Association. The pouch was even twice the size of what Nicola had gives the guards this morning when they entered the city. Brother, I hope you can ignore my sorry situation. Here's a small gesture of goodwill for your kind and understanding nature, said Khan as he tucked the coin pouch in the guard's pockets. I see. You're a very generous person. It will be too heartless of me to leave a man like you outside of city walls which aren't safe at night, the guard said with a grin on his face as he felt up the big pouch of coins. Khan nodded and entered the city again. He had to find the Black Griffin Merchant Enterprise now, as it was the only reliable place he could stay at. Khan bought another set of clothes and boots from a store and threw away the old ones in a sewer, so no one could recognize him from the clothes either, if there came a time of some unknown witness linking him to the murder. This time, Khan bought a white shirt and gray pants with reddish boots. He strode around the city as it was already getting dark. Since he was still new to the city, he had to ask many people for directions. After another hour of painstaking search, he finally stood in front of the Merchant Enterprise building. Only now did he understood the extent of Nicola and Elena's prestige, because the building in front of him was damn huge. 3 stories building which was no smaller than a castle. Plenty of merchants and common people, including many mixed race, humanoid demi-humans were barging in and leaving out. As soon as he entered the building, he heard a voice. There you are. I thought you won't be able to find our location, said Elenev, who had a bright smile on his face. Yeah, I got lost a few times. This city is too big for my taste, laughed Khan as he shook Elenev's hand. I heard you had some trouble at the association. People told us when we asked about where you went, said Elenev with a worrying gaze. Nothing big. Just some rich guy picking up on me for no reason. All matters have been settled already, replied Khan with a nonchalant face. After that, Khan and Elenev had a delicious meal in the private quarters of the Merchant Enterprise. Khan finally tasted some decent food, and not just roasted meat of monsters who always made him wary of having food poisoning. To Khan's surprise, the food was extremely delicious and full of various spices he never tasted during his previous life. He ate voraciously like a barbarian who was starving for weeks. This put Elenev in a complicated mood. Poor guy, he didn't even eat anything since the morning. He must not have any money on him either, thought Elenev as he looked at his savior, who was straight up gulping down the solid food without even chewing it properly. After they finished their dinner, Khan was led to a nice room with decent furniture and finally a bed. Metaphorical tears dropped from Khan's eyes as he was finally going to sleep on a bed, and not some tree trunk or leaves like he had in the forest. Elena's chest constricted after looking at Khan. Poor guy, he probably never slept on a bed before, he thought as he imagined Khan sleeping on the ground and rocks. Take rest and find me if you need something. My room is in the next wing. I'll see you tomorrow, said Elenev and left with a heavy heart. Khan closed the door of the room and jumped in the fluffy bed. This is life, he thought, and relieved all the tension he had in his body. Suddenly, a plan emerged in his mind. He let out a devious smirk as he fell asleep hugging the soft cushions, and looked like a baby sleeping soundly. Sorry, Nicola and Elenev, but I'm going to use you guys to earn a lot of money and reputation in the city. Because the next day, he was going to become an adventurer. Chapter 20. Gearing up. The gust of morning wind flew by, accompanied by the pleasant chirping of birds. A man opened his eyes and finally left the land of dreams to return back to reality. Khan opened his eyes and yawned. Nothing can beat a real bed no matter which world, said Khan as he finally looked outside the window. It was around 8 a.m. based on the position of the sun. Khan let another yawn as he tried to stretch his body. He slept like a baby for the first time since he got reincarnated. As he freshened up and took a warm bath first, he quickly left to meet Elenev. After searching through some rooms, he finally found the office and saw the young merchant busy tallying the ledgers and reports. Do you have a moment? Khan asked as knocked on the door side. Ah, you're awake. How was the night? Asked Elenev as he chuckled a bit. Best sleep I had in this life. Khan smiled and laughed. So what are you doing? He asked. Nothing much. Just doing some run-ins on the profits and future consignments. Damn, it's not easy at all. Segregating everything based on their type and dates is a pain. No wonder my old man left it all to me and assumed the command of shipping the materials. Elenev let out a sigh as he looked at the files and documents on his desk. This was just the beginning. There'd be piles of these things later during the day. Need any help? Asked Khan. Do you even know how to read? Asked Elenev. Yeah, I have formal education. My uncle always made sure that I had enough knowledge about everything that can save me from being conned. Haha, Khan chucked. Good. I on the other hand had to learn it all, because I had to inherit the family business. Otherwise, I'd be a scholar roaming the world now, seeking and learning different places, their knowledge and culture. Only if things were different, Elenev said regrettably as he started imagining the different life. Well, we gotta make do with what we have, Khan said as he started helping out in sorting the ledgers. He was an accountant in his previous life, so knew how to organize the records with their uses and priority. This surprised Elena, as he was still finding it hard to do it all efficiently. It had barely been a month since he started working in the merchant enterprise his father created. Till now, all his youth went into studying and lazing around, so he yet had to grasp the things related to the profession. By the way, Khan, have you thought about what you are going to do? If you like, you can work for us as a bodyguard. You certainly have enough combat experience and fighting skills, said Elena, as if this was something he had planned to ask a long while ago. I appreciate the gesture, but I'm not the kind to follow orders. Besides, I need your help, Khan said. I see. What can I help you with? Elena got curious. He wasn't going to pester Khan since he was his own person. At most, Elena could offer him a job. I need to borrow some money to buy clothes, some weapons, and some light armor, Khan replied. For what? Oh, I forgot that you were a mercenary, Elena replied as sudden realization hit him. Those days are behind me. Now I'm going to be an adventurer, replied Khan as he sat on the chair. Didn't you see what happened to us that day? Even though you're strong, you won't always make out alive. Think about it carefully, Elena said sternly, as he didn't want to see his savior hugging the goddess of death. Don't worry. I have my reasons. Besides, I don't know anything else to do anyway. Here, I can at least run away when my life is in danger, and I won't have to protect someone other than me, Khan said, his reasoning sounding logical. Fine, said Elena and started writing something on a yellow paper, and then put on their enterprise's seal on it. Take this to our merchant shop situated at the 3rd Street on the left. Show this to the manager. He'll get you enough supplies, said Elena as he looked at Khan helplessly. Thanks. I'll pay you back soon, said Khan, and left the office. Following the directions, found the merchant shop and its manager. The manager looked like some kind of demon race type of demi-human. He had red stone-ish type of skin and 2 sharp and dark red horns protruding from his head. Khan could even see a small tail coming out from the manger's waist. Khan didn't ogle or look surprised at all. After absorbing the legendary Samir's core, Khan was always in control of his emotions, and his demeanor was that of a tyrant. You wouldn't see him acting surprised unless he wanted you to see him like that. After he handed the letter, the manager looked at him with surprised eyes, but didn't ask how Khan got the letter. He signaled Khan to follow him and showed him their decent collection. The manager then showed Khan many types of weapons, armors, and various accessories cased on highly protected shelves. Khan wasn't some noob, so he chose the most useful set first. He chose a black trench coat, which had small intrinsic gold pattern in the middle and on sleeves. Why black? Because Buddhist protagonist rule no. 3. All Buddhist main characters wore black clothes. He then chose a gray jacket, which was made from a material similar to leather, just more sturdy and even lighter. The black pant Khan chose were very comfortable and sturdy at the same time. It wouldn't hinder his movements when he ran fastly at all. Then he chose hand gloves where fingers were exposed, but the grip was strong, like how people who went to the gym used. Next, he decided upon brown boots, which were made of some kind of monster skin, but also had a fully tactical design that prevented unnecessary sound while walking. After the clothes, Khan chose a fantasy-style double-edged longsword which looked very big and heavy, but Khan lifted it with just one hand as if it was a small knife. Author. It's not a Chinese longsword, but a medieval knight-era type one, just like Dante's Rebellion sword for example. Khan then took 2 daggers, a belt and a holster made for adventurers which had many useful pockets and places to put small weapons in. Khan then moved to the potions and accessories section. He chose medium health recovery potions and poison antidote potions. Khan, who had read plenty of mangas where protagonists chose adventurer profession and do their shopping, so he wasn't wandering around like an amateur, and picked what he needed the most. The antidote potions weren't for him, but to help others or use it on himself to appear as someone who'd need it after getting poisoned. Then Khan's finally found the most important thing of them all, a small space ring, used for storing up various things. Khan asked about the price, and his ears almost bled after hearing it. The space ring could only have 7 square feet of inner space in it, but the cost was already 5,000 gold dramas currency of Rocco's empire. Khan knew that the letter Lane had something like let him choose what he wants, but Khan wasn't going to be that shameless. In the end, these guys had to make a living, so he chose the cheapest one with only 3 square foot of inner space. It still cost 2,000 gold dramas as shown on the price tag. Based on his combat skills and personal skills he got from absorbing from his killings and his survival blessings as well, Khan chose to skip on enchanted ornaments and protection amulets. The manager stood beside him, showing no expressions on his face. Khan changed into his new clothes and equipped all the new gear, hung the huge long sword on his back, and finally left the merchant shop heading towards the Adventurer Association. As soon as Khan left, the manager grabbed his head and started pulling his horns. What the hell was this guy's problem? Even though the letter said he should be allowed to buy whatever he wanted for free, this guy shopped for merchandise worth more than 20,000 gold dramas. He wasn't being modest at all. Everything Khan chose was one of their best line of products. Even the small daggers were high-cost weapons because of their elemental attacks and runes engraved on them. The sword itself was made up of mithril, one of the strongest metals in the world. It could even withstand the weight of an entire house, made by their best Grandmaster rank blacksmith. The long trench coat had a magical defensive barrier that could save you from a fatal attack. It will stay stainless regardless of how much dirt you play in, and won't wither in different weather and seasons for at least a decade. That was part of rare magical clothing, bought only by high-ranking military officers and rich nobles. On top of that, he chose the gray jacket, which was made from one of the most costly materials and had very high defensive strength. It could easily stand against a direct thrust from a sword or a dagger. The boots were made up from wyvern hide. They could even withstand extremely high temperatures and would even help a person walk on lava for a few minutes. A truly great work of craftsmanship. The low-grade recovery potions were very hard to make even by expert alchemists, let alone a medium recovery potion. Let's not even mention the space ring Khan bought. That was hard to come, even in a prestigious merchant enterprise as theirs as space magic artifact refiners were very rare, and these rings rarely appeared on the market. This guy robbed them of half a month's profits. But to make matters worse, he appeared as if it was him being considerate, and not buying too much. This wasn't some modest shopping. This was daylight robbery. And in their case, the manager was showing their most valuable products with a smile on his face to the robber himself. Oblivious to all these facts, Khan looked like he was very humble and hadn't taken advantage of Elena's kindness. He finally reached the Hall of Adventurers Association. Khan let out a small sigh and said, "Time to make some money." Chapter 21. Meeting an Expert. Khan walked inside the Adventurer Association Hall to register as an adventurer. Why did he choose this profession? Because it was his current best choice. Mainly it will allow him to enter regions such as forests and dungeons, where he could hunt for monsters and increase his strength by absorbing their skills and eating their cores. Also, no one would be asking questions about what he was doing in such places if he was a registered adventurer and had an ID with him. And this was also a quick way to make money on the side, as working as a bodyguard like Elena had suggested would restrict Khan in many ways. Plus his income would be limited, and there would be times he'd have to be escorting people or acting as security, which would be a total waste of Khan's time. Even though the Flavet City was the best place for Khan to build his strength, he won't be staying here long, and would eventually leave for bigger cities and places where he could gain more power and authority. This city was going to be his first step in his journey. Since he couldn't trust anyone or had any attachments to any person in this world, there wasn't any need to get tied to someone or someplace. Coming back to reality, Khan noticed that many people sitting in the hall were looking at him with surprised gazes, as if he had something they desperately wanted. Khan paid no attention to the greedy gazes and walked towards the receptionist counter. Exactly towards the same counter he went to the previous day to sell the cores. As the old man watched Khan coming towards him, he instantly recognized the young man and adjusted his glasses. But then he was startled after noticing Khan's attire. What the? Did he rob a bank or something? The old receptionist asked himself. What are you doing here again? Didn't I tell you to hide somewhere for a few days? Those people from the Groundhog Adventure team might be still looking for you, said the old man in a worried tone. If they want trouble, I'll give them one. Besides, I'm not the type to hide in fear from anyone, Khan said as he rested his right arm on the counter, leaning towards the old man. Anyway, I'm here for my adventurer's license. You mentioned I have to take some kind of test, right? Asked Khan as he remembered yesterday's conversation vividly. Ah, young people, always thinking too highly of themselves. The old man sighed as he took out some documents and gave them to Khan. Fill these up, and deposit 20 silver dramas for the test, said the old man as he passed on the documents. Understood, said Khan, and went to a vacant table to fill in his information. He wrote made-up details, which were essential for approval, and returned to the counter. By the way, what's your name, old man? Asked Khan. It's Malcolm. And stop calling me old man, or you'll never get your registration done, said the old receptionist with wrinkles on his forehead, as if he hated being called an old man. Okay, I got it. So what kind of assessment do I have to go through? Asked Khan curiously. Nothing much. You just have to fight and last for some time against one of our instructors in a fight. They will also decide whether you are qualified enough to do work as an adventurer like hunting in the forests or dungeons, and even work as a bodyguard for commission, explained Malcolm. I'm ready when you are, replied Khan in a carefree manner. Follow me, said Malcolm, and took Khan to the inner side of the association hall, and then they entered towards small training grounds within the association. Khan saw more than a dozen of people doing weapon practice and magic chanting practices, under the instructions of people wearing the association uniform. These were obviously the instructors. As they neared towards an open arena made specifically for combat practice, Khan saw many people queued up in a line. Where's Elvin? Malcolm asked the nearby instructor. He called in sick today, saying he won't be able to come to work for a few weeks, replied the nearby instructor. Sick my ass. He's probably still in a brothel and drinking even more booze to get over his hangover. That bastard is never reliable, shouted Malcolm. Just then, a loud voice came from behind where they were standing. Since Alvin is out, what if I do the testing today? Said an old man who had completely long white hair and a short beard. He appeared to be in his 50s. Arkham. You? Never mind, just go easy on the kids, said Malcolm as he shrugged his hands helplessly. The other people around Khan who also came for the assessment started cursing under their breath. Khan, who had extremely accurate hearing even for a long range thanks to one of the abilities he absorbed from a hawk-like monster, clearly heard everything they said. We're so screwed. This guy never holds back in a test. We had chances to pass in front of Alvin, but Arkham rarely approves of people in tests, said one of the men. Who's he exactly? Khan intervened in their conversation. Don't you know? That's Arkham Holland, the A-rank adventurer who is also a Grandmaster rank magic swordsman. He's one of the 3 strongest adventurers in the entire city. To get him as the instructor for our assessment is like hitting a stone wall with a pebble. Only God knows if we'll be able to pass this time, replied the man as his back arched like an elderly man. To this revelation, Khan felt very different compared to the others. Because unlike them who were worried about failing the test, Khan's eyes were full of joy and expectations. Because he would get a chance to fight a Grandmaster-level swordsman, which will help him improve his weapon mastery. Khan understood, just from what the other guy told him, that Grandmaster-rank swordsmen were very rare even for a city as big as Flavet City, that was no smaller than big metro cities from his previous world. So naturally, this encounter would be a very rare chance to learn from an expert. Khan queued up in line as Arkham took a wooden sword from the weapon stand and started the tests. Khan was standing last in the queue and tried to get a good look at the combat test. The old man Arkham held the wooden sword with a benign smile on his face, looking like a completely harmless elderly person who would even struggle to cross the street. But just as soon as he started, Khan's eyes widened with surprise, and his survival intent started alarming inside his head. Unlike the other people standing in the line, Khan could feel the aura coming out of Arkham. The last time he faced this type of aura full of killing intent was when he created Rudra, who was a mythical rank monster. This gave a sense of dread to Khan, as he understood that the man in front of him was no joke. Just the aura he gave was more than enough to suppress Khan on the spot, who was at the end of the queue. Arkham, who was waiting for the first examinee to attack him, suddenly squinted his eyes and looked at Khan without making it obvious to notice. He could feel Khan trying to gauge his strength. As soon as the first examinee charged at Arkham holding his giant axe and swung it with full force, the old man simply took a step back and avoided with a hair's breadth. Shock! Khan was completely shocked. To someone without keen senses, this looked like Arkham barely managed to survive the attack and luckily dodged it. But to Khan, who had his reflexes and senses reached to a level beyond normal people, everything was as clear as water. Arkham didn't move to dodge at all, rather he was allowing the giant axe to pass close to him. It wasn't that his reflexes were weak, rather he was holding back his original speed to make it look like the attacker barely missed the old man. Khan kept staring at Arkham with an ogling gaze. This man was a true expert. In the next second, the examinee swung his axe at Arkham's head, trying to land a fatal hit. Just as the axe came close to Arkham's face, he quickly flicked his wooden sword, and the entire direction of the swinging axe was changed in just a second. The axe landed on the ground with full force, the wielder also losing his balance and stumbling on the ground. Just as he tried to lift the axe again and move to attack, the wooden sword already landed a hit on his neck. Fail, said Arkham with solemn eyes. The examinee hung his neck in embarrassment and left the training ground. Next, shouted Arkham, and the test continued. And just as Khan had expected, not a single one of these examinees managed to last in the test for a minute, let alone land a hit on Arkham. Let it be a close combat class or a long-range attack class like mages and archer, none even came close to make Arkham move more than 10 steps before he took them out effortlessly. Finally, Khan's turn came, and he entered the training ground. He didn't stand on a ceremony, and took out his new long sword, which was no shorter than 4 feet or maybe even longer. He held it tightly in both his hands, settled his footing, pulled the sword hilt close to his chest and pointed the sword tip at Arkham as he took a defensive stance. Khan looked at the old man with determined eyes and said, "After you." Chapter 22, The Newcomer. Khan looked at the old man Arkham, focusing his sight on any slight movements the old man might make. His survival intent alert, and then he activated his hunter's intent. Khan knew that no matter accurate his perception or survival intent blessing was, if he didn't have enough reaction speed or strength to defend himself against a truly strong enemy, his life would be forfeited right on the spot. "You have some good senses, kid. Now, let me see if you actually know how to fight," said Arkham as he took his first step towards Khan. Whoosh! Arkham's image flickered the next second, and Khan sensed an impending doom coming towards him. Clang! Just as the Arkham was about to hit Khan, The young man quickly used the longsword to block his left-hand side, and finally, Arkham's figure appeared in front of him. Author: consider his sword similar to the one in the cover art of the novel, with a black hilt and guard. The height being the same as Dante's Rebellion sword Devil May Cry. The surrounding people gasped with surprise. Even the other instructors were amazed. Because until now, Arkham never used his speed to attack any of the examinees. He only parried and dodged them before landing a fatal hit with his wooden sword. But now he was taking the approach of the attacker against the young man. And to add more surprise to this, the young man actually blocked the strike that everyone standing there failed to see. "Nice sword," said Arkham, and he swung his wooden sword again. Khan was barely adjusting to the Grandmaster rank swordsman's extremely quick speed and attacks. Each strike looked very simple, but only Khan knew that Arkham was trying to either land a fatal blow or disarm him. Not a single movement from the old man was wasteful, and as Khan kept defending against these flawless strikes that followed a form of rhythm to them, leading his hand movements when he was defending against the strikes, Khan realized that he was being too overconfident of himself when he asked the old man to attack him first. "Is defending all you can do?" asked Arkham with contemptuous eyes, as if he was disappointed with Khan's skills. Ding! Host has improved the weapon mastery for swords. Current progress: 35% at master rank. The host has unlocked the combat techniques. Defensive wall current progress: 15% at master rank. The system notification rang in his head, but Khan didn't lose his attention and kept focusing on the enemy in front. The rules said I'd still win if I lasted for a while against the instructors. "Don't try to goad me into attacking and give you an opening, old man," said Khan as he firmed his defensive stance and kept focusing on Arkham's movements. "If you think stalling for time will help you, then you're wrong. Let me show you the difference between our skills," said Arkham, and finally released his aura to the full extent. Boom! The nearby surrounding and everyone present felt an unimaginable pressure, as if a mountain was thrown on their shoulders, as soon as Arkham revealed his killing intent. Some of the other examinees fainted right on the spot, while others slouched under this aura. Khan, who was the original target of this domineering aura and killing intent, was actually facing the pressure 3 times more than what others felt, his body having no strength to even move a muscle or even look the other way. Khan felt like he was nothing but a prey in front of a predator beast, a prey that didn't even have the right to fight back. Khan could feel his bones clattering under this pressure, and his veins popping out. The old man with a benign smile on his face was a true powerhouse. War dominance. Khan activated his war dominance blessing and felt the pressure on him disappearing. Arkham, on the other hand, had a riddled expression on his face. He only felt some sort of slight aura from Khan before, but now, however, not only his aura was waning in front of the young man, but he too also sensed a form of threat from the young swordsman. "Interesting. Very interesting," said Arkham, as contained his aura inside him. Arkham again started attacking Khan from various angles, pushing him backward with every hit. However, Khan also tried his best to defend and maintain his footing against the heavy and quick attacks. His new sword possessing extreme durability, and very easy to move with his current strength. Even though he was barely holding his end against Arkham's swift attacks, Khan had a joyful expression on his face. Because with every strike he was defending against, his weapon mastery and combat techniques mastery was increasing by a lot, as he was fighting against a true expert. Arkham, who noticed the smile on Khan's face, felt irritated, as the new guy in front of him was successfully defending against a skilled veteran like him. "I'll give you a chance to attack me. I will only defend." "How about it?" asked Arkham in a playful tone. "No lies, right? Because unlike me, you have a reputation to protect here," said Khan as he gave a light smirk. "System, show me the current progress." Khan commanded the system. Host has improved the weapon mastery for swords. Current progress: 49% at master rank. Defensive wall combat techniques. Current progress: 40% at master rank. Khan heard the updates and decided to go along with Arkham's proposal. Because he won't be able to improve his weapon mastery and combat technique mastery by defending alone. He had to attack as well to improve his skills. Otherwise, he'd be just swinging a sword like an idiot in a real battle. He had to use this opportunity to learn some true sword skills. "I'm coming," shouted Khan, and charged at Arkham. He quickly swung his longsword vertically, trying to land a lethal hit at the old man. Thang! The sound of metal and stones banging resounded in the training grounds. By now, over 100 or more people, who were either practicing or giving their tests in the adjacent training grounds, were immersed in looking at Khan and Arkham's fight. The newbie managing to last for so long against the famous Arkham, one of the strongest adventurers in the entire city, was a miracle to them. There was a huge crack in the floor where Khan's sword just landed. Arkham had parried Khan's brute attack in the last second effortlessly. During the attack, Khan noticed that even though Arkham was using a wooden sword, there was a layer of protective aura or some kind of barrier that was covering the sword. And the source of it was none other than Arkham. "Is this what they call a magic swordsman?" Khan asked himself. because no way his sword wouldn't be able to break open a wooden sword with a single hit. Not only was it made of extremely good quality materials, but it was also very sharp and heavy at the same time. So Arkham, using some sort of skill or magic that was enforcing the wooden sword, was the only explanation he could think of. Khan didn't stop there. He adjusted his footing to not leave an opening and twisted his body in a circular motion, using the momentum of his body to pull the sword out of the ground and making a horizontal at the old man. To this, Arkham only sidestepped and parried the attack again with a flick of his wrist. Khan started using his side hopper ability to dash and attack the old man from time to time, even forcing the old man to take a few steps back with his heavy yet quick attacks. He aimed for Arkham's vital points as he kept running and attacking the old man from different angles again and again. Khan, who was barely managing to hold against Arkham till now, was suddenly pushing the old veteran from one side of the training ground to another, his attacks becoming more deadly and precise with time. The audience watching this battle, however, was completely silent, many not believing their eyes and some dismissing what they were seeing in front of them. The well-renounced and greatly experienced veteran adventurer was being pushed back by a newcomer, even though it was only a test and Arkham was allowing the new guy to attack him. Actually landing a hit on the old man and even pushing him few steps back was something none of them had ever heard of in all their time in the Adventurer Association. Arkham, who was at the receiving end, was far more active this time. He was no longer just flicking his wrists and parrying the attacks, rather using his both hands and taking a proper defensive stance while defending against Khan's brutal yet very quick attacks. To his surprise, the young man in front of him was getting better and better as time was passing. His movements were no longer that of an amateur, but a skilled swordsman. He completely got rid of all the unnecessary movements and force behind his attacks, and his hand coordination, while swinging the longsword, was improving as the fight went on. When Arkham came out of his daze, he finally noticed a bright smile on Khan's face as he kept defending. This guy was enjoying the fight. Arkham was caught surprised. Unbeknownst to all the bewildered gazes, Khan was becoming more joyful as he heard the system notifications in his head. Host has improved the weapon mastery for swords. Current progress, 67% at master rank. The host has unlocked the following combat techniques: pincer, stab, horizontal, vertical, upward hook, downward hook, streak, attack, lunge, swing. Flabbergasted. Arkham was flabbergasted. He had seen many talented people when it came to swordsmanship, but never before had he seen someone like Khan who made so many drastic improvements just in a single match. It was as if the experience he was getting from their bout was unlocking some type of hidden talent inside the young man. Genius. He found a true genius. Stup. Arkham spoke with a slight smile and an approving expression on his face. You pass, said the old man. The crowd was gobsmacked after the announcement. This newcomer passed a test conducted by the legendary Arkham himself. Were their eyes deceiving them? Khan stopped his attacks and put the heavy longsword on his back. He clasped both his fists together and made a slight bow towards the old man Arkham like people did in Chinese martial arts novels and said, "Thank you for your guidance." Chapter 23. The Confrontation. As soon as the test ended, the crowd gathered around the training ground roared in cheers. Everyone present there screamed their lungs out as Khan had finally broken the record by passing Arkham's assessment test, which didn't happen in the past 10 years. "Congratulations on passing your test, kid," said Malcolm, who came back a while ago after hearing the commotion. He had never imagined Khan being able to fight against Arkham for so long, and already thought that there would be no one passing today. Khan gave a gentle smile and nodded in response. Then he glanced at Arkham and said, "It's because he wasn't even using half of his strength. If this was a real-life battle, I would have died in the first few seconds." Arkham smiled after hearing Khan's words. The young man wasn't a fool who'd let a little victory go inside his head. "Still, I didn't hold back with my attacks and speed in the end. Even though I didn't even use half of my original strength, you being able to withstand it with your current level of strength and skills is indeed worthy of praise," said Arkham as he was very impressed with Khan's demeanor and the way he addressed the matters of the bout with nothing but the truth and boasting about himself shamelessly. "Of all the young adventurers and swordsmen I've assessed till now, only you seem to have the ability to grasp the situation during the battle and quickly adapt your attacking strategy accordingly. That's very commendable. Tell me, boy, have you received any formal training before?" "Who was your teacher?" asked Arkham with curiosity. "My uncle Vesemir taught me some sword fighting skills since I was young, saying that we mercenaries must have enough skills and strength to protect others and ourselves," said Khan as he praised his non-existent uncle. "Why the name Vesemir?" "Because anyone who knew about Witcher franchise knew about mentor of the legendary Geralt of Rivia. Vesemir was the one who taught him everything he knew, so Khan found it reasonable to use that name and create a fake character for his fake background." "Then, it explains a lot. He must be a very experienced fighter," said Arkham as realization struck him. This explained why Khan had such a solid foundation and talent for the sword, as he received training from a skilled fighter since his childhood. Suddenly Malcolm, who was standing on the side, spoke. Arkham, remember what happened with Marcus and his Diamond Adventure team? It was him who showed up when they were close to losing their lives. He alone killed 8 of those bandits one by one, secretly and strategically. Marcus said, if not for this young man, all of them would have lost their lives, including Sandra. So it was you. Thank you, you did me a huge favor. I'm glad to finally meet the man who saved my niece's life, Arkham said as he ruggedly shook Khan's hands. Who's Sandra? Asked Khan as he scratched the back of his head. Malcolm replied quickly. The mage girl who survived the ambush thanks to you. Khan, who had the eidetic memory, quickly remembered the young mage girl who was fighting against the bandits that day. She was really good at long-range spells and aiding her allies during the fight. I see. Well, those bastards killed my clan members and my friends when we were out on a bodyguard mission. Just like Marcus and his team, we too were ambushed and only I managed to survive. I was simply taking my revenge when I finally found them again, Khan said as he clenched his fist tightly. His face was full of sadness and regret. This took both Arkham and Malcolm by surprise. They didn't know anything about Khan's past till now at all, only that he saved the Diamond Adventure team few days ago. This made them feel empathetic towards the young man. Well, he'll makes no difference. Even though you did it inadvertently, you still saved our people. If you need anything in the future, feel free to ask me, said Arkham as he patted Khan's shoulder. He now started liking this boy, even more after knowing about his background, and how he saved his only niece's life a few days back. The crowd around them had dispersed at this point and everyone went on their ways, their blood pumped after watching the enthralling fight, many grabbing their weapons and practicing with vigor. After leaving the training grounds and waiting for some time, Malcolm bought Khan's newly made adventurer ID card. Arkham had left already to report something to the management. Apparently, Arkham was actually the vice president of the Adventure Association in Flavet City. Just as things were going nice for Khan after a long time, a group of more than 30 people entered the association hall. Their loud thuds of footsteps and weapons clanging against each other brought the attention of every single person present in the hall. The group of people looked extremely proud, domineering, and their hostile gazes landing towards the crowd, as if they were looking for someone. This group of 30-plus adventurers consisted of many humans, some elves, half a dozen females, and few demi-humans. But unlike the majority of the adventurers Khan had seen till now, all the members of this group had very decent equipment, their attire matching to each other, and all of them had the same logo on their clothes. The Groundhog Adventure Team. Finally, someone from the new group pointed his finger towards Khan, who was talking with Malcolm before. That's him. That's the guy who beat young Master yesterday, said a thief-class adventurer. The group of people parted and created a path towards Khan's direction. A giant man, who was nearly 7 feet tall, had a muscular build with a long and braided yellow beard, walked out of the group. His aura and demeanor were that of a tyrant, exuding out with his every step. Khan looked towards the towering figure coming towards him. The man had a giant battle axe on his back, full in brown armor, and woolen fur on his armor here and there. Khan was instantly reminded of Vikings from his knowledge on Earth. The hostile man stared at Khan as he stood like a mighty warrior, ready to pounce at him any moment. Was it you who killed my little brother and my men? Said the man in his deep voice, his tone filled with rage, but trying to hold his anger back. And who's your brother? Asked nonchalantly. Don't act like a fool. You had a fight with him yesterday, in this very place, said the man. Gasp. People present in the hall gasped as they heard something they never thought was possible. The young Master Ilya of the Groundhog Adventure team was killed? How's that possible? The blonde guy was infamous for bullying others and acting like he owned the world. All that because he had the backing of his almighty brother, who held a lot of power in the adventure community, and even the city administration had a lot of people who owed him favors. Oh, that pretty guy. I didn't see him since yesterday. Thought that he brought you to beat me for yesterday's incident. Khan feigned ignorance, but he didn't avoid any eye contact. Besides, was he really your brother? You two don't look remotely related to each other, said Khan. Impudence. Answer only what I ask you. Was it you who killed my brother? Shouted the huge man. He released his extremely violent aura, and the pressure akin to what Khan felt during his fight with Arkham. He quickly activated his war dominance and replied in a stern tone. I don't know anything. I don't have anything to do with your brother's death. You're looking for the wrong guy, said Khan as he faced the man without fear in his eyes. Of course, the man in front of Khan was many times stronger than the current Khan. If they were to fight seriously, Khan would definitely die without being able to fight at all. But that didn't mean he would cower in fear just because the enemy in front was stronger. One day, he was going to fight the demon god. Compared to that godly being, whatever he was facing now would not even be comparable to ants. Come with me to City Law Hall. We will decide whether you're lying or telling the truth, said the giant man. Do you have any proof that it was me? If you don't, then stop wasting my time, said Khan in an annoyed tone. This flamed the anger of the man, even more as he fully released his killing intent, and a yellow aura enshrouded his entire body. Come with me willingly, or there will be consequences. If I wanted to, I could kill you right here on the spot and nobody here will be able to do anything, said the giant man angrily. Suddenly, a stern voice resounded in the hall from the stairs coming down in the hall. Oh really? I'd like to see how you do that, Strygubber. Looking middle-aged elf, covered in extremely high-quality and well-designed mage robes, walked down the stairs as he intervened in the confrontation. And behind the elf stood Arkham. Malcolm, who was standing beside Khan at this moment, shouted in surprise. President. Chapter 24. The Investigation. The hall was completely silent as soon as an overbearing and majestic voice of the President of Adventurer Association echoed inside the hall. Suddenly, half of the people present in the hall bowed in respect towards the mage who was descending from the stairs. Solomon, my brother and men were killed yesterday. We just found their bodies this morning outside of West City gates. I need to find the murderer, and this man is a suspect, shouted Strygubber, the giant man and the leader of the Groundhog Adventurer team. That's President Solomon for you, said Arkham, who standing right behind the mage, as he did not like Strygubber addressing the middle-aged elf without honorifics. President Solomon raised his hand and stopped Arkham midway, as he gazed at Khan and then Strygubber. That's your personal matter, but it gives you no right to cause a commotion here. Besides, do you really think you can do whatever you want or kill anyone inside Adventurer Association while I'm here? The mage elf said as he stared at Strygubber with no fear or any type of emotions in his eyes at all. Or are you trying to say that you no longer acknowledge my authority? Asked the president in a gentle tone, trying to see the reaction on the huge man's face. I don't give two shits about you and your authority, Solomon. This man is a suspect of killing my men, so I'm here to take him in my custody and ask some questions, said Strygubber as he rebuked the president of Adventurer Association right in front of hundreds of people. How dare you insult the president? Shouted Arkham as he put his hand on the sword that was hanging on his waist, his deadly killing aura erupting like a volcano and raising the temperature of the entire hall by a few degrees. Then why isn't anyone from City Law Enforcement Hall or someone from Law Enforcer Squad here? Why is it only you and your team? Asked the elven mage. This question surprised everyone present in the hall as well. Why wasn't anyone from authority here to take Khan into custody if Strygubber only wanted the culprit of his brother and men's murder found? Or could it be that you don't wish to investigate by the rules of the law and just beat a confession out of the man without having any proof? Asked the president as he revealed the other side of the coin. This made sense to many because adventurers didn't have any right to make any lawful arrests or take someone for custody under the name of investigation. Don't try to twist logic with me, President. I'm only here to see the criminal brought to justice. What's wrong with that? Asked Strygubber with contempt in his eyes. Not only was he enraged, but he also wanted to kill the murderer with his hand. But Solomon's reasoning brought his intentions to light in front of so many people. Is that so? Then how about I and Arkham accompany you to Law Enforcement Hall then? We too want to see justice being brought to your people's murderer, said Solomon with a benign smile on his face. Khan, who was the main center of all the incidents, shuddered in fear as he saw the kind-looking elf mage smiling. Suddenly his survival instinct alarmed inside his mind, so much louder than when he faced Arkham or Strygubber today. His instincts telling him to run as far as he can. Behind that kind and gentle smile was an aura of absolute power. Is this man beyond the Grandmaster level? Khan asked himself in puzzlement, because Solomon wasn't even releasing or directing his killing intent towards Khan at all. He was simply standing on the spot. Of all the people present here, only Khan, Strygubber and Arkham could notice and feel the pressure of this aura. Rest were simply too weak to even notice that Solomon was releasing his murderous intent at the moment with a righteous smile on his face. Solomon noticed the gaze of Khan and looked towards him with an approving smile. What does it have to do with you? Why are you interfering? Asked Strygubber furiously. Well, the incident happened yesterday, and your brother also had a fight inside this very place. So it does concern the association, as we don't want people to say that we did not cooperate with the authorities during the investigation, said Solomon as he stood against Khan. Young man, do you admit being guilty of any of his claims? Asked Solomon. However, he no longer exuded any sort of aura as he stood in front of Khan. No, I'm innocent, and I don't have any reason to kill his people either, said Khan as he folded his hands. Then come with us. We will accompany you to the Law Enforcement Hall. If you're innocent, I promise on my name that no one will harm you as long as I'm around, said Solomon with a benign expression, as if he really cared about Khan being wrongly accused. All right, I'll follow you, said Khan as half the crowd walked out of Association Hall. Many officials, including Malcolm, walked with them, as they were the witnesses to yesterday's incident. After getting on various carriages owned by the association, many of which had different types of lizardish, horse-type monsters and steed pulling the carriages, all the involved parties left. Half an hour later, they all reached the Law Enforcement Hall, which was 2 times bigger than the Adventurer Association building, guarded by a garrison of soldiers and weapons placed at the walls. After Strygaber and his team entered and filed the case about the deaths of their men, the case was officially under investigation. Normally, it would take them a lot of time to even begin the investigation, but as soon as the officer saw the 3 strongest adventurers in the entire city in front of him, the matter was sent to the top-rank authorities and judges in just an hour. Soon, some official investigators started questioning all the involved parties in different rooms, including Khan, Malcolm, the Groundhog Adventure team, and few witnesses. Khan blurted out his yesterday's routine except for the killing, as if he really didn't know what happened yesterday. To cross-check his story, Law Enforcement Hall sent few top-ranking soldiers to all the places he mentioned, including the city library, where Khan spent his longest time. Khan, being the calculative guy he was, still kept the library pass as proof before he threw away his clothes after the murder. He even mentioned the color of his clothes, just not the ones he was wearing before the massacre. Elena was brought for questioning as the only witness of Khan's evening to nighttime. Since Khan never looked like he had a fight or had any bruises or blood on him, when he met Elena in Black Griffin Merchant Enterprise, he too believed that Khan was innocent and answered everything he knew truthfully. Arkham and other people's testimony about Khan's performance as an excellent swordsman during the assessment test also came in Khan's favor, as the only weapon he was known to be excellent at using was a sword. Besides, one man killing dozens of experienced men by himself, and not even receiving a scratch on his body, was found laughable by many witnesses as well. The investigators also mentioned in their reports about injuries on the dead bodies, indicating that they were done by a monster with sharp teeth and incredibly strong claws, as some of the hard armor worn by the dead people was torn and had markings of the claws. As the sunset was finally on its way, the investigation was done efficiently, the verdict being nothing else than Khan being innocent of the crime, since the murder site and mutilated bodies hinted a group of wild monsters doing the killing than someone who was a human. As soon as the verdict came and Khan was found not guilty of any of the charges, the people from Adventurer Association celebrated in cheers, because after their president backed up Khan, and this incident happened on their grounds, the association also had a lot of its reputation at stake during the investigation. While the people of the Groundhog Adventure team stormed out of the hall in rage, completely unhappy with the verdict, Khan finally let out a sigh of relief after being recused of all the charges. He thanked everyone from the association and also Elena. The young merchant was shedding tears after the investigation was over. Khan thought that Elena was a very sensitive person who was simply happy for Khan. Little did he know that Elena was crying after looking at Khan's costly equipment and weapons he bought from the letter Elena gave him this morning. How the hell am I going to explain this to father? He'll kill me if this got leaked to him, thought Elena as he kept sobbing. Kid, if you have time then come with us. President wants to talk with you in his private quarters, said Arkham as they were going to depart. Khan bid farewell to Elena and traveled with the crowd back to Association Building. After some time, Arkham took Khan to the president's private quarters. He entered after Arkham and saw the middle-aged elven mage staring outside the window, looking at the dark blanket which Sky covered the entire city with as the night had approached. Sit, he said. Khan simply sat down on a comfortable sofa, with Arkham standing on the opposite one. I believe you understand why I asked you to meet me here, right? Asked Solomon as he gazed at Khan. Khan, however, had no bewildered expression on his face. He looked calm and composed without any worry. He simply poured himself some wine in a glass that was on the table, took a small sip and tasted the wine as he rested his back against the soft cushions. Khan gave a big smirk to both the old men in front of him and said, Yes, it was me. Chapter 25, The Contract. Old man Arkham stared at Khan with a bewildered expression. He did not believe that Khan was the actual culprit all along when they went to City Law Enforcement Hall. He knew that Khan had a great talent for swordsmanship, but he was still far from being able to take out a dozen experienced adventurers by himself, and that too without even using a sword. May I ask why? Asked the elven mage Solomon. How do you treat someone who picks up a fight with you for no reason, and sets up an ambush to kill you with dozens of people? Khan replied in a laid-back manner. I see. Then aren't you worried that we will tell this to anyone? Asked Solomon. If you wanted to, you already would have done it during the investigation. But I'm sure you didn't support me, and took this matter to City Law Enforcement just to protect the Adventurer Association's reputation. You want something in return, don't you? Responded Khan. He knew very well that a person of Solomon's position and authority wouldn't just interfere in a small matter between a newbie adventurer. He already sensed that there was a hidden motive behind the actions of the middle-aged mage. Quite smart for someone of your age, replied Solomon as he sat down on his throne-like chair. But first, show me how you managed to kill off so many people just by yourself, commended Solomon. Khan heaved a sigh as he spoke gently. Oh my god, come out, Khan said, and suddenly a giant black dire wolf leaped out of his shadow and stood in front in the center of the room. Arkham was caught off guard again. A contracted familiar? Asked Solomon with surprised eyes. Yes, I bet you sensed him when we were in the main hall. That's how you figured that it was me who killed those people, right? Asked Khan curiously. Haha. Yes, I did sense an external presence coming from you. We elves have a very high affinity to magic and natural energy after all. Solomon nodded. But I didn't expect it to be a contracted familiar. That's very rare, you know, said Solomon. This proved Khan's hypothesis right. He had perfectly covered his tracks. Not even his footmarks were left at the crime scene. So the only way someone as strong as Solomon still having their doubts about it would be sensing the aura of his allies that were hiding in his shadow. So exactly why am I here? Asked Khan as he wanted to get to the point quickly. It's very pleasing to talk with smart people. You don't have to beat around the bush at all, laughed Solomon. Then his expression turned serious. It's because of Stragobor. He's trying to become the next president of the Adventurer Association. He replied. Arkham, who also sat on the sofa placed on the opposite side, decided to speak in. If it was through a proper election, we wouldn't be worried at all. But Stragobor doesn't want the position, but the power that comes with this position, said Arkham. And what is that power you speak of? Asked Khan. Power to control the city itself, replied Solomon solemnly. How? Isn't this just an organization made for mandating adventurers? How can it make one have control over the city? Khan asked curiously. Let me tell you how, Solomon said and took a small breath. Flavet City is surrounded by plenty of dungeons and borders the biggest forest in the world. Our city, despite being at the end of the Rico's empire, actually holds vast resources. Let it be ingredients or raw materials you get from dungeons by hunting monsters, or by hunting for monster cores in the forest. There is no shortage of resources and jobs that come because of them. The most sought after profession in the city is being an adventurer. Thanks to our management for past 2 decades, anyone who isn't worthy won't get to become one. Because people die in this profession all the time, and we don't want idiots to lose their lives in search of fame and glory, said Solomon. From there, Arkham continued. Dungeons periodically spawn magical monsters and beasts. The adventurers go there to hunt for resources and make money, which also keeps the number of monsters in check. But sometimes, there is a surge in their numbers. So many that even the military can't contain them all the time. If they break out of their dungeons, there will be a chaos enough to wipe out the entire city. And hence, they seek help from Adventurer Association. And because of that, the association also holds a lot of importance and authority within the city itself. Arkham finished his piece. Stragobor sees this as nothing but an opportunity to make wealth and gain power. He has bribed many of our people, many influential military officials and nobles in the past few years. And if he is elected as the next president, he'll simply use the association for his own gains, make illegal dealings with the black market, and also have plenty of support in the city council. So you can imagine the power he'll hold over the city if that happens, Solomon said and finished the explanation. Khan was a grown-up man who had tons of experience in doing business and managing money in his previous life. He naturally understood what this entailed. Being the undeclared ruler of the city would grant you so much authority that even the officially elected people in charge of the city will have to bow to you. And let's not even mention the money and resources one will have at their disposal. Khan understood that Solomon and Arkham had the best intentions for the city, but he wasn't an idiot to blindly believe them either. And what do you want me to do then? Asked Khan. Solomon and Arkham looked towards each other before nodding in unison. Kill Stragobor's people one by one. Assassinate his connections in both Adventurer Association and the City Council, said Solomon. What? Khan asked in disbelief. These old men wanted to hire him as a contracted killer. First, it was God of Darkness and Cravel who wanted him to kill the demon god, and now it was Solomon and Arkham who wanted him to kill Stragobor's people. Did he give some sort of Agent 47 from Hitman or John Wick type of impression that everyone who deals with him wanted to have Khan kill somebody? Don't play the fool, kid. We did some research on you. You're extremely talented and experienced at killing people, and have great combat capabilities even without using a weapon. Plus you have this familiar as well. Rather than trusting someone who could be a spy planted by Stragobor in our circle, we'd have you do it. Besides, weren't you a mercenary before? Killing for money shouldn't be a new thing for you, said Solomon. Why not do it yourself then? Besides, both of you are many times powerful and stronger than me. Wouldn't that save you a lot of trouble than trusting an outsider? Asked Khan as he shrugged his hands. To this Arkham replied quickly. Too many eyes on both of us. If any of us goes unrecorded, and suddenly Stragobor's people go missing, all the suspicion will fall on us, since the election is about to happen in just 1 month. If I hadn't personally seen your capabilities myself, we wouldn't even resort to this method. It was only a plan in the hatching before you showed up. All because you can take out so many people by yourself, and have a monster that could divert the direction of the murders in a different direction, he replied in a stern tone. Arkham no longer looked like the kind man who praised him this morning, and even came to City Law Enforcement Hall to give his testimony to protect Khan. Now, he looked like a man who had his fair share of killings to reach the position he was at. Let's say that I accept your proposal, What's in it for me? And how do I know that you two won't bury me under the ground if I manage to finish the job? After all, a dead witness is no longer a liability," said Khan as he folded both his arms together and gazed at both the men in front of him. "I believe even if we wanted to do that, we won't be able to. After all, the second presence I feel from you is no less weaker than me," smirked Solomon as he pointed his finger at Khan. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The pottery and tables in the entire room started clattering as an extremely deathly and murderous aura was released from Khan's body. It filled the entire room with black smoke, and a sharp hiss full of dread resounded in the room. This aura and pressure were no lesser than what Khan had previously felt from Solomon. Khan knew what it was, because he had seen this black smoke and felt this deadly aura before, belonging to none other than his subordinate. It was Rudra. Chapter 26. The Arrangement. The gigantic basilisk was releasing his killing intent at Solomon like trying to challenge him for a death match. He was a mythical rank creature, and finally found a good opponent to fight. See, that's why. I don't know what creature is hiding inside your shadow as your familiar, but I'm certain it's able to fight on even terms with me. Even Stragobor won't be able to kill you if you use that creature in a fight against him. That's why I decided to hire you for this job in the first place. I have no intentions of killing you or discarding you after the job is done. Why make enemies when you can make friends?" said Solomon in a sadistic and evil tone. Khan thanked his previous life experiences at the moment, because both the men sitting in front of him weren't some saints and upright people who cared about law and justice like their previous demeanor made them look like throughout the entire day. These were the real faces of both these elderly men. The elven mage looked no different than someone who'd kill anyone to hold his power and authority intact, and the elder man looked like someone who had bathed in a river of blood and grew numb to killings. If this was the gullible Elric of his past life, he would have believed that these men had a right cause, and would have agreed to help them like some idiot main character of some Munchkin manga and novel made for the teen audience, where every elderly figure who helped the protagonist was a trustworthy kind old man for some reason. This was the reason why they helped to get his name cleared of the murder accusation. They just wanted to have Khan owe them a favor, and reel him in their plan. "Fine, but I have my conditions," said Khan, the businessman inside of him waking from a long slumber. "I want all the resources you can provide me for the job. Your people will bring me the intel on the targets, and I'll finish the job in any way I see fit. As for the remunerations, I want lots of high-grade monster cores, a lot of money, and a small share in the bodies of rare monsters that have been hunted by adventurers and brought to the association for selling and salvaging. If there are 5, then I want 1, said Khan as he put out the terms of their arrangement. Fine, we can manage that, but know that our deal is strictly based on what you deliver. If you fail in your tasks, then the deal is off, said Solomon with a calculative expression on his face. Khan responded in hurry again, and one more thing. Now what? Aren't we already giving you a lot? Arkham asked furiously. To his loud voice, Khan replied gently. I want your most strongest fighters in every job, let it be a swordsman, a mage, or an assassin to train me. What? Why do you want to do that? Aren't you a swordsman? Asked Arkham. Obviously. It's to understand all my targets. Stragobor's people and the government officials you mentioned won't be some nobodies, right? I'll need to understand and know their weaknesses before I make a plan. Otherwise, not only would I fail the job, but I'll also lose my life. Then you can go and search around for another killer in whatever time you'll have by then. Khan said sarcastically. Sounds reasonable. But we don't have time to waste. I can only give you 1 week for your study of possible targets. And getting our top-ranked people in every job to train, you will have to be done in secret as well. Otherwise, it'll raise unnecessary questions on why a newbie adventurer is receiving such a favor, said Solomon as he found Khan's method reliable. He figured that he wasn't dealing with an amateur here. Khan asking to study his targets by increasing his own experience in their classes meant that the young man knew how to plan his assassinations, just like how he didn't leave a single trace after killing Stragobor's brother and men who came with him. 1 week is more than enough, but I need some advance first. I also need to know who will be providing me with intel and blueprints for these targets, Khan said in a serious tone. What followed for the next hour was an elaborated plan for how to take down Stragobor's men and his connections in the government strategically without raising suspicion towards them. Here, there are 10,000 gold dramas and 200 B-rank monster cores. This should be enough for advance, and some of the monster cores are of very high quality. I don't know why you even need these other than just money. This is just 20%. You'll get the rest as you start your job after a week. You kill, we pay accordingly, said Solomon as he summoned a big pouch filled with gold coins and another with monster cores out of nowhere. There wasn't a spatial ring on him either. It was space magic. The elven mage was proficient in the rare space magic. This surprised Khan as another plan hatched in his mind. Deal. Let's shake on it, said Khan as he shook both Solomon and Arkham's hands as a form of agreeing to the deal. As the night fell, Khan finally left the Adventurer Association and went for the Black Griffin Merchant Enterprise again. He felt that it was the best place for him to stay and deepen his relationship with one of the most prominent merchants in the entire city. As he reached the Enterprise building gates, he stopped his steps and spoke, "You can let the president know that I won't betray or sell him out. So you lot better stop following me from now on, or there won't be a head left on your shoulders," Khan said as he released his war dominance aura, and suddenly 3 assassins fell out of dark shadows from the nearby buildings under this immense pressure. Why did Khan accept the contract to kill these people? Obviously, it was to create connections and people who actually held authority in the city, and gain access to resources in large amount, and establish himself as a prominent figure so many doors could be opened for him just because of the fame he would later gain. There was no point in playing the underdog, as long as his secrets regarding being the chosen hero of God of Darkness was kept under the rug. He needed everything he can get, and as soon as he could, and he had to do it all by himself. Khan continued and greeted Elena in his office. After watching his sullen face, Khan got the gist of why the young merchant was unhappy. Khan threw the big pouch of coins in Elena's desk. "I know I went a bit overboard, so this should be enough to minimize your losses, right? Consider the rest as repayment for saving your life," said Khan as he laid back on the sofa placed in the middle of the room. "Wait, how did you get so much money?" asked Elena in a suspicious voice. "Nothing much. Sold some of the top-grade monster cores I had on me, and took some advance for a big job I was offered," said Khan as he relaxed on the comfortable sofa. He kept the sword on the side and said, "When are we eating? I'm hungry." Ilinov suddenly went from his dejected expression to overjoyed as soon as he received the pouch and started counting the coins. His experience told him it was at least 8 to 10,000 gold coins. "Don't misunderstand me, Khan. It's just that the price was too big for me to cover up," said Ilinov as he explained. Yeah, no worries. There shouldn't be any secrets between friends, right?" Khan said as he gave a slight grin. Khan had already planned to deepen his relationship with the father and son duo as they could turn out useful in the future, so he had to start with the gullible son first. As he had dinner, Khan kept chatting about life experiences with Ilinov. As Khan was once 25 years old too, he knew enough topics that could get Elena's interests during their conversation. When Khan finally returned to his room again, he changed into night clothes and jumped into the bed. Khan rested on the cushion and commanded the system. "System, give me Solomon and Arkham stats." Khan had shaken hands with both Solomon and Arkham for that very purpose. The system he had with him could only scan the body and their strength after making physical contact with the target. Following are the statistics for the individual named Arkham. Name: Arkham Holland. Species: human. Job: swordsman. Grandmaster. Rank level: 55 strength, 270 agility, 170 dexterity, 130 defense, 160 mana, 240. Following are the statistics on individual named Solomon. Name: Solomon Elfenheim. Species: elf. Job: magician. Semi-saint. Rank level: 62. Strength: 120 agility, 70 dexterity, 180 defense, 40 mana, 450. Khan let out a surprised gasp. Semi-saint rank means Solomon was close to breakthrough beyond the Grandmaster rank. The middle-aged elf was much stronger than he thought. Khan realized that he was treading in murky waters today. He was pretty sure Strygobor was no weaker than Arkham either. If these people wanted to kill him, he'd be dead before he could even react. If not for Rudra being present inside his shadow, he would not even walk out alive from Adventure Association had he chosen to refuse the contract from Solomon and Arkham. Khan took out the top-grade monster cores and chomped down on them one by one as he was in dire need to raise his strength levels if he wanted to protect himself. Rudra was his hidden card, but he couldn't reveal him to anyone. Plus, there would be very few places where he could release the basilisk out of his shadow without causing massive destruction to the surrounding. From tomorrow, I'll perfect all of my combat skills and rank as much as I can. I can't be dependent on luck or some plot armor to always save me. Compared to these people, I'm still an ant," said Khan as he continued to eat up the cores. "Power. I need more power." Chapter 27. Power Boost. Morning arose and Khan woke up from his fulfilling slumber. Unlike his previous life, he didn't get any dreams about how his life would be different and what kind of love life he wanted. Rather, he would dream about how he rose in strength and sit atop this entire world, beneath no one, not even the gods. "System, tell me my current stats." Khan commanded the system since he ate around 50 monster cores before falling asleep. Thanks to his ability absorption divine ability he chose before, all the cores he ate would be directly absorbed in his body without any wastage or adversely affecting his physique. As per the knowledge he gained from reading books in the city library, people in this world couldn't directly just swallow mana ores or monster cores to increase their physical or magical strength and capacity. Even the most sensitive beings to magic such as elves and angels had to dilute the cores and magical elements in them first, and then absorb them over a long time. Even absorbing a high-grade core would take them 2 to 3 weeks, that too if they barely took any breaks. And that is why very few people had incredibly stronger physiques or magical abilities, as gaining strength in this world needed a lot of resources as well as time. Elves lived around 500 years if they didn't get killed or died because of some disease, and angels lived up to 2,000 years. Even the most ancient dragons couldn't live past 4 to 5,000 years. The longer you lived and the more resources you had, the stronger you'll become. That's how the natural law of gaining strength worked here. Even amongst the chosen heroes, if nobody else picked the ability absorption divine ability as Khan did, then his ability to absorb these monster cores would be the highest among all the living creatures in this world. Naturally, many beings currently surpass Khan by a huge margin, but Khan had far more potential than all of them. Host attributes and skills are as follows. Name: Khan. Host species: human level, 42 strength, 164 agility, 126 dexterity, 122 defense, 94 mana, 252 divine abilities. Ability absorption, dimensional law, synthesis blessings, war dominance, stage 1 weapon mastery, master rank combat techniques mastery, master rank survival intent stage 1. Berserk god mode 5 times the physical strength war deity body stage 2 gifts, all languages knowledge known to the war deity. Physical abilities: Ripper claws combination of alpha wolf's claws and blue lion's claws. Alpha wolf's howl side hopper combination of sprinter and long stride hunters intent venom acid poison immunity grandmaster rank Samir scale body executioners gaze magical skills. Fireball stealth note: some low-grade abilities and skills have been merged under high-grade ones the host currently possesses, and some have been discarded as they no longer have any use to the host. 7 levels. Khan remembered being level 35 just yesterday. Eating 50 high-grade B rank cores raised his level by 7 levels. Even his strength had become nearly twice than before. Khan realized that, as your levels rose, the attributes would raise by a big margin, more with each level. Like if his stats had 20 points, after his level rose, the increase would be by 30-40 points instead of 20. As his level increases, so will the extra points he'd get. Good. This will make the training and my survival a bit easier, said Khan, and went to take a bath. Khan left in a hurry in the early morning. Instead of going to Adventure Association, Khan went towards the north gate of the city. This part of the city was mainly known for its entertainment area, like how Earth had red light areas in the city known for pubs, bars and strip clubs. Khan went to one of the most crowded restaurants in this area called the Golden Crow. He waited on a table that was unoccupied as he drank some herbal tea. Unlike Earth, there was no such thing as coffee in Rocco's empire as per his current knowledge, but the majority of the population preferred herbal tea instead. Khan could feel the Asian aesthetics in the building architecture and cuisine. I wonder if anyone of chosen heroes was an Asian from Earth who introduced his or her culture, and now residents of this world created a different one based on it. No complaints though. This is perfect for the morning, Khan said as he sipped the aromatic tea bit by bit in a black clay cup. Just then, a slim figure under black cloak came towards Khan's table and sat next to him. You're earlier than expected, said Khan as he glanced at the hooded figure. I'm a professional. We don't delay our tasks. If you're done, let's leave quickly. I have a perfect place to train you, said the cloaked figure, and finally took out his hood. Khan was a little bit surprised to see the person, but didn't show it on his face. The person next to him was a snakekin. His body was completely similar to a snake, and his hands and legs were covered in reptile-like skin. The greenish hue in the skin color gave this person an appearance similar to a forest snake. The person even had a tongue of a snake, which came out of his mouth every 5th second. Fine, let's go. I'm in a hurry as well. We'll only get today to learn as much as I can, said Khan, and followed after the snakekin. After half an hour, they reached a desolate area where the houses were basically empty and near to falling in the ground. This is one of the oldest parts of the entire city. It used to be one of the most important areas of the city a few decades ago, before the war between different powers and gangs destroyed it as collateral damage, and nobody tried to rebuild it as well. So it became the best area for people in our line of work to practice our skills, explained the snakekin as he introduced Khan to their training grounds. I want you to train me in 2 ways. One where you attack me with your assassin skills and techniques as I try to defend against them, and other where I make attempts on you using the skills you'll teach me. I want to understand both sides of the battle, said Khan, already spoken like a true assassin. Our job needs the understanding of the surrounding, our target, and their weaknesses. We don't do much damage even with high-grade weapons, but rather our hiding skills and that one final hit when we show ourselves takes all the work, said the snakekin. The Snakekin was a professional assassin, and somehow Solomon had managed to have him train Khan after their yesterday's planning and agreement. Throughout their entire time during the training, the Snakekin taught Khan how to adjust himself in the surroundings so well that not just the target, but also anyone present around them wouldn't notice Khan or his presence at all. Since Khan had already acquired the stealth ability after killing one of the people that came with Iliad to kill him, he was already a step ahead compared to an amateur. By the end of the day, Khan, who already had the weapon mastery and combat techniques mastery blessings, had already raised his efficiency and also learned the ability called concealment. The Snakekin was left awestruck after he saw Khan executing this ability to a level that exceeded normal level assassins who were in the profession for some time. Compared to them, Khan not only learned it in just 4 to 5 hours, but also improved in it at a drastic pace. Unlike stealth ability, which lets the assassins become invisible for a short time, concealment ability helped one to merge in the surrounding area as if you were always a part of it. The Snakekin's expression was no different than Arkham's when he fought Khan during the assessment test and found his talent in swordsmanship. A prodigy. I found a prodigy. Why is this guy wasting his talent on swords? He can easily become one of the best assassins in the entire city with enough training and experience, thought the Snakekin as he regretted watching Khan go after their training. Khan was satisfied to see his weapon mastery for daggers reaching 45% at master rank and his stealth and concealment skills reaching 70% and 53% of master rank respectively. This was just one day training, but he already reaped the benefits of an entire month's training because he learned from one of the top experts. Just like the fight with Arkham, Khan kept learning and perfecting his assassination skills by making critical attacks whenever he found the perfect chance, and his patience to wait for a perfect opportunity was very commendable as well. Now, all he needed was to kill some assassins in real battle and absorb their abilities to create his new skills and raise the proficiency in the ones he already had. The upcoming week would be nothing but a golden fruit of knowledge he'd get to eat and raise his skills and knowledge in all the fighting, related jobs and professions. Khan knew if not for the excuse he made for learning his targets and their weaknesses, Khan would never get to learn from true professionals like the Snakekin he met today. It was Solomon and Arkham pulling their connections and a huge amount of money to get these people to train him, all for the sake of keeping their current power and authority to themselves. Khan was sure that the Snakekin would straight away go to report about today's training to Solomon and Arkham as a way to keep an eye on him and his part in their deal, and so will the other trainers he'll meet in the upcoming days. But at the end of the day, it was Khan who was getting a big haul and benefited the most. Let's see who's using who, spoke Khan to himself and smirked as he looked forward towards the upcoming days. Chapter 28. First target. For the following days, Khan received training and combat experience from one of the most elite fighters in all different professions. Let it be archers or magicians, Khan not only learned a few of their core techniques and spells, he also excelled at them by a huge margin compared to others who would usually take months to reach that level. All his trainers left with their jaws dropping on the ground, every single one of them not believing the talent this young man had in their respective fields. And after 1 week of repeated training sessions, Khan was finally done in being proficient in them and reaching more than 50% mastery in these skills, spells and combat techniques. The current Khan would be able to use any weapon belonging to any class and different spells and combat techniques unique to these classes without any problem. This left a sour taste in all his trainers who thought he was wasting his God-gifted talent by focusing on swordsmanship instead. Few of them even offering him to become their disciple. But Khan refused all of them. The agreed date of the first week was over, and the days of his hunting began from today. Khan was sipping some morning herbal tea inside the Golden Crow restaurant as by now, he too was addicted to this aromatic and soul-soothing tea. Today, he was going to receive a detailed report on all his targets, their routines, and the best locations to carry out the assassinations as agreed during their initial planning. Khan was to get familiar with different professions and their weaknesses, and Solomon and Arkham's people were to gather more detailed and sure-shot intel on all of their potential targets. As Khan was basking in the delicious taste of the tea, a slim elven archer sat across the opposite side of the table. He didn't make any greetings and ordered some breakfast. Both he and Khan didn't speak a word to each other either. If anyone looked at them, they'd think that these two were nothing but strangers to each other. As the elven archer finished his breakfast, he suddenly took out a small book and passed it to Khan from under the table, completely hidden from everyone's eyes. The elf gave a slight nod and left the place in a hurry. Khan took the small book and placed it in his space ring. Soon, Khan left for the Adventurer Association, and after he finally reached there, he registered himself for the dungeon exploration list and paid a small fee for buying a dungeon pass. Unlike many novels and mangas he read in his previous life, the dungeons in Riko's empire were monitored by both the Adventurer Association and the military platoons stationed close to these dungeons in case of a monster tide occurred. They will be the first line of defense. The dungeon passes were used as permission to explore and also to keep a record of all the people entering the dungeons in case they went missing or needed reinforcement during life and death situations. It was also to stop the unregulated and unrecorded flow of resources adventurers gained from these dungeons. Khan had 3 objectives for his dungeon visit today. The first was obviously to hunt monsters and absorb their abilities. Second was to use this opportunity to increase his combat experience and improve his combat mastery using the different techniques he had learned in the past week. Third was to deliver upon his first target mentioned inside the small book. On his way to the closest dungeon, which was barely 5 kilometers away from the city, Khan went to a merchant shop and bought some smoke bombs and tear gas bombs. Normally, adventurers used it to hunt down groups of low-level monsters that traveled in groups, but Khan was going to use them for some other purpose. He also bought a black cloak to hide in the crowd and to avoid the eyes of fellow adventurers. When Khan finally reached the closest dungeon towards the city named the Bromir Dungeon, he entered after showing his pass. Surprisingly, he wasn't the only one entering while wearing a black cloak. There were many individuals who did the same. Out of 10, at least 2 would be wearing black cloaks as far as Khan could see, many trying to hide their identities. Good for me. This way, no one would be able to link me to the incident either, thought Khan as he entered the gigantic cave-like door to the dungeon that was filled with plenty of adventurers going in and out like ants gathering around sugar. Khan had placed his longsword inside the space ring and currently had a normal-looking bow on his back with a quiver full of arrows. He was entering the dungeon as an archer this time. After entering the first floor, Khan didn't waste time wandering around and asked a nearby adventurer about the directions towards the 9th floor. The first 2 floors were flooded with people and only from the 3rd floor did the real battles begin. Khan kept descending the downstairs and walked nearly a few miles down the ground to finally reach the 9th floor door. As the floor level increased, the stronger monsters and creatures would one face. After the 7th floor, no one would dare venture further without a team of allies. So watching a lone archer going below the 7th floor surprised many, but it was still acceptable for them as they were always risk-takers. Here, you were responsible for your own life, and nobody would care if you lived or died in this place. Each floor in these dungeons covered the area of a big town having perimeters of around 6 to 8 kilometers on average. Here, many different monster species lived and hunted for resources. And so did the adventurers. To the residents of these dungeons, any outsider would be no different than food, so they attacked these adventurers at the first sight. The 9th floor was an area of crevices and withered trees. This floor was a hunting ground for many big adventurer teams, and the residents of this floor being none other than kobolds. These monsters had very sensitive noses and hearing, so they were very hard to hunt in a group unless you had a bigger group of your own. Finally, I'm here. Now, where are those bastards? Spoke Khan to himself. He started looking around for groups of people. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Khan finally found a group of more than 20 adventurers full of mixed race people and humans trying to fight off against a pack of kobolds. All these people had an emblem on their chest, the emblem indicating the adventurer team he had seen before. This was his first target, as the book had provided him intel on the Groundhog adventurer team. From the intel he received, the Groundhog adventurer team had more than 400 members, Strygobor being their leader and his family, who had a rich background funding the whole team. There were dozens of groups like the one before Khan, sent to dungeons to hunt for monsters, raw materials, and monster cores, and later be sold in the market. In other words, this group was no different than workers farming for resources and later give it all to their bosses. Khan maintained a kilometer distance from this group and activated his hunter's intent skill, which let him gauge the strength of his targets about whether they were stronger than him or not. This ability also had a very long reach and was no different than a filter system for Khan. The strongest among them seems like between level 32 to 35, but the numbers are too big for me to hunt alone. Also, bringing all of their attention towards a single target won't be easy. If I want to kill them efficiently without any fail, I need to give them a big target, Khan thought to himself, as a plan hatched in his mind. Khan ran amongst the withered trees and went far away from the Groundhog adventure team members. Since he lacked numbers, he would use outside help. Not only was he planning to overcome his disadvantage with numbers, he was going to use the oldest and yet most efficient battle strategy in the book. Khan let out an evil grin as he finalized his plan. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 29. Let them fight. Continuous battles kept happening over different parts of the 9th dungeon floor. There was no sun or source of light inside the dungeon, but somehow, Khan could see a bright sky above his head. Naturally, this had something to do with the natural construction or magic formation that had formed the dungeon in the first place. The light outside of the dungeon was brought to each floor, and the intensity was no different than normal sunlight outside of the dungeon. Khan kept running without causing too many noticeable noises through the withered tree lines. He had seen some group of kobolds, but they were either too big or too small than what he needed. Finally, he found a group of 18 kobolds who had just finished off killing an adventure team and were looting out the remains, while some from the group started ripping off the flesh out of the dead bodies and chomping on the juicy and bloody meat of these adventurers. Unlike werewolves, kobolds not only hunted with their claws and jaws, they also used weapons like wooden spears, poles, swords, and bows. The majority even wore clothes that covered their private parts. Only a group of experienced adventurers with the same number as the kobolds could take them head on. From what Khan saw, the group of adventurers that laid dead on the ground wasn't one of such teams. Not only did they lack numbers, but also their team composition was out of the norm. Too many physical class and damage dealer class people, only 2 mages and 1 archer in the group. This was nothing but a ragtag bunch of hot-headed morons who came to the dungeons thinking they could conquer the floor with their measly strength. Idiots. There are other ways to make money without dying. Why come here if you're not strong enough to protect yourself? Khan spoke to himself. Khan was already used to hunting wild monsters and beasts in the forest he was thrown into by God of Darkness. So this wasn't his first rodeo. Khan silently kept walking towards the group of kobolds while hiding himself behind the tree branches and bushes. The group was salvaging the gears and meat from the dead adventurers. He knocked an arrow on his normal bow, which he bought for cheap from a shop. He was around 300 meters from the group and just in his bow's attack range, aiming at one of the kobolds who was in a group of 3 and quickly shot an arrow. Swish! The arrow struck the kobold's head, killing it instantly on the spot. His current weapon mastery for bows was only 59% at master rank, but it was still enough for him to make accurate and precise attacks. As soon as the kobold fell on the ground, the remaining kobolds were alerted. Howl! The kobolds howled and alerted their subordinates. The whole group quickly getting their guard up and looking for the attacker. Time for the second arrow, said Khan and shot another arrow in the middle of the group. The first was to get their attention, and the second was to let them know about his location. As soon as the kobolds sensed the direction of the incoming arrows, they charged towards Khan's location with all their weapons in their hands. Khan waited till the group could see him, and started running in the direction he came from. For the next 20 minutes, the group of kobolds kept running after Khan as if all they wanted was his death. Khan occasionally shot out arrows and killed a couple of their subordinates to fume their anger even more. Running away from this group without getting caught was no big deal for Khan, who had both sprinter and lunge ability, which would always keep him one step ahead of the group. He also made sure that the group followed him without coming across any other group of kobolds or another adventure team. Otherwise, it would foil his plans. Finally, when he reached around a kilometer away from the place where the group of 20+ groundhog adventurer team members were fighting, he raised his speed to the fullest and disappeared from the sight of these kobolds using side hopper ability. Khan saw the people of the groundhog adventurer team were still at the same place. Their battle seemed to be over long ago, and now they were just harvesting the kobolds for their cores, claws, and skin, many of them simply resting while few keeping a lookout. Their losses seemed negligible while the kobold group was completely wiped out. Khan quickly ran back to the group of kobolds he brought along and shot arrows at them again, luring them in his direction as he ran towards the adventure team. As soon as he reached 200 meters from the group, Khan used side hopper and disappeared again from the sight. From the dense bushes, he shouted very loudly, "There are kobolds! Everyone get ready to fight!" Khan quickly ran away from the place and hid among the tree branches. "Enemy attack!" shouted some of the team members of the adventurer team, and everyone was quickly alerted. They were all experienced people, so they quickly got into a formation ready to defend against an ambush. "Who was the guy that just shouted? Didn't feel like I heard that voice before," someone of the group softly asked. But just then, the group of kobolds finally reached close to the adventurers, and by instinct, they charged at the defending side. Khan, who was now standing on a thick tree branch far away and watching the show, sighed in relief. "Finally, all the efforts are paying off. Nothing personal, guys, it's just business," said Khan as he relaxed his back against the tree trunk. What followed was another gory battle between the adventurers and kobolds, even far bloodier than the previous group these kobolds had killed. Thanks to their experience in working together, the adventurers defended themselves against this sudden attack, only suffering 2 casualties at the beginning of the battle. But the kobolds were no different than these adventurers. They hunted in packs, and their disposition was made to hunt in a group. Their understanding and teamwork far exceeded the opposition. Besides, they were far more vicious with their attacks, and many were stronger than the adventurer team members. Skulls and bones were broken, cut down, and blood was sprayed on the ground as both sides ferociously fighting to kill their enemies. Khan, who was the cause of this all, was simply studying the battle and strategies both sides were employing as time went on, his understanding of battle tactics increasing little by little. There was a reason why Khan chose to use the kobold group to pit against the groundhog adventurer team members. The primary reason being that he was simply lacking in numbers. And even though he was strong, he couldn't take down all these people even with Omega on his side. Releasing Rudra here was also not a good idea either. These weren't some mindless monsters, but a group of experienced people who also knew how to quickly respond to sudden ambushes and adapt to the situation very quickly. Some could manage to run away to tell the tale, so that wasn't the best choice. The secondary reason is to avoid causing suspicion of an assassination attempt. Plenty of people died in the hands of kobolds on this floor, so it wouldn't be a surprise to see another group fall into these monsters. Soon the battle came to an impasse. Both sides left with barely 6 to 7 members, rest going to eternal sleep, while lying on the ground in their own blood and intestines. Both sides were constantly looking for an opportunity to attack, while defending themselves. Khan, who saw this from the tree he was standing on, finally decided to interfere. He knew this would eventually happen, so he wasn't surprised at all. "Omega, come out," said Khan, and the dire wolf jumped out of his shadow. Khan took out the smoke and tear gas bombs he bought with him and silently approached the battlefield. Since everyone was fighting for their lives, neither side noticed or sensed his presence. "The usual plan. Attack from the other side as soon as I throw the bombs," said Khan, and Omega nodded in response. Their teamwork was already on an expert level. Khan activated stealth and turned invisible. He silently walked behind the adventurer team and threw the smoke bombs and tear gas bombs in between the battlefield, where the majority of the fighters were in a neck-to-neck battle. "What the fuck? Who's that?" shouted a woman among the group as the smoke filled the battlefield. Khan activated his war dominance and Ripper's claws and started the bloodbath. This time, he was hunting both people and monsters together. His pressure filled the entire place, making it hard to even breathe for everyone present on the scene. What followed was a one-sided massacre. Khan used Side Hopper from time to time, and each time he appeared, a body would fall on the ground as his Ripper's claws chopped their heads and torso in two. Khan had thrown the tear gas on the adventurer's side, while the smoke bomb on Kobold's side to use it the most effectively on both opponents. Both sides were already weaker than him after putting them into a disarray. Khan and Omega did not have any problems taking out all the enemies. With no chance to fight back, in just a few minutes, only a hooded man with a bow on his back and a giant black dire wolf, both of whom were completely drenched in blood, remained on the battlefield. Well, time to rob the dead. Chapter 30. New teammates. As the battle ended, a dreary scene of the blood and flesh torn and splattered on the ground was revealed. The bowman and the dire wolf started to pillage the bodies of the dead, without showing any hints of regret, as if they were completely numb to killing. Khan was no longer a man from Earth, who would be disturbed by killing someone or try to use the pretense of moral code or right cause to not kill people, when it suited him, and when it didn't. He wasn't a hypocrite who would try to justify his acts or look for reasoning before he had to kill someone. He had killed so many dangerous and vicious monsters in the forest, that he was practically comparable to a veteran hunter, who had experienced so much that the sight and smell of the blood no longer bothered him. And after he absorbed the Mother Samir's core, and also inherited its will, his disposition was no longer that of a normal human. He simply accepted that given different circumstances, both the people he just killed and the kobold monster he lured here to slaughter would not even bat an eye if they had a chance to kill him. Some would even torture him to death if the roles were switched. So there was no need to feel sorry for someone who wouldn't think too much about the value of life in the first place. Khan absorbed the abilities of all the dead bodies lying in front of him one by one, and cut out cores from the monsters. As for the Groundhog adventurers, team members who were part of his contract, he simply took out their badges and put them in his space ring. He needed the proof of the kills to receive his pay. "System, show me the list of abilities and skills I just gained just now," said Khan, and the system notified him with the list. "The host has acquired the following new abilities and skills: Water Spear, Knights, Taunt Knights, Wall, Wind Blade, Headshot, Charged, Arrow Volley, Archers, Sight, Heal, Rank, Sea Protection, Barrier, Debuff, Dispel, Magic Sense, Templars, Charge, Templars, Will, Defense, Fortitude, Shadow, Strike, Lacerate, Backstab, Lockpick, Kobold's Howl, Pack Sense, Pack Hunting Buff." The system finally stopped after giving a list of abilities Khan had just acquired using his ability, Absorption, Divine Ability. This cheered up Khan, as he was indeed lacking many abilities and magical skills in his holster, majority till now being related to hunting monsters in the forest only. And out of them all, only 2 to 3 are very actually useful to the current Khan. So this was a pleasant surprise for him in a way. "System, show me the list of useful abilities and skills I can create using Synthesis Divine Ability," said Khan, and waited for the system to reply. "Host can create the following abilities and skills with the ones currently the host possesses." The system then started giving him multiple and variety of skills he could create using the abilities he already had and gained just now, filling his head with all the information about the abilities with their effects and uses. Khan started processing all the information and decided to judge the usefulness of all the new merged abilities and skills. He wasn't an idiot to combine them all for no reason. He wasn't even sure if there was a limit to the number of abilities and skills he was allowed to merge together, and there was no point in creating the ones he won't be needing in the majority of scenarios, as they would simply rust inside the inventory metaphorically. Also, these abilities would need time and practicing and maybe require him to absorb abilities and resources to upgrade and improve them. That would be a waste of time as well. So the most sensible choice was to create abilities and skills that could be extremely useful and had the potential to become one of his hidden cards. Among the list, he found 2 merged abilities that were also high rank and could be upgraded in the future. One Soul Many Bodies rank B upgradable allows the host to create a soul connection to multiple subordinates and see their surrounding via a shared vision. The host can also command them telepathically to perform a task or an action. The current range of this ability is a 5-kilometer radius from the host's location. This ability was truly useful for Khan if he wanted to hunt, gather intel, or keep a lookout. His subordinates could warn him about an incoming enemy or an ambush. He could also send them to do some reconnaissance on the people or monsters he wanted to kill, and even send them to places he couldn't reach or tell them to do something when he was under the public eye. Khan then moved to the second merged ability Mind Transfer rank C upgradable allows the host to have full control of one subordinate and its body for 1 hour. However, the original body of the host will be put in stasis when the ability is activated. The first ability was simply too convenient for Khan, as he would be needing a lot of subordinates sooner or later, and in that case, having a deep in mind connection with them would allow him to carry a group battle more efficiently. The second merged ability was similar to the first, but unlike the former, it allowed him to completely control a subordinate for an hour. This too is useful if he wanted to not take any risks while doing something where he could die, and just use a subordinate as a suicide bomber in case there was a chance to get caught. Khan was certain that he gained this ability from the group of kobolds, as they were indeed the type of monsters who spent their lives hunting in groups. So maybe this was some rare passive ability he accidentally gained. The adventurers also gave him plenty of useful abilities and occupation-exclusive skills, but Khan decided to experiment on them later when he had the time. Merge the skills. Khan commanded the system, and soon a familiar feeling of learning new abilities flew in this body, as if he had spent years on creating it. He quickly got familiarized with it in a minute, but because of these two newly merged abilities, another door was opened for Khan which made him rethink his choices. Khan then thought of a plan. He had to spend almost an hour and a half just to plan and kill these people using a group of kobolds to tire them out in a battle and whittle down their numbers. What if he had a similar task in the future and had to kill a group just like this one? Where will he find extra help when having a disadvantage in numbers? Things won't go in his favor at all. So there was no other option than to create a small army of his own. He didn't feel like leaving the dead bodies to let others know that these people died in a battle against kobolds anymore, simply because there wasn't a need to leave them as proof. Missing people also counted, and dead too. All the adventurers were above level 30, and some of the kobolds were even level 37. He won't find such a favorable situation again, where everything went according to his plan, and he successfully completed the kill list. Khan weighed the pros and cons in his mind and decided that it was a better choice to use the dead bodies that were lying in front of him to create new subordinates and even experiment on a few to create some different or even higher version of their species. He ordered Omega to not eat out the remains and started using Synthesis Divine ability on all different types of adventurers. To gain the maximum results, he used the high-grade monster cores during the synthesis process, which were given to him by Solomon as an advance for the job. There were more coming into his pockets, so Khan found this as a worthy investment. And he wasn't a fool to randomly merge the bodies together. Khan chose the specimens based on their profession and their class, such as knights and templars under physical melee class and mages and conjurers in long-range magical class. In half an hour, Khan was done merging all the dead bodies together and gained 6 new subordinates. 6 figures who were wearing completely black clothes, armors and robes that were once part of the original bodies and now turned black, holding weapons of their respective classes, and with some very noticeable changes happened to them. On top of that, since Khan used 2 to 3 high-grade monster cores during synthesis, all of these new subordinates had unlocked the evolution skill, just like Omega and Rudra had when they were created. A guardian knight, a rogue, an enchanter, a priest, a ranger, and finally a berserker. All of these were the combination of 2 different job classes and had merged under the Synthesis Divine ability, so they also inherited the core abilities of both the classes with the unique abilities of their newly created class. Khan named these 6 as 6 generals, already having plans to make them incredibly stronger in the future if he had the opportunity. From now on, your names are Blackwall, Ronan, Cyril, Armin, Oliver and Jugram, said Khan as he named his new subordinates with creative names which fitted their classes and appearance respectively, instantly raising their loyalty towards him by 50%, and all of them were level 40 as both the original bodies were at least level 30. Khan then saw Omega looking at him with indignation, as if he felt left out and forgotten. Khan gently patted the dire wolf's head and smiled. "Don't worry, I still have some big plans for you," said Khan as he gazed at the bodies of the kobolds lying next to him. He let out a devilish smirk and spoke. "About time for your upgrade." Chapter 31. Rewarding the Loyalty. Khan stared at the dead bodies of the kobold group he lured here to fight against the adventurer group, and killed them once the time came. Total 16 dead kobolds were lying on the ground. This was more than enough for him to create at least 8 new subordinates. But Khan didn't plan on having that many for now. He preferred quality over quantity. Besides, having same type of subordinates would only provide him with fodders than some unique subordinates as he had created till now. System. How much bloodline purity did I absorb from these kobolds? Asked Khan to the system as he knew the system stored in bloodlines through his ability absorption divine ability. If the same type of monsters or any species was absorbed by Khan, the host currently has 120% of pure kobold bloodline, enough to create a higher and many times stronger version of this species. And would the rank of that subordinate will be higher as well? Khan asked out of curiosity. Yes. The more specimens with the same bloodline the host uses for synthesis, the higher chances to create a higher version of that species. System. What's Omega's rank based on your database? Subordinate named Omega is currently of elite rank with the evolution skill unlocked. The system replied emotionlessly. What are the ranks for monsters and beasts in general? Khan asked as he never had this question pop up in his mind before. He only knew that Rudra was of mythical rank, a rank above the legendary rank. Following are the ranks for monsters and beast species. Common, rare, elite, unique, half-lord, lord, high lord, legendary, mythical, god, beast. So what if I use 4 bodies and 5 high-grade monster cores during synthesis? Will the resultant subordinate be of an even higher version than the expected result? Khan asked in puzzlement, because he still wasn't used to creating subordinates and understand all the capabilities of his synthesis divine ability even now. The resultant subordinate can only be of 1 rank higher and an upgraded version of their base bloodline. I see, Khan spoke to himself. He was being too greedy just now, so he had to keep his expectations in check. A higher rank result was already too much to ask for. Even a higher rank than that was simply impossible. But there was always a chance to merge that subordinate with others of the same rank and species to get another higher version. Just that he will need a pure bloodline and more dead bodies to experiment with. You guys keep on a lookout. Don't let anyone come close to this area and disturb me. Khan commanded to his newly created 6 subordinates, the 6 generals. The 6 generals then dispersed in different directions. His newly acquired ability called One Soul Many Body was a passive ability, so he would be linked to all these subordinates, and could see through their eyes whenever he wanted. His sole connection with them would inform him about everything that was happening with subordinates without putting any strain on his brain either. Plus the range was 5 kilometers, so it was already very good for him to not be noticed by anyone who was far away. Khan was just being cautious. Khan chose 4 bodies of dead kobolds and 5 B rank monster cores for the synthesis, and put his hands and bare legs on all the bodies. Merge, said Khan as a black shadow was released from his hands and legs on each body, and the shadow engulfed them one by one. Soon all the 4 shadows started converging together, and finally, the procedure to create a new subordinate started. Since there were more specimens involved, the procedure took longer than before. Does the host wishes to impart the pure bloodline to the subordinate being created? The system asked for his permission like it once did when he was creating Rudra, who now possessed 50% pure basilisk bloodline. Do it, Khan commanded without hesitation. After 10 minutes of forming different shapes and moves, the new subordinate was finally created. It was pitch black kobold, who was much taller and bigger than the rest of the kobolds that Khan had killed and used for synthesis. Fur was darker, claws were shaper, it stood on its 2 hind legs and 2 big fangs were coming out of its mouth. Its appearance no different than a giant werewolf system. Show me his stats. Following are the statistics for the subordinate. Name, unnamed species. High kobold evolution skill unlocked level can be upgraded through eating other monsters and cores. And rank can be upgraded with higher and pure bloodlines of the same species. Rank, unique level, 45 strength, 160 agility, 140 dexterity, 60 defense, 70 mana, 90 abilities. Burst, howl, pack leader, sprinter, lunge, tearing claws. Shadow merge. Would host like to name this new subordinate? Wait, Khan looked at the stats and abilities. This new subordinate was indeed very strong compared to the dead kobolds, and even slightly stronger than 6 generals because it had the unique bloodline of kobold species. Khan didn't stop there. He simply repeated the same process for the remaining bodies. And after 1 hour, finally stopping after he created 3 more subordinates, all of them being no different than the previous high kobold, Khan now finally understood the difference. Kobolds were actually higher and intellectual versions of wolves, no different than those wolfkin demi-humans he had seen before in Flavet City, and some of the adventurer groups he had seen also had such members. Just that the wolfkin were more evolved and sentient beings, while kobolds were primitive and more controlled by their base instincts. Even Omega, who was standing close to Khan, felt like he was looking at his long-distance relatives. He was certainly a much lower version of the species himself. Khan didn't stop here either. Since all of them had unlocked evolution skill, there was no point in standing on a ceremony. He divided these 4 into groups of 2 and repeated the synthesis. Khan used 10 B rank monster cores for each time, and patiently created 2 more higher versions of kobold. System, show me the stats. Following are the statistics for the subordinate. Name, unnamed species. Kobasu variant kobold evolution skill unlocked level can be upgraded through eating other monsters and cores, and rank can be upgraded with higher and purer bloodlines of the same species. Rank, Half-Lord level, 50 strength, 250 agility, 190 dexterity, 170 defense, 150 mana, 130 abilities. Pack Commander Domain Hell Hunter's Sight Long Stride. Pincer Shadow Merge. Would host like to name this new subordinate? What the? Khan stood rooted on the spot, forgetting his speech, because the new subordinate he just created was already stronger than Khan himself. Plus the stats were also higher than him in strength and agility attributes. This guy was at least on Strygaber's level based on the aura and murderous intent it emitted. This subordinate would just make a perfect bodyguard for himself. Omega now felt even more dejected than before. His head was down, as if he felt that he was no longer needed. He simply walked away from Khan and sat in a faraway corner in the tree line, slowly whimpering under his breath. Khan was overjoyed with the results and carried on to create another subordinate of the same rank. Another 30 minutes passed and Khan finally created another new subordinate of the same rank and skills as the former. Khan still hadn't named any of his new subordinates after he named the 6 generals. He now had 2 subordinates on the same strength level as Strygaber, who once put immense pressure on Khan with his aura alone. System, can I upgrade them even more? Asked Khan, not being content with what he already had. No. The host no longer has any higher or purer version of this bloodline. The new subordinates can no longer evolve any more than their current state, unless a higher bloodline, which also has traces of the same bloodline, is acquired and used for evolution, replied the system. Khan found it logical, since it was indeed a limitation of the bloodline. Because he already had upgraded the newly created subordinates by 2 ranks, just with the bloodline he acquired previously. No matter how pure it would still have an upper limit for an evolution. So if I want to use them for further evolution, will I need to mix them with another subordinate? Khan asked. Yes, but the subordinate must have traces of the same bloodline as the specimens, and should be a variant version of its species to mix with this different bloodline. The system stated out the conditions for the next upgrade, because there won't be any different resultant species if they shared the same base bloodline, and to mix with another subordinate, that would require some traces of the same bloodline as well. Khan let out a chuckle as his mood lightened up, because there was indeed a subordinate who fit both the conditions at the same time. Khan then shouted, Omega! Time for your reward. Chapter 32. The Evolution. Khan called out Omega, who was at this point sulking in a corner, as he felt like he was no longer going to be useful to Khan. At the end of the day, Omega was only an elite rank monster who had very less intelligence compared to these Kobasu who were standing in front of Khan. He only knew how to follow orders. Even though they were stronger than Khan, none of these 2 subordinates were haughty or overbearing as Rudra. They didn't try to defy Khan's authority or taunt him in any way, because Rudra was a mythical rank creature and possessed 50% pure bloodline of a god beast, the basilisk. Although Khan didn't know much about god beasts, even now since they were only stuff of the legends, as far as he knew, he didn't try to look for more information about them, as finding correct and reliable source wasn't in his priority list. At this point, Omega finally came and stood on Khan's left side. His expression looked of curiosity, as he didn't understand what Khan had in his mind. System, how much it will take? According to current level of species and rank, it will take the host at least 100 B rank monster cores for this procedure. The system replied in its lifeless tone. Why that many? That's all I have left. Khan asked in surprise, as the cost of this procedure alone took the amount of monster cores he had used up till now. Khan ate 50 monster cores a week ago, and now nearly used 50 cores for creating his 6 generals, and then the kobolds. 20 of them being B-rank monster cores, which were very high grade and hard to come, even for Solomon, who was the president of Adventurers Association. Because what host wishes to create exceeds the current rank of subordinate in the procedure by many ranks. If the host does not use the required amount of monster cores, the result will create a new being who will not inherit any traits or memories of the chosen subordinate. The system explained. Khan thought for a minute and understood the reason. What he wanted to do was skip on at least 3 ranks of species evolution. So certainly, it would require many cores for all the upgrade and mana for it to succeed. Since both the Kobasu were half-lord rank, Khan expected the rank after the process as well. But he still had to make up for the demerit in species rank using extra monster cores. Luckily, Khan hadn't used up all of his B-rank monster cores Solomon had given him as an advance for the contract. He had consumed only low-grade cores that night and barely used the high-grade ones till now. He wanted to save them for emergency or use it for any exchange later. So he indeed had more than 100 B-rank monster cores left on him. They were all he had left to be precise. Then Khan looked at the dire wolf who had expectant eyes looking at him. Khan vividly remembered the time when the first thing he ate in this world was hunted and brought to him by Omega. The first day he entered the world of Antihero, he created this dire wolf using the pack of wolves who tried to hunt him, and had nearly managed to kill him. Ever since then, he and Omega were no different than partners in crime. They hunted together and killed many dangerous monsters and beasts, even killing the legendary Samir together, which led the way to Khan going from level 3 to level 30 in a single day. While Rudra was the strongest of the all-subordinates Khan had created, until now, the giant variant Basilisk was still not completely loyal to him, nor did he submit to Khan even after they spent their time together. Omega, on the other hand, was with Khan since day one. He protected Khan when he was weak and defenseless, hunted and fought beside Khan like they were soldiers on a battlefield who would not think twice before sacrificing themselves to save their partner's life. That was true loyalty. Author, I'm not crying, you are. Sobs and doggo noises, it's worth it. Spoke Khan and put one hand on Omega's head and ordered the Kobasu to touch his right palm. Merge, Khan commanded, and the synthesis process started as usual. All the monster cores Khan had on him were instantly absorbed by the shadow, and so were all 3 specimens. This time, the procedure was even more complicated, and there were sudden bursts of energy and ground-shaking pressure releasing within the shadow. Khan let out beads of sweat and focused all his attention and energy into the synthesis. Unlike anything before, it took 4 hours for Khan to finally manage to complete the process. Boom! Boom! A sudden burst of energy and an extremely dreadful aura filled with bloodlust and tyranny exploded from the place Khan was carrying out the synthesis. A dark black and red cloud of energy was exuding in the 2 kilometers surrounding. The explosion could be heard in the entire 9th floor. Khan was thrown back 10 meters due to this explosion and barely managed to land on his feet just in time. A giant 10-meter figure of a black creature, which had the head and a majestic mane of a wolf, broad shoulders and arms that were of same height as Khan with claws as long as Khan's forearms. The giant figure stood on 2 legs, slightly slanting downward because of its hind legs that were just like wolves and kobolds. It had 2 long fangs coming out of its mouth, which had numerous sharp teeth. The 2 fangs were about same height as Khan's head. Author, new unit of measurement. Khan, the giant wolf-like creature, then let out a deafening roar and announced its presence to every living soul present on the 9th floor. The roar alone causing sonic booms, and Khan's clothes fluttered in the air because of it. Khan looked at the glowing red eyes with black iris of this giant creature and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with it. The giant wolf creature then started walking towards Khan. Thud, 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 each of its steps causing a loud stepping noises because of how big its bill was. If anyone else other than Khan was present here, they'd faint under this immense pressure and bloodlust that was being released by this giant monster. The wolf-like creature then knelt in front Khan on its right and right fist on the ground, while the other leg bent and left hand on its knee. Just like how a knight greeted his king, Khan let out a visible smile and gently placed his palm on the head of the monster kneeling in front of him. You become very strong, Omega, said Khan in a happy voice as he felt genuine joy from watching the synthesis procedure being a success, and Omega finally becoming extremely stronger than before. Just then, a hoarse and rustic voice reached to Khan's ears. Thank you, Master. Khan's eyes widened with surprise. The voice belonged to no one but Omega. He could now speak after this evolution. Khan felt a bit of suspicion and commanded the system. Tell me all of his stats and abilities. Khan commanded the system in his authoritative tone. Following are the statistics for the subordinate. Name: Omega species. Lycan variant Fenrir subordinate has invoked a dormant bloodline belonging to a god beast, the Fenrir. Current bloodline purity: 20% evolution skill. Unlocked level can be upgraded through eating other monsters and cores. And rank can be upgraded with higher and pure bloodlines of the same species or descendant species of other god beasts. Rank: Lord level. 55 strength, 350 agility, 270 dexterity, 240 defense, 200 mana, 180 active abilities and skills. Shredder Claws gathers extremely destructive mana around subordinates' claws to execute long-range claw attack. Berserk gives the subordinate a 2x physical and attack strength for a short time. Bloodline Boost. Chosen bloodline effects can be used for a certain amount of time. Bloodlust allows the subordinate to focus killing intent on a target and put it in a fearful state for 20 seconds. Tyrant's Roar. Subordinate's roar can disorient anyone except the host and fellow subordinate in 200-meter radius. Shadow Swap. Subordinate can instantly travel to location and site containing a shadow. Shadow Merge allows subordinate to merge and hide under host's shadow. Passive innate skills. Lycan Tyrant allows the subordinate to command and exert authority on any Lyco's wolf-related species. Devourer allows the subordinate to absorb and purify the bloodlines of other species. Metamorphosis allows the subordinate to shapeshift into a humanoid form. Regeneration allows the subordinate to constantly heal itself at a fast pace. After reading all the stats on Omega after the new upgrade, Khan was gobsmacked. This was beyond what he expected. He could only say, "What the actual fuck?" Chapter 33. Hunting the Boss. Khan was completely out of his wits for the first time since he absorbed the Samir's core and inherited its will, which changed Khan's demeanor. He was able to always keep a calm mind even when facing someone like Strigaber, but now he could not believe his eyes. What he thought was a half-lord rank subordinate was actually a lord rank monster. It was beyond the results he expected. "System, how did this happen?" Khan asked the system because only it could explain the reason behind this result. System detects that the subordinate Omega already had 2% bloodline purity of the god beast named Fenrir. During the synthesis procedure, the determined will of the subordinate to become more useful to the host triggered this bloodline. Since Kobasu are also descendants of the Lyco species tree, the bloodline was activated to a higher degree and caused this transformation. My, to think that I would have someone who would be so loyal to me," Khan said and ruffled Omega's head. He was genuinely overjoyed for Omega. Now he understood why people treated their pets as part of the family, because they too cared about their masters. "System, how strong is Omega now compared to other people I've met?" Khan questioned, as he didn't know how to exactly decide tiers of strength, so he could only compare. Subordinate Omega is currently comparable to a beginner Grandmaster rank person in terms of strength and attack capacity. Subordinate needs to raise its level to reach and utilize its full potential. "I see. If Omega fights with Arkham, what are his winning chances?" Subordinate has only 30% chance to defeat the individual named Arkham Holland, who is a peak Grandmaster rank swordsman. So they're really that stronger. I guess I have no choice but to raise my levels quickly. I can't be at their mercy when the time comes. They won't uphold the end of their deal if I'm any weaker than both of them. Spoke Khan. He was no idiot. He currently lacked a lot of strength and skills compared to the truly strong people in Flavit City. All they needed to do was just attack so quickly that Khan could not even react in time, and he'd be dead on the spot. Even though Omega and Rudra were his shields, there was no certainty that they'd always be able to help him either. At the end of the day, he had to rely on his own capabilities. Just then, Khan heard a warning in his head. The warning he received was through his connection with his other subordinates, the 6 generals. Through the one mind many body skill, Khan could see what was happening in front of these subordinates. He quickly switched sites and found that Oliver, the ranger subordinate, and Jugram, the berserker subordinate, saw people incoming towards their direction. Only now did Khan remember the massive burst of energy Omega let out when he was created, and the roar he let was no different than an atom bomb explosion. So naturally, this was going to alert and bring the attention of a lot of people and monsters on this floor. "All of you, return quickly to me. And Omega, get in. We need to hide," said Khan, and ran amongst the dense tree lines and crevices. Soon, Khan met his subordinates along the way one by one, and they all merged inside a shadow. And Khan decided to hide for some time, away from prying eyes who were coming towards the place of the commotion. No one would pay attention to a lone archer in this situation. While running through the woods, Khan saw some adventurer groups, but made no contact with them, as they were all heading towards something non-existent. At this point, he had reached the opposite side of the floor itself because of how clueless he was. The dungeon map he brought with him seemed to be somewhat inaccurate, which led him towards a valley full of kobolds instead. Thanks to his survival intent, he quickly hid himself using concealment skill, which was an assassin's exclusive skill that allowed him to merge in the surrounding environment. Suddenly, his survival intent alerted him again. This time, it wasn't because of anyone directing any killing intent towards him, because there was a group of adventurers. Around 40 people were charging towards this kobold settlement. Many of them were well geared up and seemed to be in a proper formation. Assassins led the way while doing reconnaissance, and tanks and knights protecting the group in the front. Swordsmen behind the first defense line. the mages and healers in the group while the archers protecting their back. This was a proper setup for a boss fight formation. These people were definitely going to fight a formidable monster boss. Could it be the floor boss? Han asked himself. That would be the only explanation, because these were a lot of people for a normal group of kobolds. As soon as the group reached the nearest kobold group, they firmly launched their attack and decimated the first group with their impeccable timing and coordination. This was a well-established group with plenty of experienced people in it. Khan noticed that all of these people had a reddish insignia on their chest, and in that insignia was a lion head carved in the center. The Scarlet Lion Adventure Team. Khan suddenly remembered the information he heard from one of the adventurers long ago. This was the Scarlet Lion Adventure Team, the second biggest and strongest adventurer team in Flavit City. Khan kept watching the battle from the dark corners in the trees as a heart-thumping battle happened in front of his eyes. The timing, the coordination, and most importantly, the person in command managing the team formation and adjusting it from time to time for maximum effectiveness surprised Khan. He understood that the person in charge was a veteran and had hundreds of battles to reach such a level while commanding others. Wave after wave of kobolds died in a one-sided massacre, while the Scarlet Lion team members didn't lose a single person. The mages were accurately hitting the kobolds that managed to go past the first line of defense. More likely, they were allowed to breach the defense and entered through the small gaps, just to get roasted and shredded alive from the fire and win magic attacks from the mages. Anyone who still managed to escape was finished off by the assassins and archers of the group. Khan was quite a calculative person himself, so he understood the strategy. The team commander was basically leading the enemy in a deathly trap one by one and whittling down their numbers without losing a single person under his command. The battle continued for half an hour, with the kobold side losing too many members and not even managing to take out a single member of the opposition. By now, more than 50 dead kobolds were lying on the ground. Just when Khan thought there was nothing left to see and decided to leave, a loud roar filled the entire valley. Howl! It's finally here. Everyone be on guard. Follow my orders. The team commander spoke loudly. Healers put shields on knights and tanks. Mages, assist the swordsmen and assassins. Archers, be ready to release arrows when I command you to, shouted the group commander as everyone got in a defensive formation. Soon, from the end of the valley, walked in a giant silver kobold surrounded by at least 20 kobolds. Unlike all the kobolds that Khan had seen till now, this giant silver kobold was actually wearing gray armor on his chest. He walked on two legs, just like Omega did, and surprisingly used a long-range spear that was in his hands. The spear itself looked like a very high-grade weapon by the looks of how well designed it was. It was definitely an extremely powerful weapon. You lot again? Have you forgotten what happened last time? Don't think about leaving out of here alive. Suddenly, the silver kobold spoke and released his killing intent on the group of adventurers that were attacking his kin. Khan was surprised again. This silver kobold spoke, even more cleanly than Omega did after his evolution. This monster was at least half-lord rank. You monster! Don't think that you'll get away with killing my brother and my men. This time, I'll cut your head myself, shouted the commander of the group. Looks like you have forgotten how you barely escaped from me last time. Well, thanks for bringing us more food. The silver kobold shouted and dashed towards the adventurer team. Following it, the group of kobolds also charged with fervor, and what looked like an impenetrable formation was quickly broken through by this silver kobold was just a few swings of its spear. This monster was just too strong. This is a lost battle already, spoke Khan to himself as he noticed something that the adventurer group didn't. At this point, they weren't just facing the silver kobold and his crew from the front. Rather, they were actually surrounded by more than 30 enemies from both sides, and another group was also coming from the rear. The silver kobold didn't just come without preparations. Rather, it waited till the adventurer group was only focusing on the enemies that were coming from the front. The silver kobold allowed his kin to die, just so it could surround them from all sides. Noticing this tactic, Khan could only praise in amazement. So ruthless, and so intelligent. Chapter 34. Crossing Paths Again. Khan watched from the shadows as the Scarlet Lion Adventurers team was getting surrounded by the kobold groups from all the sides. He almost felt bad for these people as they had a knife on their throats, and they didn't even know yet. Even if Khan were to interfere and help these people, there was very less he could do. He didn't have many long-range or area of effect AoE skills that could even help in this situation, not without revealing his cards such as Omega and the 6 generals at least. His subordinate skills was something one would expect from a necromancer, not an archer. It will become troublesome if the word of it got out because Khan decided to help these people. He could not afford to have any witnesses. Just as Khan expected, when the silver kobold ordered the surrounding henchmen to attack from all 4 sides, the formation broke in a matter of minutes. Many unable to adapt to the onslaught coming from every direction, and people started dying. The wolfkin from the group were torn piece by the kobolds, as if there was some sort of long animosity between these two species. In just 10 minutes, there were barely any adventurers left alive. Khan, who was numb to killing, already felt sad for these people. They all performed very well till now, but things always don't go as you plan. A loud curl boomed in the surrounding as the adventurer, team commander, was torn into two by the silver kobold with its bare hands. There was an evil laugh on its face, as they had almost finished up killing all these people. "Get away from me!" A shout was heard amongst the dead bodies. A young woman who seemed to be an archer by her gear and equipments was waving a dagger at the nearby kobolds and trying to create a distance. There was a big gash in her right thigh as a downpour of blood was leaking from it. She was barely able to walk, tears running through her eyes as she was scared to death and somehow managing to muster her strength to fight back. Unlike the others, she didn't have the red emblem on her chest. She was a hired help for this quest. The Redded girl had lost a lot of blood and barely had any strength to fight against these monsters who were taunting and playing around with her. Khan, who was watching this from a long distance, using his hunter intent, found this woman familiar. He had the eidetic memory from his previous life, so he never forgot faces and things he saw once. "Ah, fuck," said Khan, and quickly dashed towards the battlefield, precisely towards the place the girl was fighting with whatever strength she had left in her body. Khan quickly shot few arrows towards the kobolds surrounding the girl and brought their attention towards him. Just then, a kobold jumped towards the girl and attacked with a spear to the girl's chest. Swoosh! Roar! A hand fell on the ground holding a spear. It was none other than the kobold's hand, which just attacked the girl. The redhead girl was barely holding up, and had fallen on the ground, was stunned as she saw a hooded figure holding a dagger in his hand. "You good?" asked Khan as he glanced at the girl, who was the same age as him. What are you doing here?" The girl spoke, her voice seemingly very sharp yet pleasing to the ears. "I was passing by and noticed the noises. Just to see you close to death's door," said Khan, and let out a small chuckle. The nearby kobolds started attacking Khan in groups and from different directions. Khan swung his daggers and started defending against the attacks while piercing the vitals of these enemies. His weapon mastery with daggers was already above 60%, and this was just a walk in the park for him. "Run away! Leave me here or you'll die!" shouted the girl as she remembered what the guy in front of her did for her not just 10 days ago. "You better get some sleep. I'll handle this," said Khan, and activated war dominance. Shirk. A tangible pressure was exerted in the 30-meter radius surrounding from Khan's location, and all the nearby kobolds who were attacking Khan froze on the spot. The redhead girl was already on the verge of fainting, lost her consciousness under the pressure, and fainted before she could say anything. Khan walked to her and quickly took out the medium-grade recovery potion from his space ring and put it in the girl's mouth. "Blackwall, Ronin, Armin," shouted Khan, and 3 black figures came out of his shadows. The Guardian Knight, the Rogue, and the Priest. 3 of the 6 generals he created. "Protect her and keep healing her," said Khan as he handed over another bottle of recovery potion to Armin, the Priest. The silver kobold, who had started paying attention towards them after finishing off the team commander, was surprised to see that there were still people left. But when Khan released his war dominance aura, he felt an immense threats from the hooded archer. Khan started walking towards this group of nearly 50 kobolds and the giant silver kobold. "Omega!" Khan shouted, and the newly evolved Lycan jumped from his shadow and stood in the center of the battlefield, his figure towering even the silver kobold. "I leave him to you," said Khan, and Omega let out a deafening roar again, instantly stunning all the nearby enemies. Khan's surprise. Not only the kobolds nearby but also all the enemies standing far away started falling on the ground one by one, unable to stand up and looking at Omega with horrified eyes. Omega was using his Lycan Tyrant passive skill, which let him control and exert his dominance over all Lycos related species. Even the silver kobold was struggling to stand properly on its feet. Who are you?" asked the silver kobold to Omega, who walking towards it. "You do not need to know," said Omega in response, and ran towards the silver kobold, a red aura gathering on his human arm-sized claws, and letting out a wave of claw-shaped blades of destructive attack as he swung his hand at the silver kobold. The silver kobold replied with a swing of his high-grade spear and attacked as well. Bang! A loud noise of metal clanging was heard and dust flew from the position of the clash. But unlike what would one expect, there wasn't much to look for a long fight, because as the dust cloud dispersed, a bleeding giant figure of the silver kobold lying on the ground was revealed with a broken spear in its hand, and nearly shredded armor it was wearing. Shredder claws. That was one of Omega's attack skills he acquired after the evolution. Before the kobold could get up, Omega stomped on its chest and put it in the ground again, rendering it unable to move. Khan, who was unaffected, let out his remaining 6 generals and walked towards the silver kobold. "Finish them off," he commanded the subordinates. The silver kobold was already an arrow at the end of its turn, barely managing to breathe under Omega's giant feet. Khan didn't want to waste any more time. He simply stabbed the silver kobold's throat and killed it off. "Leave no one alive," ordered Khan to Omega, and the Lycan ran off to kill the surrounding kobolds. Khan then put on his hands on its lifeless body. Absorb, said Khan, and activated his ability Absorption Divine Ability. In 3 minutes, the system told Khan that the absorption was complete. Khan didn't decide to eat its core. It was more useful to Omega than him, as the Lycan could absorb its bloodline and rare abilities by eating the body and the core. Soon, Omega came back with his claws full of blood. He then started eating the silver kobold by tearing its limbs and chomping on the meat. He started off by ripping its heart open first, which also had its core. Khan then started to absorb the abilities of the dead adventurers who partook in the battle and died in the end. He wasn't an idiot to let this opportunity go. In nearly 10 minutes, the 6 generals had finished off all the remaining kobolds and brought their bodies closer to Khan. System, can the 6 generals also eat the cores and raise their levels? And will they get any abilities if they ate the adventurers that belong to the classes I used while creating them? Asked Khan to the system. He wanted to use this opportunity to raise the strength of his army. Yes, the subordinates, who are the combination of different classes, will also increase their proficiency in the skills by eating the bodies and cores of these specimen who possessed one of the same job class the subordinates were created with. Good, said Khan as he ordered all the subordinates to have their hearty meals and eat the adventurers belonging to the same classes they were created with, and told them to equip themselves with the armors and weapons these people were wearing. As for the remaining kobolds and their cores, Khan decided to leave them to his subordinates to eat up and raise their levels. He wasn't in a mood to do it by himself. Khan finally walked towards the unconscious redhead girl whose wounds had nearly healed off because of the recovery potion and healing from Armin. Khan's subordinates cleared off the battlefield by eating the bodies and robbing the equipment. Jugrim brought Khan the space ring the team commander was wearing. Khan simply put it in his pocket and decided that it was time to leave. He lifted the girl in his arms and decided to leave the dungeon. After Khan reached the Flavith city again, he took the girl to a proper clinic. The healer there was an old elven woman who informed Khan that the girl was out of danger. Khan stayed beside the girl for some time and was relaxing. Just then, the redhead girl opened her eyes as he was finally awake after nearly half a day. She saw Khan was sitting on a chair next to her bed and almost dozing off because of tiredness. She gathered whatever strength she had and finally spoke to Khan. Thank you for saving my life. Again. Chapter 35. Author's Announcement. First, I would like to thank all the people who decided to read up all the chapters till this point. This is my first work in the writing sector and your support means a lot to me. I'm a complete newbie in this field, so there were a lot of improvements I had to do over and over since the first chapter was released nearly 45 days ago. I wanted to start writing this novel for more than a year now and finally decided to write the first chapter on a sleepless night, and I felt like I finally heard my calling. I would like to formally apologize to many old readers who have supported the series since it started, and they had to go through my messed up writing and editing skills, such as using uppercase alphabets on nouns and pronouns that didn't need it. Also crappy names for the skills, and not to mention the unnecessary details while explaining the plots and thought processes of many of the characters. I've spent the entire day to delete, re-edit and correct all these mistakes that were done till this point. Some story plots have been removed or reworked so new readers won't have to go through the same horrendous experience. I also admit that since I was new to this field, I didn't have the story organized or had a storyboard created to create a proper plot arc. Some of the chapters and characters have indeed diverted from the original plans I had. But now everything will be put back on track in the next few chapters and no more going in a different direction with plots and characters. I intend to finish the first story arc under 80 chapters, so now there won't be any useless story plots that do not serve the purpose to the main story. There is a lot of potential and many arcs I wish to write for this series regardless of whether it gets famous or not. Because as the series is improving with more chapters, so am I. For the first time in the past 6 years, I feel like I'm doing something meaningful, and I've noticed few improvements in myself, not only as a writer, but also as a person. The world setting of Vantria is soon going to change at a drastic pace as soon as the first arc is over, and you'll finally see the vastness in the story I had originally planned. There are tons of characters I want to introduce with their proper background. The first arc will not even be the tip of the iceberg compared to what I have in mind. So, I hope you guys stick around till the point where Khan travels from one empire to another, facing enemies and strong creatures by his own, meeting other heroes of the other gods, creating his own undefeatable army, and acquiring enough strength to fight against the demon god one day. So expect a well-organized and fast-paced ride from here on. And also, I'd like to inform you all that the series has been officially and exclusively contracted to web novel, and will go premium soon. So see you around and never hesitate to leave your advice and criticism in chapter comments. I do read and reply to them when I can. And please do vote with Power Stones time to time so that this novel could reach more people if you think it deserves a chance. Over and out. Chapter 36. The Future Plan. Khan looked at the redhead girl in front of him, and let out a small chuckle as he noticed a red tinge on the girl's face. Well, I seem to have a habit of saving you whenever you are close to death, but don't count on it, or you'll end up dying at this rate, Khan said and gave a small grin. By the way, what were you doing with the Scarlet Lion adventurer team? Weren't you part of another team? Khan asked as he remembered the details of that day very accurately. The group disbanded after that incident. Marcus took out all the remaining funds we had and gave them to the families of all of our dead comrades. And nobody felt like carrying on any longer. We lost a lot of good people that day. People who were no different than family, said the girl as sadness welled up in her heart and her tone turned heavy. I see. But why were you in the dungeon then? Asked Khan curiously. I needed the money. I have already spent all the money I had and needed work. So I joined the expedition when they were hiring. It wasn't like it was my first time going in a dungeon. Just that those bastards never told us that we were going to hunt for the floor boss. The girl sighed. Only if I knew, I wouldn't have joined no matter what, said the redhead and laid back on the bed, her exhaustion kicking in again. I understand. Well, I hope I won't have to save you again from another ambush anytime soon. Take rest. I need to go now, said Khan and decided to leave. Hey, you haven't even told me your name yet, said the redhead. I'm Khan. No last name, said Khan as he replied. Jessica Artwinger, said the redhead girl. See you around. And next time you decide to do something dangerous, I'll kill you myself, said Khan and laughed off. Haha. Yeah right. I don't think I'll continue this business anymore either, said Jessica as she chuckled in response. See you around, said Khan and left the clinic. He had already paid for her so they'll take care of Jessica till she recovers. This was probably the first good deed Khan did ever since he came to this world. Ha, spoke Jessica to herself as an expression full of gratitude appeared on her face. Khan went into a dark alley, and after walking across numerous blocks and various streets, he finally stopped in front of a small bar in the corner of a small street. There was only a bartender and two more people. One appeared to be a customer, and one another seemed to be the guard. Khan took his hood out and sat on the counter. The sun brightens up my day, said Khan, but the night soothes my soul, replied the bartender. Khan nodded and took a small pouch full of badges he took after killing the Groundhog Adventurer team members in the dungeon. Suddenly, Khan felt a slight tinge on his back and gave a small smile. Still carrying the training, I see, said Khan and looked towards his back. A slim hooded figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The masked figure was someone Khan knew. I see that you're improving as well. I would have been disappointed if you didn't notice me, said the figure and sat on the chair next to Khan. It was none other than the Snakekin who trained Khan with assassin skills. First batch, said Khan as he pushed the pouch towards the assassin. In return, the Snakekin took out a big pouch full of monster cores, and then even a bigger one full of gold coins. How did you take out so many? Asked the Snakekin as he was astonished after watching pouch full badges. Khan simply told him how he lured the kobold group towards the adventurer team, and let them kill each other, and finished the remaining ones when they were exhausted from the battle by taking them out using the smoke bombs. He left the part about Omega of course. The Snakekin clapped in approval of Khan's method. Khan shoved the bag full of coins back to the assassin. What's the meaning of this? The Snakekin asked curiously. That's for a job I have for you. I want a list of all the criminals that are roaming free because of lack of evidence against them. Also, make another list of corrupted government officials, military officers who have dark history and nobles who have committed heinous acts such as murders, extortion, but are still free because of their connections. This is a separate deal between us and not part of the contract, said Khan in a stern tone. Why do you need that? Asked the Snakekin. That's my business. You don't need to worry. I want the list by tomorrow evening. Keep this a secret from everyone if you're truly a professional. I want a very detailed report. Consider all this money as your payment, said Khan and bid farewell to the assassin. The Snakekin held the big pouch of coins. There was a lot of money in it. Definitely far more worth than what one would offer for intel in their line of work. Khan returned to Black Griffin Merchant Enterprise. By this time, he was already familiar with a lot of people here, and many of the staff also knew him as a friend of their young master, and the one who saved their owner's life a while ago. Khan met with both Nicola and Elenov, and then joined them for dinner. Unlike some country bumpkin, Khan would have a lot of meaningful conversations with both of them, as he too had a lot of expertise in business and money management in his previous life. So he would always lead suggestive conversations, and then come up with answers himself. Both the father and son duo were very impressed with his knowledge and ideas, so they felt like he was wasting his time being an adventurer. Khan would come up with excuses like he learned that all from his deceased friend Pavel, who was good at accounts. Obviously, there was no Pavel, it was just a made-up persona he created for his fake background. Khan then came back to his room and took a long bath. There was a lot of bloodshed he went through today, so he felt like he had to do a proper cleaning. As Khan laid in his bed, he ordered the system to give him the list of abilities and skills he acquired today. The host has acquired the following abilities: Frost Spike, Water Blade, Fire Burst, Root, Bind Wind, Blast Lightning Bolt, Mana Burst Pulse, Eye Arrow, Explosion, Multiple Targets, Silence, Shadow Shift, Knight's Taunt, Defense Buff, Sword Edge, Parry, Sword, Deflect, Mana Recovery, C rank. Health, Recovery, D rank, Rage Burst, Cleave, War Cry. The system gave Khan a long list, and also the ones he previously acquired from the Groundhog Adventurer team. System, show me the merged skills and prioritize on the ones that can help me infiltrate any place without being noticed, and also the ones that can cause a high long-range damage, said Khan, as he was already aware of what he needed the most now. The system then gave Khan a list of merged abilities as per his specification. Khan took a look at the list and started sorting the ones he'd actually use and could be integrated into his combat techniques and attack that could be added in his holster. At this time, Khan only found 3 useful skills: Wind Cutter, a result of Wind Blade, a mage spell, and Sword Edge, a swordsman skill which released small destructive mana during the attack. The merged skill compressed high-pressure wind and released it during swings for 8-meter distance. This was useful for Khan when he used a sword. Shadow Walk, a combination of silence, an archer skill that prevented making noise while reconnaissance, and Shadow Shift, an assassin skill that let the user submerge themselves in shadow. The resultant merged skill let Khan travel through shadows without making any noise or getting noticed by anyone. Firestorm, combination of Wind Blast and Fire Burst, both being AoE mage spells. The merged ability allowed Khan to attack a giant fireball that would explode on impact for 10 meters, the maximum range being 30 meters from his location. This was a very destructive and large area covering ability. Khan would find it useful while dealing with a large mob of enemies. Merge them, commanded Khan. System, what abilities did I get from Silver Kobold? The host has acquired the following abilities from the Silver Kobold. Kobold General Command Roar. Spear, Thrust, Sweep, Swing. The host has absorbed 5% Fenrir Bloodline Purity. So much for a floor boss. Impart the 5% Bloodline Purity to Omega, said Khan, and opened the small book he got this morning, which included the names of all his targets as per the contract. As for the intel Khan ordered the snake in to gather was for something else, because soon Khan was going to bring a damn tsunami and shake the entire city. Chapter 37. An underdog no more. Khan woke up the next morning. His body had recovered from yesterday's exhaustion and was good to go for another hunt. He knew that he had to become self-dependent quickly and earn a lot of money on his own without relying on anyone else. Khan opened the space ring that once belonged to the team commander of the Scarlet Lion team, which died yesterday. Soon, the news of their and Groundhog Adventurer team would spread among the circle. No way a lot of experienced people and well-renounced adventurers going missing would stay under the radar. It was bound to cause a commotion. As Khan opened the space ring, he was left stunned. Unlike his poor space ring, which barely had 3-meter inner space, the ring in his had a total of 50 meters of space, big enough to be compared with a small warehouse. As he checked the internal space, he found tons of bodies of rare monsters, weapons and materials such as potions, rare herbs, traps for setting an ambush, ores used for forging weapons, and even high-grade monster cores. Khan was out of words, because as far as he knew, this wasn't just some personal space ring. Rather, it was used to store all the hunted monsters and materials a large team would get after wiping out hordes of monsters, or even clearing an entire dungeon floor. It would cost far more than just 5,000 gold dramas, maybe even 50,000 or more than that. Khan took out the monster cores from his payment yesterday night and the cores he got from the space. As he tallied up all of them, he was shivering with excitement. Jackpot! Khan shouted with joy, because there were more than 500 high-grade cores, around 200 being B cores while 20 a rank. The rest were mostly C rank and below. Khan had lucked out and received a fortune. Forget the ton of money he'd get from selling all the resources in the space ring. The monster cores were what he needed the most, because even if he had tons of abilities and skills, he still lacked the physical strength to fight stronger opponents by himself. Relying on his subordinates was a poor choice for the future, so he always wanted to be strong by himself. This pleasant surprise shook Khan, and an evil grin appeared on his face. He started eating out all the A and B rank monster one by one voraciously, and almost choked on them twice. His entire morning went eating and absorbing these free cores, and finally after the afternoon arrived, he was done with his feast. His level arose quite a few times, but he didn't bother counting it. System, show me my stats, Khan commanded excitedly, ready to see his new levels. Host attributes and skills are as follows. Name, Khan. Host species, human. Level, 53, strength, 286, agility, 243, dexterity, 248 defense, 211 mana, 385, bloodlines acquired, basilisk, 50% purity Fenrir, 5% purity. Author. I'm skipping on abilities and magical skills because that list alone will take half the chapter. Also, no need of mentioning the blessings anymore, as those who read the chapters till now would already be familiar with them. I'll only mention them when they're needed for explanation or Khan activates them. 11 levels. He raised his strength by 11 levels in just one thanks to all the cores. The majority of his increase was thanks to the cores he found in the space ring. Khan knew that gathering that many cores alone would take a year or so because they'd need to hunt down too many monsters and raid dungeons. Khan had benefited from their hard work. As for the other resources Khan found in the space ring, he hatched a simple yet efficient plan. Khan then departed for Nicola's office, which was on the highest floor of the building. Are you free for some time? Khan asked after knocking on the door. Oh, it's you. What is it? Asked Nicola, who was getting ready for another battle of his daily life routine. I wanted to ask if I could sell you some of the stuff I harvested from the dungeons. I'd rather sell them to you than Adventurer Association, since you also sell them in your shops, said Khan was he asked in a gentle tone. Sure, why not? But do mind you, it has to be in a large quantity or there's no point. We don't do chummy change deals like a few small quantity herbs and ores. It has to be big enough, said Nicola. He was simply being honest with Khan, as small trade was done in small pawn shops, not in a business enterprise. Khan nodded and let out a small chuckle. Will this much do? Said Khan and emptied half the contents of the new space ring on the open space inside the office. Thud. Clang. C-R-R-R-R. Things after things started filling the empty space, and half of the office was full of rare herbs, monster bodies and metal ores. Nicola was flabbergasted, and almost was paralyzed on the spot in astonishment. Where did you get all these? It's no different than what we deal in an entire week, Nicola exclaimed in surprise. No point in hiding from you, so I'll tell you the truth. I hunted half of these, while the other half came from the people who died in the dungeon, and I robbed them of their belongings, and whatever materials they had on their space rings, said Khan and sat on the chair next to Nicola's table. So what do you think? Big enough to make a deal? I only want the price you generally give to any of your traders or suppliers. You can make off the extra profit by selling these in your stores and weapon shops. Not a bad deal, right? Said Khan as he suggested the old merchant to go with his proposal. Nicola's eyes flickered, and a greedy look appeared on his face. What Khan offered was indeed a very good deal for him. Deal, said Nicola and nodded in agreement. I'll only need some time to calculate all of these products and their price. Don't worry, I'll give you a fair price, said Nicola. Okay then, I'll trust you on that. But remember, there's more coming. So, you better not rob me off, old man, Khan said and laughed. Aye, if you can bring more materials and resources like these, then I'll often make these deals with you, said Nicola. He was a merchant at the end of the day. He knew what kind of deal was profitable for him, and what kind of people he should make deals with. His impression of Khan was very good since the time he had come to know him, so he indeed found Khan to be a trustworthy person. I'll come back in the evening. Give me the money then. I'm going to dungeons again and will bring more materials soon, said Khan and bid his farewell to the old merchant. As for why he decided to sell these materials to Nicola and not keep them to himself, because he wasn't an idiot. Many of the contents of the space ring were high-quality resources, and someone from the Scarlet Lion Adventurers team would definitely look for them. Khan would be keeping a ticking bomb in his pockets if he kept all that with him. So he displayed half of it to Nicola, as showing all of it would even scare the old man, and he'd ask too many questions about the origin of the materials. Plus, Nicola and his Black Griffin Merchant Enterprise was the best place for Khan to sell, as he knew that the old man, who was grateful to Khan for saving his life, certainly won't cheat his savior. And most importantly, since they did business in all sectors, Nicola would easily distribute the materials in various shops owned by them. This way, nothing would lead back to Khan, and no one from the Scarlet Lion team would guess that their fortune was being sold legally, and not on the black market either. Khan decided that it was time he tested his new strength and improved his skills in weapon mastery. Also, this was the best way he could use to explain how he got all those materials and raise his subordinates' levels and ability ranks. Khan went to the Adventurer Association again and bought another dungeon pass. This time, he went in as an assassin. He had a clear goal now. Forget the lame low-tier mobs. Khan was extremely disappointed in the silver cobbled floor boss. What he needed now was high-grade monster cores, lots of high rank and rare skills. Khan knew that he no longer had to play the small game if he wanted to gain strength, fame, money, and authority. From now on, everything he'd do should make it to the headlines and become the talk of the city, because being an underdog would never help him the way he wanted in his path of power and domination. So fuck being an underdog. He was going to become a goddamn tyrant. Chapter 38, Setting High Goals. Khan stood before the Bromir dungeon again. It was the same dungeon he killed the first batch of people from his contract, hunted kobolds, created new subordinates, and evolved Omega into a lichen. Unlike yesterday, Khan did his research properly this time. He gathered information available in the Adventurer Association about all the dungeons in near 50 kilometers of Flavit City, such as the total floor levels, dungeon bosses, and what kind of monsters laid in those dungeons. The Bromnir dungeon had a total of 15 floors, as per the records he found in the archives. The records on dungeon boss were no longer available, as the last team which made it to the final floor was nearly 28 years ago, and no other team managed to go past the 14th floor despite having hundreds of people in their teams. If it was anyone else, they'd find it an impossible task to accomplish because nobody would be able to fight for that long, and would eventually get exhausted. Plus the monsters were more dangerous with each increasing floor. But unlike anyone that came before Khan, none had the divine ability called the synthesis, which would not only help him merge different skills, but create new subordinates and even evolve them further with time. Khan knew that he couldn't do it alone even if he was as strong as Arkham or Solomon, so he was going to use his divine abilities to his advantage. As Khan entered the dungeon, again under the disguise of an assassin, he headed straight for the 10th floor. After he killed the 9th floor boss, the Silver Kobold, it'd take 15 days for it to respawn, so there was no point in hunting on this floor. And Khan's strength was already higher than when he came here yesterday. As soon as Khan reached the 10th floor, he used concealment and started looking for a good hiding place. Even though there were a lot lesser people here compared to other floors, it was still better to be cautious than being sorry. The 10th floor was completely different from the previous floor. The whole setting for this place was like a maze and walls made of stone slabs. If he walked in one direction, he would never know if he'd find a way out. "Ronan, Jugram, Oliver," shouted Khan, and the rogue, berserker, and ranger subordinates jumped out from his shadow. "You two go left and we'll take the right. If you find 2 more ways, then split up," Khan commanded as he and Oliver took the right path while Ronan and Jugram took the left one. Since Khan had the mind link ability he got from synthesis, which allowed him to share the vision with his subordinates, he was going to use it to save time and search for the right path. He and Oliver treaded from various turns and junctions in the maze, but still failed to find a way out. Just then, he saw a path from Ronan's sight which led them out of the maze. Khan decided to go to Ronan's location with his other subordinates. For the next half an hour, he kept searching and running through this enormous maze and even came across many traps. Since Oliver was a ranger who possessed skills specifically made from setting and diffusing traps, he was spared of the unnecessary hassle of falling victim to these traps and wasting time to get past them. Just an hour later, Khan had escaped from the maze because of his shared vision through Mind Link, and then saw a giant cave-like entrance in front of him. Hahar! Khan could hear plenty of shrills coming from inside the entrance. Khan quickly activated Shadow Walk and mixed inside the dark shadows of this entrance and started traveling inside. He knew what to expect from this floor, so he wasn't surprised when he saw its inhabitants. The nymphs. These were the cold-blooded insect-like creatures that were completely white and walked on 3 legs that had sharp and strong pointy hooves, no different than metal pikes and spar tips, a sharp set of teeth that dropped gooey yellow liquid from the mouth. From what he read, these creatures fed on blood and flesh to live. They would even do cannibalism if it ensured their survival. Their insect-like appearance and the way crawled walked would instantly scare the crap out of any girl that was afraid of insects and larvae. The creatures had no eyes, their senses detecting everything based on heat signature. If not for Shadow Walk, which completely hid his presence in shadows, Khan knew he'd have been found and swarmed by these monsters. As Khan kept walking towards many groups while completely hiding his presence, he finally reached the end of the floor and found a large ground infested with these monsters. More than 200 nymphs were crawling on top of each other and bringing small pieces of meat and whatever that seemed edible. In the middle of the swarm of crawling monsters lied a giant nymph which had 8 legs, its tummy no smaller than the size of a full-grown elephant, and had long spikes for teeth. The 15-meter-tall giant nymph was the floor boss. If not for the Shadow Walk, I would not even reach this deep without fighting hundreds of these nymphs. Khan spoke to himself with a complicated expression on his face as he looked at the surrounding. The numbers of total nymphs were close to 400, more than enough to wipe out a party of 50 to 80 veteran fighters. Just entering the inner parts of this cave alone was a difficult part, and half the people would die in the process. How do I kill it? Khan questioned as he started thinking of a strategy to take out this giant monster. They follow the heat signatures, right? Khan remembered and planned his next move. Khan quickly returned towards the midway of the cave and found a vacant space to hide. After he came out of the shadows, he waited till the nearby nymphs detected his presence. And just as he expected, the nearby group of the crawlers shrieked and charged at him in hordes in a matter of seconds. Firestorm! Khan shouted and shot the AoE destructive spell in the middle of this horde. Boom! The cave shook after this loud explosion, and all the other nymphs started gathering to his location. As the group got even bigger in just 20 seconds, Khan shot another firestorm spell, activated Shadow Walk again and disappeared. Khan quickly traveled to the boss's location. "All of you come out," Khan commanded, and all of his subordinates except Rudra came out of his shadow, since this was an enclosed space. The nymph boss had senses far keener than the others, so it quickly sensed the approaching group of enemies, and let out a loud cry, ordering its minions to come back. Omega attacked with his shredder claws, and the 6 generals assisted Omega with their respective skills. The small nymph army that Khan had distracted would be there in just a minute after sensing the commotion, so they had a very small window. Cyril, the enchanter, possessed mage skills as well, so he threw fire spells at the nymph boss that agitated it and caused a lot of damage. Black Wall being the tank with his skills like taunt and defense wall, while Omega being the main damage dealer who kept jumping around and attacked from time to time, which distracted the floor boss again and again. In other words, the subordinates were simply bullying the floor boss with their numbers. However, Khan, the main perpetrator of this attack, was nowhere to be seen, as the floor boss kept fighting with its pole-like long and sharp hooves and fended off against multiple attacks from various directions. A small shadow crawled under its feet. Cut check. Just then, a long white blade impaled the giant nymph from under its belly. A humanoid figure holding a long sword, and using all his force to split apart the floor boss with all his might. "Not enough," shouted Khan as his blade was stuck inside the belly of this giant nymph. "Hold them off," commanded Khan to his subordinates to block the incoming horde of monsters. Khan let go of the sword and jumped on the back of the nymph. He put both his hands on what appeared to be its head. A jet of greenish liquid appeared from his hands and spread on the head of the nymph and started melting its skin as it seeped inside the body. Poison acid. Khan finally used the poison acid ability he gained by absorbing the body of legendary Samir. This acid was so lethal and acidic in nature that it could even melt solid boulders, let alone skin of a monster. Shriek! The monster shrieked in agony. The poison acid had destroyed its nervous system, and the nymph had lost the ability to control its body. Khan quickly took out the daggers he had in his space ring and plunged them in the giant nymph's head. Thud! The nymph let out another loud shriek and dropped on the ground. The floor boss finally died. Khan grabbed his sword again and prepared to fight off against the incoming nymph horde. But just then, the minion nymphs started falling on the ground one by one, as if their souls were sucked out of their bodies. Khan, who had mind link ability, quickly understood what was happening. All these minions were mentally dependent and connected to the floor boss, and died as soon as the link was severed after the boss was killed by Khan. Phew! Khan was prepared for a long and arduous battle, but luckily, that didn't happen. He let out a small sigh and spoke with a devilish smile. "Not a bad start, eh? Let's create my own army." Chapter 39. The Legion. Khan ordered the subordinates to gather the dead bodies close to his location as he put his hands on the dead nymph floor boss. After 5 minutes, he was finally done. "Show me the new abilities and skills," ordered Khan. The host has acquired the following abilities and skills. Hive Link, a rank, allows the user to completely control and share mind connection with underlings or something created by the user. Current range, 200 meters. Heat Sense, B rank, allows the user to detect the surrounding environment accurately based on body heat temperature. Current range, 40 meters. Sonar Command, allows the user to communicate with its subjects through high-frequency noises. Extension, allows the user to create and eject high-density pikes from their body and even throw them for a short distance. User can also retract them based on their will. Nymph Bloodline, absorbed current bloodline purity, 28%. Not bad, said Khan as he let out a satisfied smile. This floor boss gave Khan a lot of beneficial abilities and skills. Hive Link was extremely useful because till now, Khan could only command his subordinates by giving orders verbally, and at best, he could share their vision. But this new ability will allow him to establish a direct mind link with his subordinates and order them as per his will. Extension would basically give him inborn knives, which he could also throw at high speed and close distance. In other words, he'd never actually be without a weapon. It was just like Wolverine, who had his claws in his arms. System, show me the abilities that can be merged. The system gave a new list of abilities, and Khan was jumping in joy after he saw the possible skill list. Hive Mind, a rank upgradable, a combination of Mind Link and Hive Link, which allows the host to establish the perfect mental and soul connection with the subordinates. The host can see and communicate with the subordinates, but also control them at his will. Applicable to all the subordinates, and there is no limit on the number of subordinates the host can control at the same time. However, it will put a mental strain on the host when used on more than 10 subordinates at the same time. Thermal Radar, upgradable, a combination of hunter intent and heat sense that allows the user to examine the surrounding and the targets based on body temperature, heat signatures, and their physical state. Current range, 100 meters. Eureka! Shouted Khan and started laughing off like a maniac. These two merged skills were just too good for him. One was like a necromancer commanding his army of undead creatures. It will drastically improve Khan and his team coordination when he fought alongside his subordinates in large group battles, while the other one was no different than his own Witcher sense, which could help him gauge his surrounding and examine or track things based on heat signatures. Extremely useful in dark places where his sight was limited, and also to track many things by the trail they left behind. Khan then cut down the core out of its heart and put it in his space ring. He looked at the bodies of the floor boss and its minions. "System, can I directly merge a dead body with one of the subordinates?" asked Khan as he was having a few doubts. "No. To initiate the synthesis with an already created subordinates, the host must use another subordinate which has unlocked the evolution skills," the system replied in its lifeless tone. "Damn. Even the cheat abilities are not foolproof, huh?" said Khan. "Well, I gotta spend some monster cores then." Even after this demerit, there was still a loophole in this condition. Khan could simply create a new subordinate, get it to the level of the dead nymph floor boss, which was a unique rank monster, and then merge the bodies of the two to create another subordinate. Khan didn't waste any time, and started using the dead minion nymphs to create new subordinates one after another and merge them using synthesis divine ability. Finally, when he got a unique rank result, he merged it with the dead body of the floor boss. What Khan received was another giant nymph at unique rank, which was bigger and stronger than the former. But Khan simply didn't like the result because the thing was just too big and had many restrictions on its movements. Thankfully, it had unlocked evolution skill because Khan used 10B rank monster cores. Just then, Khan had another idea. He looked at the 6 generals that were standing closer to the dead bodies of the minions. Who would suit the best for merging together? Khan asked himself as he ruled out Omega, who possessed the god-beast Fenrir bloodline, which he couldn't afford to waste by mixing with another lower-level bloodline. Based on the use and the skills the result subordinate had, Khan decided on Oliver, the ranger subordinate out of the 6 generals. Mainly because Oliver was a long-range attack class who also had unique skills related to sensing and setting traps, plus could do long-distance reconnaissance because of his sensing skills. This merging would definitely highlight the previous skills, while granting new ones such as heat sense could make Oliver a specialized subordinate just for this task. Also, he'd inherit the Hivelink skill, so it was a good investment for the future. This could also allow him to shoot pikes like arrows from his hands or use them with a bow. He'd be an archer with an infinite number of arrows to be precise. Khan ruled out Ronin because he was a close combat class and would not benefit much from this merging. Merge. Khan commanded the system to initiate the synthesis process and merge them. The host needs 50 B-rank monster cores to create a stable subordinate, which inherits the memory of subordinate Oliver and possesses the skills of both the specimen. "Why don't you rob a bank? Do you think these cores grow on trees?" Khan said with an irritated expression. The system was asking for too much with each evolution under the name of merging different species. It was becoming greedy with each day. Khan found himself lucky that Rudra and Omega had their relevant species available while he created them. Otherwise, they'd cost too many cores just like this. "Take it," Khan said dejectedly and began the procedure. In 21 minutes, Oliver was evolved into a new kind of subordinate. His appearance no longer looking like a human, but rather a heteromorphic monster, which was partly humanoid and partly monster. Oliver's new appearance differentiated from his original appearance in many ways. Now he had 6 long pike-like legs coming behind his back, his legs having multiple spikes on them, and his height close to 4 meters in height than his previous 1.7 meter. The face and head no longer belonged to a human, but a skinny and bony skull that would give young children nightmares in their sleep. Thankfully, he still retained his eyes. Khan didn't expect this result, but accepted it as there were going to be many of such experiments in the future. He started creating new subordinates without naming them, simply to make up for the numbers and save monster cores. In just 2 hours, he finally stopped after creating around 50 new subordinates, which were stronger and bigger than the nymph minions. From now on, all of those I created just now will be part of a small group which will grow in the future with new subordinates. From now on, all of you are one and the same. "And I shall call you the Legion," said Khan as he folded his hands together. Runs historical background music. The day was coming to an end, and the night was on its way. Khan returned to the city and visited the same bar like he did yesterday. After speaking the code, Khan met the Snaken again. "Have you brought what I asked you?" "Yes. I gathered all the known incidents, both official and unofficial ones, and many that were buried under the rocks in the past 2 decades. I divided them into 3 different books. 1, for normal criminals like murderers, rapists, bandits. 2nd, for the nobles and their relatives who abuse their name and family backgrounds to kill, massacre, and even abduct women and children for their sick hobbies and torture for the fun of it. The 3rd one has influential people in government and military, including high-ranking soldiers, lieutenants, and even law enforcement officials who have abused their position and authority for personal gain and did favors to rake in money. The snakekin spoke and sighed in regret. I had to spend most of the money you gave me yesterday and pull in a lot of connections, you know. This was far riskier than any other intel gathering job I've ever done. If I was caught, I'd be hanged publicly by tomorrow evening, said the assassin as he remembered how he played with fire today because the information was too sensitive and had many influential figures involved in the list. Great job. I didn't expect any less from you, said Khan and pulled out another bag of gold coins. Consider this as your reward for extra efforts you made. And tell President Solomon that soon, I'll be delivering the heads in much higher numbers very soon, said Khan as he smirked. Kid, you're not into some warrior of justice type of bullshit, right? Asked the snakekin with a cautious expression on his face. Well, you'll see soon. Khan grinned and left the bar. The sunset came, and the next day started with a pleasant morning. But unlike the usual cheerful times where people started their day off, the Flavit city was currently in chaos, and more people kept gathering around various squares and parts of the city in groups. What shook the entire city was dozens of bodies impaled on the walls, one in many streets. Rather than the dead bodies, what scared the people the most were the words written on the walls using the very blood of the deceased. Every sinner shall pay for their crimes, for the judgment is nigh. Chapter 40. The Judge, the Jury, and the Executioner. Khan yawned as he finally opened his eyes after a decent sleep. He quickly freshened up and went to the canteen for breakfast as he woke up a little late than his usual time. Khan heard whispers amongst the people that were sitting on tables in groups, many speaking so quietly that one could not even make out any words. However, this wasn't the case for Khan, who had incredible hearing senses. So did you hear? All the dead bodies belonged to criminals who had records of violent acts but were never arrested due to lack of evidence. I say this guy is doing good work, said a young man in his 20s. Good my ass. That's just another serial killer on the loose acting like he's some kind of hero. I say soon he'll start killing innocent citizens as well. The city's security should find him as soon as they can, said another long-haired man in disagreement. Guys, don't forget how swiftly all of them were killed. Not a single one of them even saw it coming and died on the spot with those hard spear-like things. Some say those belong to dungeon monsters, said another member of the group who seemed to be shook and scared. What are you worried about? Didn't it say that only sinners will face the judgment? Tell us, what crimes did you do? Said the second guy and taunted his friend. Khan then focused on the gossips amongst the crowd and found that almost everyone in the city was now aware of the situation. Security guards and law enforcement authorities were also searching for the killer. Khan ate his breakfast indifferently, as if this sensational news didn't bother him at all. He soon returned to his room and took out a book from his space ring. It was one of the books the snakekin assassin had given him. He opened the book and read the contents again. A true professional indeed, said Khan as he praised in amazement. Khan took a pen that was on the study table in his room and crossed out 12 names on the list. What the book contained was nothing else than the names, addresses, habits, known routines, and places these people visited on a regular basis. The names of the people Khan just crossed were none other than the dead people that were killed and impaled on the walls of the streets of Flavit City. And as for the killer who committed these acts of wanton murders, it was none other than Khan himself. Yesterday night, as soon as Khan received the intel from the snakekin assassin, he was shocked by how detailed the report was. And after reading the names and areas where these people usually lived, Khan decided to use the dark night to his advantage and decided to finish off these people, which had many humans and demi-humans. Khan used Shadow Walk and Extension to finish off the targets without getting noticed by anyone. As for the people Khan killed, not a single one of them was a saint. Some had killed, some had raped women, and even young girls under 18 years, and some even killed the victims after they did the crime. But all of these people were declared innocent due to lack of evidence and witnesses. In some cases, the witnesses disappeared overnight before the hearing itself. The first book was completely filled with this information. Every page had one of such individuals and all the details on them. Khan's blood boiled after reading the list of these criminals, and how they were roaming free, and who knows how many more innocent lives were ruined or taken by these monsters. At the end of the day, Khan was part of human civilization, where human rights and equality were stressed upon. Fair justice was practiced no matter which part of society you came from. But in this new world he was living in, it was only a name. You can get away with anything as long as you have money, authority, and background to make these things go away. Just like the saying went, the biggest sin of the weak was allowing themselves to stay weak. The Elric of previous life would have been enraged and would go on a killing spree with his current strength and abilities, but the Khan of this life was a completely different person than the previous him. The Khan was no different than these killers himself. He killed for achieving his goals, like the monsters he hunted in the forest, like the bandits he killed to save the merchant caravan and get out of the forest, or the groundhog adventurer team he killed without flinching because they were part of his contract. This was a world where law and justice didn't apply to you as long as you held power and authority. It was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Khan purely acted based on self-preservation. He didn't trust a single soul in this world other than himself. And thanks to the Samirs, he inherited, which changed his personality and demeanor to some degree. He would not be swayed by his emotions and act rashly. He didn't mindlessly kill, but he also didn't mind killing anyone who stood in his way. The reason why he chose to put up a display of justice and wrote those words with blood on the walls was to send a message to the entire city. To create a foundation of his new persona, he was going to introduce. Khan went to meet Nicola as soon as the office hours were up. "So how much did I earn?" asked Khan to the old man about his earnings from the materials and things he sold yesterday. "Take a look yourself," said the old man and tossed a high-grade space ring to Khan. "That's for all the materials you gave me yesterday." The list was quite big, so it took some time. "This is the most reasonable price I can give you. And by the way, the ring is on the house," said the old man and chuckled. As soon as Khan checked the contents of the new space ring, his jaw almost hit the floor and eyes popped out in surprise. 60,000. "It's 60,000 gold dramas," shouted Khan in surprise as he couldn't believe his eyes. Khan originally expected 15 to 20,000 gold coins at best. Now he felt like he greatly undermined the value of the fortune he acquired that day. This transaction now made Khan filthy rich compared to many adventurers. "Keep them coming and I'll pay you more next time," said the old merchant as he rubbed his hands together like a fly. Yeah. It'll take me some time to gather more, but you can look forward to it. By the way, do you have a detailed city map? I don't know much about the city and many of its areas, so I often get lost," Khan said as he rubbed his hair sheepishly. "Oh, I do have one just here," said Nicola, and took out a large folded map from a nearby wooden shelf. "Thanks. I'm going off to the dungeon again. I'll see you at dinner," said Khan and left the office. As for why he needed the detailed city map, it was to plan his assassinations and targets the most efficient way he could, as the locality, crowd and desolate corners played a big part in it. From Khan's experience he had yesterday night, Khan simply asked for directions of the places and found his targets one by one, and this took him the entire morning. With a map, he could create a list of his next targets and properly plan his assassinations. Today, Khan didn't go outside the merchant enterprise and spent his entire day studying the book and the intel in it, along with the small book which consisted of the list of his contract targets. He had to incorporate them together so that no one would connect the dots about all the killings being specifically targeted towards Strygaber and his people. His plan was simple. In the midst of chaos, there is also opportunity. As the night fell, Khan left his room through the window using Shadow Walk and traveled through the city from one location to another without being noticed by anyone. Tonight, half of the city was under surveillance because of yesterday's incident, and many shops and restaurants were closed off earlier. People were afraid and the authorities were taking him seriously. The next morning, the scene was even wilder than yesterday, because as soon as the sunlight fell, people found a total of 14 bodies of humans, demi-humans, and some soldiers impaled on the walls of the city in different locations, with words written using blood just like yesterday. "No sinner shall go unpunished no more, for I am the judge, the jury, and the executioner. For I am Azrael." Chapter 41, All-Out Hunt. In a fortress in the south of the Flavit city, a group of high-ranking soldiers and military officers were discussing amongst themselves. Thud. A loud thud was heard in the room as a middle-aged man donned in high-quality and well-crafted white armor banged his fist on the table. "How the hell did this happen? There are a total of 26 bodies now. The first time could be considered luck, but yesterday there were even more victims despite putting the city under surveillance. And how's that Azrael killing so many people in a single night who are far away from each other's location?" asked the fully armored man. "Captain Nordic, we think that it's not done by one person, but an entire group. Because the way these murders were committed without causing any commotion or alerting a single guard on duty. Even if he is an assassin, it won't be easy to kill so many people in a single night. Besides, one would need to be a mage to create a silencing barrier to prohibit any noise to leak out of the scene, and an experienced assassin to land the killing blow by surprise," said one of the elderly men sitting on a chair next to the captain's table. Suddenly, a young black and long-haired woman interjected. "If I may, Captain, we found that there was no sign of struggle at the crime scenes. It was just one quick attack to either heart or neck, and that too came from the front and not the back. All the cases indicate that the victim actually saw the killer coming in front of them, and still they died without a chance to resist at all," said the woman. "Lieutenant Beatrice, if what you say is true, then we have a problem. The killer may be someone extremely experienced at killing, and also is too strong. Maybe at the peak master rank. For now, he's only killing the low-life criminals. But if this continued, everyone in the city will laugh at us. And you too know what will happen if Commander decided to intervene," said the captain of city guards. The lieutenant's face turned grim and looked horrified just by the mention of their commander. "Yes, Captain. I'm tightening the security and adding 100 more soldiers. But I want to suggest that we put on a curfew at late night, said the black-haired woman. And create panic and mass hysteria? Doing that will only give this guy more attention and acknowledgement from the people. Pretty sure this psycho only wants reputation just like all those nut jobs we've dealt in the past, said the captain and refused firmly. I'm giving you the authority to control our specialized assassin squad and spread them in the city as you see fit. I will try to convince the upper management that everything is under control in the meantime, said the captain, and issue an all-out hunt order for Azrael. Anyone offering reliable intel on him would be rewarded with 5,000 gold dramas, ordered the captain. Understood. I will not disappoint you, sir, said the woman and saluted. On the opposite side of the city, a man was stuffing his mouth with delicious barbecued meat and aromatic wine. The nearby people were looking at this man as if they saw a filthy beggar eating in a restaurant for the first time. More. Bring me your other special dishes, ordered the young man and gulped the wine. It was none other than Khan, who was eating in a high-end restaurant without any restraint or table manners. He was now filthy rich after yesterday's transaction with so he naturally wanted to celebrate it, and hence came to this high-end restaurant which was comparable to a 5-star hotel on Earth. The food was beyond anything he ate in his previous life. Everything was so perfect and well cooked while savoring the flavor of the base ingredients. It was so delicious that Khan forgot about holding back and ate like a monster. After yesterday night's performance, the name of Azrael was the talk of the entire city. No matter where he went, everyone was talking about the newly committed murders. To some, Azrael was a hero, while to others, he was nothing but a psychopath using the name of justice to seek attention and gain fame. As for Khan, the real Azrael, he was just happy by the fact that he killed 3 more people from his contract yesterday night. 3 of them often made business deals with Strygaber's family and played a major part in the family's income source. This was like hitting a nail right in the center of your eyebrows. To make matters worse, Khan also looted all the fortune these people had stored up in their space rings, treasury and warehouses. His current worth was 83,000 gold coins. And that's why Khan was spending money in such a frivolous manner. He was certain that his current worth would make him one of the top 500 richest people in the city. Since Khan was no Robin Hood, he didn't feel guilty after looting his targets and keeping all the money to himself, because in the near future, he would be needing a lot of money if he wanted to establish his reputation and authority among the top-ranking people in the city. By now, according to the rumors that spread in the city, Azrael was actually a vengeful ghost of a man who died because of such criminals and never received justice in the city. Some saying that he was a savior who was going to get rid of all the criminals one by one. Many of the common folks were already seeing him as a hero, because it was the normal citizens who were affected by the crimes and oppression the most. So finally someone taking out the scum of the society gave them a lot of relief instead. Khan decided to visit the dungeon again today and test his strength and newly created skills. He also had to test the hive mind skill and raise the levels of his new army. Khan's main objective wasn't just to raise his levels or gain abilities anymore. What he wanted was to fight the strongest and reach a level where nobody in this city could make him feel threatened or have the ability to kill him. By now, Khan had the general idea that even someone as strong as Strygaber or Arkham would be at best level 55. Probably Solomon and some top-ranking military and government officers were the only ones past that level, so he didn't have to be wary of other adventurers now, because he could easily wreck an entire team of 20 just by himself with his current strength. Still, he wasn't comparable to someone at Grandmaster rank even if he had the advantage of levels and attributes, because even a zoo lion was still a lion. It won't have a problem decimating the local dogs. The difference between rank and mastery signified that very aspect. When Khan reached the 11th floor of the Bromir dungeon, he was welcomed with a desolate city made up of white, yellow and reddish stones. The architecture instantly reminded Khan of the ancient Greek civilization and how they used to build their cities. His sight could not make the end of this city because of the tall height and wider build constructs throughout the city. Khan couldn't use Shadow Walk on this floor because it was daytime, and the spacious roads barely connected to each other, so he won't be able to use the skill efficiently. Khan took out the map of this floor and jumped on top of a building. Due to his abilities and now raised levels, it was no different than making a normal jump for Khan even if the height was 10 meters tall. Khan ran and jumped from one building to another without making a sound, and finally came across a group of the inhabitants of this floor. Khan was amazed at the build of these resilient and incredibly strong creatures who had wiped out hundreds of teams in the past 3 decades, and barely 10 teams were able to clear this floor. Because the creatures in front of Khan didn't just have giant bodies, they also had incredibly thick hide, blunt weapons in their hands that could sweep 3 to 4 people in a single swing. The defensive abilities and physical resilience towards magic these creatures had made it incredibly hard to hunt these monsters, even if you had a large number of people with you. Every step taken by these massive monsters sent waves through the ground and shook the surrounding with their stomps. As for the description of these creatures, 7. meter-tall body, bare-chested and arms as big a tree trunk, 2 sturdy and pointy horns with a head, legs, and hooves of an ox. The creatures that stood in front of Khan were none other than the nightmares of every adventurer team, the Minotaurs. Chapter 42. The Reigning Champion. The group of 3 giant Minotaurs was keeping a guard on the city streets and taking a stroll to keep an eye out. Khan was crawling on top of a building roof, trying to avoid the gaze of this group. He was currently thinking of a plan to take out these Minotaurs one by one. Every single one of these creatures was too big in size and also had highly defensive abilities that made it even harder to kill. Soon he noticed a pattern between these Minotaurs. One would check the end of the street while the other 2 took turns and checked the other end. Khan was waiting for an opportunity to take out the one who was alone in the middle of their guard post location so he could distract it when the others were away. A few minutes later, when the leftover Minotaur was alone while the other 2 went checked the ends of the street as part of their routine, Khan jumped down and hid behind a big and sturdy stone wall. Phew! Khan whistled, and the Minotaur on the guard finally felt like it heard something. And just as Khan had expected, it followed the noise. Khan had merged himself with the shadow behind the wall using Shadow Walk, so the giant monster didn't notice him. As soon as its back turned towards Khan, he jumped out of the shadow, and from his own shadow 3 more figures jumped out the next second. Unlike before, Khan no longer needed to verbally command his subordinates to come out of his shadow. Thanks to the hive mind ability he got from synthesis, he'd telepathically command them, and they'd react as per his will without needing a verbal order. The 3 figures were none other than Omega, Blackwall, and Cyril. Just as their footsteps made noise, the lone Minotaur looked their way and was alerted of the enemy's presence. It roared loudly and stomped its leg on the ground, trying to alert the fellow guards, but it noticed that even after its roar and heavy stomp, there was no sound coming out from its mouth or a single vibration from the ground. Just then, it noticed Cyril, who had a black mage staff in his hand and a faint blue barrier surrounding their location. Silence Barrier. It was a mage-exclusive skill that could only be performed by an intermediate rank mage. Cyril, who was created from the bodies of a mage and summoner class, had inherited this skill. The moment they jumped out of the shadow, he had cast the Silence Barrier and removed any sound from their surrounding. The Minotaur roared again, albeit producing no noise. Omega and Blackwall charged at this lone Minotaur and clashed head with it. Blackwall used his Knight's Taunt and Templar's Will to enrage the giant bull creature and banged his sword on the big shield he was holding in his left hand. The Minotaur was instantly enraged and focused its attention. Omega attacked with the sharp claws on its legs, trying to make it fall on the ground. The Minotaur quickly swung the giant wooden club it had to guard against the attack. Blackwall used the Knight's Charge and hit its back and throwing it out of balance. Omega, on the other hand, used this opportunity and used Shredder claws on its head to disorient it and blur its vision. The Minotaur lost its balance and fell on the wall on its right-hand side. Thanks to the Silence Barrier, not a single sound was heard. The giant body was the Minotaur was now under the rubble of large and heavy stones from the wall and was trying to get out of it. At this very moment, a small figure of a man jumped on its chest, and a jet stream of greenish liquid was thrown in the eyes of the Minotaur, instantly melting them away as the poison went inside its brain, and only the lifeless body of the Minotaur was left lying under that rubble. Phew! Barely made it in time. Khan spoke to himself and ordered his subordinates to hide in his shadow again mentally, because this was the best strategy he could come up with given his current situation. Taking out the enemy one by one without being noticed was his best approach because in a group, these Minotaurs were hard to deal with. Khan, on the other hand, found this method viable, because there wasn't any way he would be able to kill these monsters without causing a commotion and alert its nearby allies. Because from what he had read, in the entire history of this floor, hundreds of teams failed because of the same reason. Just one Minotaur was strong enough to take on 5 to 6 people by itself, and they'd always create loud roars and noises during a fight. And as more Minotaurs joined the fight, the more difficult it would be to kill them. Even an intermediate master rank swordsman like Khan would have a hard time killing a single one of these creatures in a one-on-one fight. So Khan used the numbers and his strong fighters to catch it off guard and deal damage while using Silence Barrier to prohibit any sound leaking out so no enemy would be alerted. He too could cast the Silence Barrier, but it needed the caster to stay at the same position and put all of their focus on keeping the barrier functioning. Hence he used Cyril for this job, while he dealt the finishing blow with his poison acid, which can quickly take out a fallen enemy in a matter of seconds. The Grandmaster rank poison acid ability he had gained after absorbing the legendary Samir's body indeed lived up to its reputation. Khan soon noticed that the other Minotaur was coming back from its stroll, and now he didn't have any more time to absorb the body and abilities of this dead Minotaur in front of him. Khan repeated the same process for the remaining Minotaurs on guard and caught them off guard just like this one. Soon he had 3 dead Minotaurs in front of him. He started using ability absorption divine ability on these bodies and absorbed their abilities and skills. System, show me the abilities and skills. Khan commanded the system to check the new skills. The host has acquired the following abilities and skills. Magic resistance D rank passive. Allows the host to create a physique resistant towards magical attacks and damage. Health recovery C rank passive. Enables the host to recover the health at a small rate. Minotaur might D rank active. Greatly increases the host's physical strength for 20 seconds. The host has acquired the Minotaur bloodline. Current bloodline purity, 8%. I guess the small fries are small fries in the end, said Khan and put his hands on the remaining 2 dead bodies of the Minotaurs. Merge, Khan ordered, and started the synthesis. I'm just 3 minutes. He welcomed a new ally who was a meter taller and twice stronger than its predecessors. You're now part of the Legion, said Khan, and the new subordinate bowed in front of Khan and entered inside his shadow. For the next 5 hours, Khan covertly repeated the same process on the small groups of Minotaurs he found and killed them one by one, whittling down the enemy numbers. He now had 30 Minotaur subordinates in his legion. All of them were elite rank monsters. He didn't use them to create another bigger or higher species version, because he simply had no interest in spending his cores on small fries. He wanted to catch a big fish and then use these fodders. As per the old records, there were nearly 80 Minotaurs on this floor and Khan had killed more than 60 of them. He was completely focused and committed, while his sheer will didn't let him become overconfident and make any mistake. Khan now hid amongst the broken and fallen buildings in the city, and looked at the end of a big arena-like building. No different than how ancient Rome had those gladiator fight arenas. And at the end of it, there was a giant throne made of fur and bones of the fallen Minotaurs. Currently, some sort of competition was being held amongst these monsters, and they were killing each other with their weapons and bare hands, even using their giant horns to pierce through the hearts of their opponent. Khan realized one thing, that these monsters were fighting to decide who was the strongest amongst themselves. At the end of the competition, stood a red Minotaur who had a metal club that had multiple spikes as its weapon. It then roared and shook the entire arena with its mighty scream in victory. The next second, however, it pointed the weapon at the giant Minotaur who had a giant battle axe lying next to its legs. The Minotaur in the arena was now openly challenging the one sitting on the throne, as if trying to contend for the position of the king. The giant Minotaur sitting on the throne snorted in anger and grabbed its battle axe and a giant shield and straight up jumped inside the arena. Boom! A big cloud of dust was released, and the entire arena shook from the ripples of waves, as soon as the reigning king of the arena jumped inside the battlegrounds and stared at the challenger with eyes full of rage and contempt. Khan could feel the pressure even from a mile away. Based on his experience from fighting and facing monsters and people, Khan quickly understood the level of this yellow Minotaur. It's a Lord rank floor boss. Chapter 43, A Worthy Opponent. An extremely fierce battle was happening at the moment inside the arena, and the surrounding Minotaurs were cheering and banging their weapons on the ground in support of their favorite fighter. Some of them even started in fighting with the supporters of the other side. Khan was astounded by the strength and merciless fighting style of these contending Minotaurs, especially the reigning champion of the arena, because unlike all the Minotaur he had seen so far, it was far brutal, more intelligent, and extremely well-versed in the fight. It always defended itself properly, and intentionally let out openings just to reel in its opponent to attack. That way, it would quickly throw it off balance and make a powerful strike of its own. The red Minotaur, however, was no weakling. The ferocious attacks did give it an edge in this fight to the death. Khan didn't dwell on looking at this battle, and quickly started luring out the remaining Minotaurs using the overly noisy arena as a way to kill the enemy so many will not notice that their comrades went missing one by one. Finally, the result of the match was in front of everybody. The seat of the champion would still be held by the yellow Minotaur. Ruh! Loudly roared the Minotaur and banged its chest with fists and displayed his strength and authority. The battle was indeed a very close call, and the yellow Minotaur had won by throwing its shield on the opponent at the critical time to disorient it, and then swinging its giant battle axe to cut the head of the opponent in the end. Flap! 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 Nice. Thanks for being such a showman, joked Khan as his voice spread in the entire arena. He was currently sitting on top of a slab-like structure just above the throne of the yellow Minotaur. A human. How did you get inside here? Growled the Minotaur. Don't worry. I made sure no one disturbs our little chat. Spoke Khan without any worries. He wasn't surprised to see the Minotaur speaking, because even the half-lord rank silver kobold spoke, so why couldn't a lord rank Minotaur? The next second, he jumped inside the arena and stood before the giant yellow Minotaur, taking his sword out of his space ring and pointing it towards the reigning champion. Care for a battle? Asked Khan, and let out a slight smirk. Haha. You seem quite foolish for a human. Even though I don't need it, can't you see that you're surrounded by me and my kin? How you plan to leave this place alive? Ha ha ha, bellowed the Minotaur in mockery. The fellow Minotaurs then started laughing and grumbling as well. "I guess you're right. How about we make sure that no one disturbs us?" proposed Khan, and suddenly dozens of black figures started jumping out of his shadow. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, many giant figures landed on the ground of the arena and started filling in this wide space, which neared about 200 meters in total length. What is this?" shouted as the Minotaur boss saw Khan's army of pitch black soldiers, Omega and the 6 generals being the spearheads of this group. But what shocked it the most was seeing nearly 40 of his own kin mixed in this army. Khan walked in the front and stood like the ruler of this army. "Don't worry. They're not for you. They're for them," announced Khan. "Finish them all," he commanded, and his army charged at the surrounding Minotaurs that were enjoying the thrilling battle not too long ago. "You wretched insect. You dare come in my domain and attack my kin in front of me," roared the floor boss, and grabbed its giant shield and charged at Khan and his army of black soldiers. The remaining 18 or so Minotaurs raised their weapons and dashed towards their enemies without a care for their lives. Bang! Clang! Thud! Stomp! An extremely fierce battle took place in a matter of seconds, and the swarm of black soldiers and the Minotaurs clashed against each other. The Minotaur floor boss was so fierce and extremely powerful that just one attack from its giant battle axe was enough to shake the ground and split it in two for 5 meters with a single swing. It hacked 3 of Khan's soldiers in just one wave, while crushed 2 by bashing his giant shield on their heads. Finally, a worthy opponent, Omega, and the other subordinates targeted the group of Minotaurs, engaging them and luring them away and leaving Khan free to engage the floor boss. Just when the floor boss was cleaving through the enemy soldiers, a swift swing landed on its shield as he was forced 2 steps backwards. It finally saw the attacker, who even made the giant body of his trembling and nearly making his hand numb. The Minotaur warrior gazed at the front and saw a man holding a giant sword nearly 5 feet long. "Your opponent is me," spoke Khan, and activated war dominance for the first time since last week. The pressure released from him was many times powerful and more oppressive than it ever was before. Since Khan's level rose by quite a lot, so did the density and chaotic nature of his war dominance aura. A Lord rank monster was comparable to a beginner Grandmaster rank fighter. The established difference that came between the ranks was already obvious to him, because even if he was 10 levels higher than a Grandmaster rank opponent, there was still a 50% chance that he'd lose, because at the end of the day, experience and quality of your skills always defeated someone who had superficial mastery of their combat skills and techniques. The Minotaur boss released some sort of skill, and its foot on the ground. A loud sonic boom exploded from the area, and the nearby 20 meters of ground was shattered into pieces. Khan, who was standing inside this range, nearly lost his balance and was thrown backward just with the ripples of the stomp. Before he could regain his footing, the Minotaur boss charged at him and swung the shield at his head. Clang! Khan was thrown 3 meters back after he blocked the attack with his sword just a nick of the time. His hands trembled after bearing the brunt of the impact. The boss then dashed towards him and swung his battle axe at him horizontally. Boom! Khan was thrown 10 meters away, and he rolled in the ground, almost losing the grip on his weapon. Before he could even get up, the boss Minotaur jumped right on top of Khan, who was still lying in the dirt. Fuck! Crack! The ground cracked as soon as the feet landed on the ground. Khan used side hopper and barely managed to evade the attack in the last second. He quickly stood on his feet and took a defensive stance again. It had been barely 10 seconds, and he was already pushed back, thrown away, and even nearly squished like a grape under the attacks of this Minotaur floor boss. He had finally met a monster that completely dominated Khan in terms of combat style. He quickly activated defense fortitude, and a tangible shield-like aura surrounded his entire body. This was Templar exclusive skill, which raised the user's defense by twice and attack power by half. Ching! Clang! Ding! The dungeon boss attacked Khan repeatedly over and over, as all this human in front of him could do was defend. "Puny human, you dare to challenge me in a fight? Let this arena be your final grave," bellowed the Minotaur, and swiftly bashed its giant shield against the barely standing human. Boom! Khan's entire body was thrown against the nearby wall, and his body caved in pain. His bones felt like they nearly cracked from the impact. Blurg! Khan coughed a mouthful of blood as his body fell on the ground, barely managing to lift his head as his eyes blurred, and nearly losing his sight. "A stun skill?" he questioned as he felt some sort of status effect affecting his body. At this moment, the battlefield was no different than a pool of blood, the red and black blood filling the surrounding area far from where Khan and the floor boss were fighting. "Ah!" screamed the last surviving Minotaur as Omega ripped its heart out with his claws and tore out a big check of meat from its neck with his large fangs. As the body landed, he looked at the surroundings and found that all the remaining enemies were killed, while they had lost a dozen of their soldiers that were part of the Legion. His gaze quickly shifted towards Khan, his master. At this moment, Khan was defending and being pushed back by the attacks of this dungeon floor boss. Omega quickly dashed towards the Minotaur to protect his master. Currently, he was the only one amongst Khan's soldiers who could fight this dungeon floor boss on even terms. "Don't interfere." Omega heard a command in his head, and stopped his charge and stood in bewilderment, his gaze landing on his master. "Master, let me fight beside you," he pleaded Khan in his mind. "No, I need this to win on my own," affirmed Khan as he was still evading, dodging and defending against the giant Minotaur. The Minotaur's battle axe glowed again, and it was going to perform its ground-spitting axe attack. Bang! Khan used his sword to block the brutal attack again, and nearly got decimated in the ground, his legs almost giving up, and then he was flung backwards again. He threw up another chunk of blood from his mouth as he was nearly splattered to pulp from the glowing axe, and if not for his sword being made of mithril, he would have but cut into 2 pieces. The battle was already won as currently only the Minotaur boss was left and Khan's soldiers could easily kill it with their large numbers. But still, he was adamant about facing it alone. Khan barely had the strength to get up at this point. His trembling hands were bleeding, his arms and legs were cut in few places, half of his face was covered in his own blood. He adjusted his footing, and grabbed the sword tightly with both of his hands and challenged loudly. Again. Chapter 44. Training Buddy. Inside of a wide and circular arena, a man and a Minotaur were fighting in a battle of life and death. To put it in simple words, Khan was getting his ass handed to him by the Minotaur dungeon floor boss. Arg! He groaned in pain as his wrist had nearly broken from the impact as he tried to defend against the boss. The Minotaur checked his surroundings, and was fearful of Khan's soldiers attacking him if he put Khan in a corner. All of his brethren were already dead. He no longer could use the skills that had helped him command them to wipe out the enemy side. And none were coming out from the city either, because Khan had already killed them all one by one and very covertly. And because of this, it wasn't certain that it could survive. So running away was the only reasonable choice for it. "Don't worry, they won't attack you. If you kill me they'll die as well," revealed Khan as he stood up and changed from his defensive stance to an attacking one. "Windcutter!" exclaimed Khan, and surrounding air started coalesced onto his sword, and extremely tense air pressure was exuding from the blade. Khan lifted his sword towards the Minotaur's body. Ring! The sound of metal and the highly compressed wind blade clashing filled the entire space as the giant body of the Minotaur boss was shoved by 5 meters after using his shield to defend himself from this attack. "System, show me the progress." He ordered the system to reveal the current progress of his combat skills and techniques. Combat mastery for weapons. Sword, 79%, daggers, knives, 68%, bow, 63%, axe, 54% shield, 35% spear, 51% all at master rank. Combat techniques, progress, as follows. Windcutter, 23% deflect, parry, 37% sword blade, 29% lacerate, 13% pincer, 21% mastery. Progress for skills as follows. Shadow walk, 93% firestorm, 53% defense, fortitude, 89% author. Khan already used and practiced the last 3 weapons during his training period of 1 week in earlier chapters. Ugh, not enough, spoke Khan and charged at the floor boss and taunted it to attack again. To be correct, it was more like he was intentionally getting attacked and defending against the Minotaur boss, as he wanted to improve his mastery in his defensive skills first. As the battle went on and Khan used many of his defensive skills, including the Knight and Templar defensive skills to block the attacks from the enemy. With more time being spent being on the defending side, his mastery of these skills was rising at a fast pace. Because the enemy was stronger, and secondly because it was fighting for his life. If Khan died, the floor boss will live, so it didn't hold back in its attacks. This was an experience Khan couldn't possibly get from any of the battles he had so far, because his enemies didn't want to kill him. His instructors that trained Khan a week before didn't fight him at their best. Even the sparring test with Arkham was inadequate, as he was only trying to test Khan and not kill him. The main reason why he was choosing this floor boss to practice them was because it had sentience and was well versed in the art of war. It used every skill it had to completely decimate Khan in the ground, and knew when to land a killing blow and when to defend. So it was the best choice for him to build an actual combat experience and foundation, because even if he trained and improved his weapon mastery and combat techniques mastery, it would never be comparable to the benefits and experience he was getting from this real and overwhelming fight. Because a Lord rank monster was no weaker than a beginner Grandmaster rank enemy. "Are we done?" asked Khan. "Yes. All the defensive skills the host currently possesses have reached 100% proficiency, and their rank can be evolved. Some skills have met conditions to be merged using synthesis." "Good. Now my turn," shouted Khan, and extremely light and incredibly sturdy black hexagonal scales started appearing on his body and covered all the parts including his injured legs, shoulders, and the exposed area like the forearms. Except for his face, his entire body was covered in these lustrous and dark scales. Samir scales. Khan finally used the innate defensive skill he got after absorbing the body of the legendary Samir. The magically reinforced clothes and gear he was wearing had many defensive skills such as barrier shield and even mana eruption to throw off the attacker. It would certainly be useful to anyone and save their lives at critical moments. But in front of this dungeon boss, who had the attacking prowess to cleave 10 people in half with a single swing of his battle axe, it was like blocking a bullet with a paper. So Khan used his best and most effective defensive skill he had. Even a Grandmaster rank swordsman won't be able to cut him in half when he was using this ability. The scales were no different than carbon fiber armor. So now, he had no reason to worry about getting injured. What happened next left even Omega, who was worried about his master's safety and ready to jump in the battle if Khan was near death, let out a surprised expression. Because the Khan who was getting beaten to death, thrown around, and nearly stampeded upon, till now suddenly started swinging his sword at the giant Minotaur floor boss with newfound strength and expression on his face turned to that of a predator. Similar to the one when they were hunting monsters in the forest nearly 4 weeks ago. "Come at me, you weak cow," scorned Khan at the Minotaur in disdain. "Cow, what did you just call me, you vermin?" spoke the floor boss in an enraged voice and attacked the human next to him furiously. Clang, clang, bang, tsuke. Unlike before, Khan was now both attacking and parrying the attacks from the enemy than just defending and blocking against them. His movements becoming extremely fast, and sometimes his image nearly flickered as he continuously attacked the yellow Minotaur again and again from different angles and directions. Pincer, stab, sword blade, wing cutter. Khan started using his different sword skills and aimed for vital points of the enemy. And whenever the boss tried to use the AoE skills like shattering the nearby ground to disorient Khan or use the battle axe to split the ground, he'd quickly retreat using side hopper. After some time, Khan put his sword and started shooting mage spells like Firestorm, Water Blade, Wind Blade, Frost Spikes at the giant body of the Minotaur, almost burning it to death but then freezing it to death the next second. No matter what the Lord-ranked dungeon floor boss did, it could never reach Khan, as he was simply too fast and agile. After half an hour, as Khan was finally satisfied with the skill progress, he stopped shooting his magic spells and took out a high-grade bow, which was extremely well designed and looked like a rare weapon. It was one of the weapons Khan found inside the space ring of the Scarlet Lion team commander, who was killed by the Silver Cobble. He took a quiver full of arrows and tied it to his back. Before the boss reached near to him, he dashed away in another direction and started shooting arrows at the boss and used various archer skills. Yes, the almighty dungeon floor boss that had killed and wiped out hundreds of adventurers teamed with his brethren, and could easily take out a group of 15 by itself. The one who put Khan near to death and threw him around on the arena ground many times as if toying with his opponent, was now nothing but Khan's practice dummy. A dummy whose only part was to move and let the attacker try out various attacking skills and spells on it. Its biggest advantage in numbers was gone. Its army was wiped out, and now, the weak enemy it was treating as a joke had turned the tables on it. The Minotaur boss was now reduced to punching bag. After another hour, as soon as Khan had completely raised his mastery in various weapons except daggers to 100%, he let out a content sigh. "Time's up," declared Khan in the next second. He was standing on the giant Minotaur's shoulder, who was 11 meters tall. But before it could even react, Khan used his ripper claws that were coated in his poison acid and plunged them inside the eyes of the floor boss. "Barug," wailed the Minotaur in pain before his huge body dropped on the ground. The poison acid instantly melting its brain in seconds, living up to the reputation of a legendary monster's innate skill. "How many?" asked Khan to Omega. 14, my master. 3 of them were the Minotaurs you created," replied Omega. Khan nodded in response. Omega's speech was getting more coherent very quickly, and he was gaining proper intelligence. Now the Lycan possessed 25% bloodline purity of God-Beast Fenrir, so Khan was sure one day it would turn into an intellectual subordinate in the future if he managed to acquire more bloodline of this God-Beast. He put his hands on the dead body and started absorbing the abilities of the Minotaur dungeon floor boss. "Now don't disappoint me." Chapter 45, Another One. Khan started absorbing the abilities of the dead Minotaur floor boss of this dungeon, and since it was a Lord-rank monster, it took him much longer than usual to finish the ability absorption process. "System, show me the list." The host has acquired the following abilities and skills. Ground Splitter active. The host can condense mana and land a devastating blow at the ground surface and create crevices around the 5-meter range in all directions. Field Pressure active. Allows the host to fill the surrounding 30 meters of space with heavy gravitational pressure to slow down enemy movements. Health Regeneration passive. Allows the host to constantly regenerate health during a battle at high speed. Minotaur Aura passive. allows the host to command and exert dominance over Minotaurus species monsters and individuals. Minotaurus bloodline absorbed. Current bloodline purity, 138% nice. Show me abilities available in synthesis. Khan commended. Just by looking at the skills he absorbed, Khan realized how big of a bullet he dodged by killing all the Minotaurs in the city, because given the abilities of the Minotaur boss, it wouldn't be a problem for it to swarm its enemies with an army of 100 or so Minotaurs that were present in the city, and since each of them was extremely strong, Khan and his small army would easily be wiped out in an open and frontal clash. No wonder hundreds of adventure teams met their doom on this floor in the past decade alone. Out of the newly acquired abilities, Field Pressure can be merged under War Dominance Aura and Hunter Intent to increase their effectiveness and range of abilities. The rest of the newly acquired abilities currently do not mix or are compatible with the other abilities and skills the host has. So even that can happen? Khan thought, as it was the first time there were not any possible results for ability merging. Maybe, as the system said, there needed a certain level of compatibility. Well, there's always a first. Spoke Khan and began creating new subordinates by merging the already created Minotaur subordinates that unlocked the evolution skill. He spent the next 2 hours just to finally get a result of a half-lord rank subordinate after using the current Minotaur bloodline purity he had, and a lot of monster cores. Blackwall, come here, ordered Khan as Blackwall. The Guardian Knight subordinate walked in front of him. Khan then put his hand on Blackwall and the newly created subordinate, and the other one the dead body of the dead Minotaur boss. 50B rank monster cores are required for the synthesis to be successful. Again? You're tearing me apart, system, he growled in discontent, because he was running out of monster cores at this rate. Even though the current Khan was filthy rich, he was still restricted on his high-grade monster core stash. And recently, the system was asking too much of these cores for evolution to succeed. First it was Omega, then Oliver, and now Blackwall. The reason he chose Blackwall instead of Jugram for this because even though Berserker was more suited for this type of merging, the Minotaur floor boss had a lot of useful skills, such as Field Pressure, Health Regeneration, and Ground Splitter, which could not only make a damn strong attack subordinate, but also someone who can have crowd control skills, AoE attacks, and with incredible defense. That was basically the definition of a great tank in a team formation. Because even Omega was only good at dealing damage and dodge quickly with his abilities and stats, but his defense was average at best. And a team formation never works if you don't have a strong and powerful tank who can bear the brunt of devastating attacks and hold the line while other team members do the damage and chip out health from the enemy target. After spending an hour, the evolution for Blackwall was finally complete. Now he was even firmer, broader, taller, and more ripped in physique than the original body of the Yellow Minotaur. Show me his stats. Following are the statistics for the subordinate named Blackwall. Name: Blackwall. Species: Sega Minotaurus variant. Minotaur evolution skill unlocked level can be upgraded through eating other monsters and cores. And rank can be upgraded with higher and purer bloodlines of the same species. Rank: Lord level, 58 strength, 320 agility, 210 dexterity, 220 defense, 658 mana, 130 abilities and skills. Battle Roar allows the subordinate to stun anyone present in a 100-meter radius, except the host and fellow subordinates, for 30 seconds. Ground Shatter. Subordinate can create a domain of shattered ground which can disorient enemies under a 30-meter radius. Axe Splitter condenses dense mana around the subordinate's weapon and allows to attack the enemies with an extremely powerful swing. Condition: only applicable on a battle axe weapon. Defense Amplifier. The longer the subordinate defends against an enemy, the more defense will increase in a set amount of time. The subordinates can also grant twice the defense for 5 nearby subordinates. Health Reserve. When health is closer to depletion, allows the subordinate to instantly recover 30% of maximum health. Mother of God. Khan gasped in bewilderment. Too strong. Blackwall was now too strong. Plus he gave a lot of defense buff to other teammates as well. He was like the ultimate tank unit Khan always had seen in RPG video games. Blackwall, take the axe and the shield. He pointed at the weapons of the dead floor boss. After letting out a content sigh, Khan moved to the remaining 5 or so dead bodies of the Minotaurs. They were still intact and started cutting them in various places with his sword, making deep injuries. After he was done, he put them in his new space ring. He didn't spend time creating new subordinates. Rather, he had a use for these. It was already close to the evening when Khan returned to Flavit City, but rather than going back to his current accommodation, Khan decided to visit the Adventure Association. And as expected, he met with Malcolm first on the counters. The hall was currently full of hundreds of people who were returning from their hunts and submitting their quests and other commission works to receive their pay. Haven't seen you in a while, kid. Thought you were already killed inside a dungeon. Haha, joked Malcolm as he was pleased to see Khan alive and kicking. Unlike certain someone here, I'm too young to die. Haha, replied Khan sarcastically. Say that again. Malcolm's eyes turned somber. Nothing. I just wanted to sell some monster bodies to the association. They're all intact, so we'll need your people to carry them. Huh. How many? And how big can they be? Asked Malcolm curiously. Why don't you see yourself? Said Khan, and walked into the center of the hall. All of you listen. I need you to quickly move away and leave the middle of the hall empty. Don't say I didn't warn you. Loudly shouted Khan, and instantly gathered the attention of hundreds of people standing in the main hall. Oi, who the fuck do you think you are? Shouted one of the people in the hall. Nobody listens to warnings anymore, I see. Mumbled Khan as activated his war dominance aura, quickly filling the entire hall under an extremely fierce and dense aura. Khan noticed that the gravitational force exuded by his aura was now 50 to 70% more than before. He realized it was because he absorbed the skill of the Minotaur boss. People started to stumble on their steps, and some even fell right on the ground, because they simply couldn't handle this pressure. Khan now looked extremely domineering, as if a tiger was standing amidst a group of rabbits. He wasn't releasing any killing intent, but everyone felt like they were currently facing the Grim Reaper itself. He quickly deactivated the aura and spoke again. Do I need to elaborate myself again? The surrounding people in the hall quickly cleared off the middle of the hall and stood on the sides like obedient children. Because at the end of the day, the one with the biggest fist made the rules. That was exactly the type of life they lived in this profession. Kid, what exactly did you bring? Malcolm asked as he was unaffected by the aura since Khan specifically did not let it affect the middle-aged receptionist. This, said Khan and raised his hand upwards, and a giant body of horned creature came out and landed in the middle of the hall. Thud. Speechless. The entire crowd was shocked. Even Malcolm felt like he had lost his ability to think. A minotaur. It's a goddamn minotaur. Finally, a veteran adventurer among the crowd shouted in surprise. Kid, where did you find this? Malcolm asked as his mouth stuttered in shock. What do you mean by finding it? I killed it, replied Khan with a grin on his face. Don't lie, brat. No one can take down a minotaur alone. You need 5 to 6 people to kill one. Either you already found a dead minotaur on lower floors, or you killed it by luck, bellowed a mage in the crowd. By luck, you say? Then how about this? Smirked Khan and used his space ring again. Thud. Another giant body of a minotaur dropped as hundreds of people present in the hall gasped in surprise. Thud. Another one. Thud. Another one. What the fuck? Screamed a tigerkin in the crowd. Thud. DJ called. Another one. As the 6th dead body dropped out of his space ring, Khan finally stopped and looked at Malcolm and asked in a smug voice. So, do you have enough money to buy them? Chapter 46. The Rising Star. The Adventure Association main hall was currently filled with loud gasps and whispers, none believing what was in front of them. Impossible! Shouted Malcolm in denial, as never in his wildest dream did he imagine someone like Khan being able to kill 6 giant minotaurs. Even a group of 30 won't be able to them out together in a fight. Do we have a deal? Asked Khan as if he was in a hurry. Wait, I don't think we have enough. I'll have to talk with the president. Stay here, said Malcolm and ran upstairs hurriedly. Khan already expected this type of reaction from the middle-aged receptionist, because as per his knowledge, minotaurs were one of the most sought-after monsters in any place because of various uses and rarity of the materials one could salvage from the dead bodies. Their blood was actually a very important ingredient in high-grade health recovery potions and various alchemy recipes. Their hide and fur were used in making light and highly durable armors and clothing, especially fancied by the truly rich people. Their horns could be used to make rare quality weapons such as sabers and daggers, while the bone marrow was used in high-quality medicines used to cure impotence or reinvigorate someone's little friend. And many rich people liked to boast a head of a minotaur hung in their mansions. Each body was no different than a small fortune, but because minotaurs always traveled in groups and appeared on high-level dungeon floors, not many actually tried to hunt them, mainly if they were desperate for money or had a death wish. Even a Grandmaster rank fighter wouldn't casually pick a bone with them. Hence they were extremely hard to come by and demand was high no matter where one tried to buy them. But to get 6 bodies at once, even something as big as Adventure Association, which had nearly a couple of thousand people doing transactions on daily basis, had to take notice, because the profits will be huge if they sold it to the right people from the noble class or an enterprise. After half an hour, Malcolm finally returned, seeing that Khan was joyfully talking with other adventurers who were curious about how he managed to kill these minotaurs by himself. But unlike some upstuck and ignorant guy, he was telling them strategies on how to lure out the enemies and how to set up traps and use magic scrolls to create a silence barrier and whatnot. Here, we want all of them, said Malcolm and continued. The vice president says he's happy with your swordsmanship advancements. How much is it? Asked Khan curiously. Malcolm came close to Khan and whispered, "It's 25,000 gold coins. That's the best we can offer you, because it'll be us who will have to spend a lot of time butchering and harvesting the bodies properly," replied Malcolm as he passed a low-grade space ring that held the money inside, similar to the one Khan bought in the beginning. "Well, pleasure's doing business with you," said Khan and left the association building without looking back. He knew no one would dare to follow him or try to rob him because of the display he put in the hall with his war dominance aura. Rather than going back to the merchant enterprise, he went to visit the rundown bar again to meet the assassin. He still had to deliver some of the heads of the people in his contract and receive his pay, but unlike what he was expecting, as soon as he entered the bar, the three men inside quickly walked outside, not bothering to ask him the code, and closed off the door from the exit. "What the?" Before he could continue, Khan sensed a malicious killing intent directed at him, and his survival instinct alerted him of an incoming attack. Khan quickly used side hopper and barely dodged a knife to his throat. He took out his daggers from the black trench coat he was wearing and tried to stab at his right. Since his level was higher than the last time he came to this place, his reflexes and speed were already exceeding his attacker. Clang! A sharp noise of metal clanging filled the room, and a dark hooded figure started appearing from the point of impact. "Well, nice to see you again," spoke Khan and gave a light smirk to the one who attacked him. "What the fuck, kid? I thought you wanted to use that list to practice your skills. But what the fuck is up with all that Ezreal bullshit? Do you have any idea how deep shit we're in?" spoke the assassin. It was none other than the Snakekin who was his mediator, and also the one who taught him assassination skills along with providing him intel on the criminals he was killing as Azrael. "Well, care for another job then?" asked Khan nonchalantly. "Fuck you. Just deliver your contract targets and get the hell out of here," bellowed the Snakekin. "Don't be so quick to refuse. Just hear me out," said Khan as he put his dagger in. "It's nothing dangerous and won't cause you any harm. I'll even pay you double the price. What do you say?" declared Khan. The Snakekin reluctantly put his knife away. Khan took a space ring from his finger and threw it to the assassin. "There are 25,000 gold coins. And here's what I need you to do." Khan left the bar after he explained the task. Khan had decided that it was about time he stopped freeloading on reckless kindness and searched the city for a reputed housing company, and through them, he rented a small bungalow near the hillside of the city for living after paying 2,000 gold coins as monthly rent. The reason why he did this because he no longer wanted any eyes on him, and could not afford to have the father and son duo being attached to his name, because it could bring them unnecessary harm instead. After having dinner in his new house, made by the chef that was hired to provide his service here, he put Ronan on the guard duty of this place, as the rogue subordinate could hide perfectly and guard his master most efficiently. Khan finally embraced the good night's sleep in his new and extremely comfortable king-size bed. The next day, he didn't leave his new house and spent most of his time eating the cores he received from the Snakekin yesterday night and merging few new skills. Because even though he wasn't at Grandmaster rank yet, many of his skills and combat technique he had met the conditions to rise in rank and were now available to merge with other skills and abilities. Khan always gave priority to the most useful skills that he'd use in a majority of the scenarios, so he spent quite some time thinking carefully and how they'd help him in an actual battle. By the evening, he was practicing his combat skills and techniques in the huge garden that came as part of this new property. He was currently covered in sweat, and the top of his body was completely exposed, revealing his ripped build and pulsating muscles along with his abs. One of the servants, named Jerome, came to Khan and asked him in a hesitant voice, "Sir, are you the Khan, the one everyone is talking about?" asked Jerome with uncertainty in his eyes. Khan simply smirked and questioned back, "What do you think?" He carried on with his training without looking back at the servant. After he had his evening snack, Khan decided to mingle in the city again. He was currently donning a black cloak and hid his face under the hood. "So, do you believe what they're saying about the guy who hunted those minotaurs by himself?" Khan heard one of the people sitting on a bench. "Yeah, my cousin is also an adventurer. He said he saw the guy pull out those giant minotaurs from his high-grade space ring in front of hundreds of people. I heard not long ago that all those monsters were killed by attacks from a sword," replied the young man sitting on the other end. "I heard it as well. This guy seems to be close to becoming a Grandmaster swordsman. Just imagine how strong he must be. There are only 3 Grandmaster swordsmen in the entire city for the past 2 decades. Another one means a big shift in the power balance," replied the first guy. Khan strolled across the city for miles and heard thousands of people talking about him. Some rumors even saying that Khan killed all the minotaurs with a single swing of his sword, and some were extremely exaggerated to the point that they completely changed his origins to a prodigy from one of the most influential noble houses from the capital who came to gain experience in Flavit City by fighting and hunting inside dungeons. "I guess my money was well spent," he spoke to himself, as this was exactly what he paid the Snakekin for, no matter how outstanding his performance was in the association hall. It won't reach to too many people outside of their profession, even with hundreds of witnesses. So Khan had decided to use the highly reputed assassin and his information network that was spread around the entire city to spread rumors about him, and his deeds about killing so many minotaurs alone. Why work hard and prove yourself if you want to gain fame? Who said you can't become popular overnight? All you have to do is buy the popularity itself. Chapter 47. The Banquet. 2 days had passed since Khan's deeds had spread across the entire city, and many people in the city tried to look for his whereabouts. Some wanted to hire him as their chief guard, some wanted to challenge him to a fight, while some wanted to establish good connections with him so they could make deals with him, like buying rare monsters and herbs from him. Only now did Khan realize how big of a deal minotaurs were. Everyone wanted to contact the source itself, then go through Adventure Association and buy at a higher price. Plus, making friends with an emerging Grandmaster Swordsman was their main priority. Only a handful people from Adventure Association and Black Griffin Merchant Enterprise knew of his current location. System, tell me the progress. Spoke Khan, who was intensely training and perfecting his combat skills and techniques. He had made the Flowery Garden as his training grounds instead. He had all the weapons and equipments from the space ring he robbed, so there was no shortage on resources to aid his training. The host has achieved 100% weapon mastery in the followings: sword, 100% daggers, knives, 100% archery, bow, 100% axe, 100% shield, 100% spear, 100% greatsword, 100% cleaver, 100% saber, 100% hatchet, 100% throwing projectiles, 100%. The host has achieved 100% combat techniques, skills, mastery in the followings: shadow walk, firestorm, wind cutter, sword edge, parry, flex, side hopper, defense, fortitude, night wall, ripper, claws, lacerate, archer sight, frost, spike, water blade, pincer, few. Finally, Khan sighed and finally felt like he could take some rest. What's my current rank? How do I break through the Grandmaster rank? Asked Khan curiously, because he thought achieving the 100% mastery would help him break through ranks. The host is currently comparable to a peak master rank fighter, and to break through the next rank for any weapon mastery or skills, the host must complete 100% mastery in that particular weapon mastery, along with absorbing the skills and eat the core of an opponent belonging to the higher rank in those jobs classes. So to reach a Grandmaster rank, I must kill a Grandmaster rank opponent, eat their cores, and absorb their skills? Questioned Khan to the system. Yes, that makes it troublesome. There aren't many Grandmaster rank individuals in the city in the first place, and I don't have an enmity with any of them either. So to kill them for the sake of upgrading my rank doesn't seem a reasonable choice. I guess I'll need to look for enemies in higher places and bigger cities from now on. He let out a worried expression. At this very moment, in the same military fort in the south of the Flavit city, a meeting was held by high-ranking officers and some law enforcement authorities. I'm disappointed in you, Captain Nordek. It's been a week and you still haven't found who this Azrael is. It's a slap in our entire city security department. Spoke a slim and old white lionkin elderly man. Please, Honorable Magistrate, give me 2 more days and I'll definitely catch Azrael and bring him in front of you. Spoke the middle-aged captain. I don't want to hear any excuses. You don't even have proper suspects about who could this Azrael be, reminded the old magistrate. If I may speak, Honorable Magistrate, recently we did have a suspect who has caught our eyes. It's an adventurer named Khan, and according to the information we've gathered, this person has no prior information available about him except the fact that he once belonged to a mercenary group that was ambushed and killed by bandits close to the Abyss Forest. He was the only survivor who escaped in the forest and survived there for a few weeks before appearing to save a merchant caravan that was ambushed by those same bandits. He killed them very efficiently and saved the lives of all those present there. Spoke a brunette woman clad in armor. She then continued her findings. And he's also the first one to pass a test conducted by the Grandmaster Magic Swordsman, Arkham Holland. He now works alone as per our information, and is presumed to be a Peak Master rank swordsman. Based on the patterns Azrael does the killings, we assume that he is a Peak Master rank assassin himself. So we have some suspicion about this individual. The woman expressed her thoughts. Lieutenant Beatrice, one is a swordmaster while other is an assassin. What's there to feel suspicious about? Since when has anyone managed to learn 2 different jobs and skills? Even a Grandmaster swordsman like Arkham can only infuse some magic in his attacks and combat skills. And I'm friends with Solomon myself. If there was something wrong or suspicious about this guy, he would have at least sent me a message, scolded the old lionkin magistrate. And I've heard the talks as well. He killed not 1 but 6 minotaurs himself. If he was Azrael, why would he display his strength to the public that could lead many suspecting gazes at him given the current situation? It's no different than blowing your cover by your own hands, emphasized the old lionkin. At this moment, The Captain Nordic of City's Security Department interjected. Sir, I have some thoughts about this as well. One thing I noticed about both these individuals is how quickly they rose to fame and became the talk of the city. Even though I admit that killing that many minotaurs alone is indeed an accomplishment worth noticing. But don't you think it spread too quickly? Nobody gets that famous in just 3 or 4 days. Nobody, remarked the captain. Fine. I'm holding a banquet at my mansion tomorrow night. Many influential figures and nobles will be present there. Send this Khan an invitation as well. That way, we can gauge his strength and know if he's actually a real deal. Plus, Commander Strays will be present there as well. He could be our way to test whether this person is actually close to becoming a Grandmaster rank swordsman or not. And I'm certain many of the powers and factions would like to know that themselves, spoke the old magistrate cunningly. As you command, Sir Magistrate. We will also provide a tight security in case Azrael decides to show up, said the lieutenant and bowed. Both the man and the woman along with other officers left the room. The old Lionkin leaned comfortably on his chair and rested his head. So, what have you found? Spoke the old man, and suddenly, a wolfkin, covered in assassin outfit, appeared out of nowhere, and stood in front of the old magistrate. It's true, we've done research on this guy, and he's a real deal, but for some reason, he has always kept a low profile since he showed up in the city. The only 2 noticeable incidents were when he was accused of killing the second young master of Sigurd family, and when he passed an assessment test, which was conducted by Arkham Holland himself. Based on our intel gathering, he doesn't seem like to be the Azrael, spoke the wolfkin. This is going to affect my position if we let this Azrael roam free. We can smother the small-time criminals with no background, but it'll be a problem if he points his dagger at the nobles and law enforcement authorities. You know how many corrupted and sadistic bastards we have here, especially those nobles and their heirs, spoke the old man with a somber face. The next morning, Khan was practicing his newly merged skills and techniques in the garden when he saw Jerome coming towards him with a shocked expression. Sir, you have received an invitation from the magistrate, spoke Jerome with a ghastly voice, as if the information was too much for him to process. Huh? What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Asked Khan. The seal on the envelope belongs to the magistrate's office, sir. Anyone else using it is a crime in this city, replied Jerome as he handed the invitation. Khan read the context mentioned in the invitation, and noticed how he was overpraised for his talent in swordsmanship. I see. So they want to check out if I'm a real deal or not, spoke Khan to himself, and decided that it was about time he introduced himself to the top brass of the city. Khan spent his afternoon looking for a fitting attire in a high-class clothing store which sold one of the costliest clothes. He couldn't afford to go to this banquet in his regular clothes, as that would make him look like a dirt-poor nobody, because even the female shop receptionist gave Khan a suspicious gaze, as if he mistakenly entered inside without knowing what type of people came here. Khan paid no attention to her gaze, and asked for an assistant and looked for most costly and regal clothes. He chose a black set of highly delicate clothes made of rich quality materials and many intrinsic silver designs and patterns. As for the shirt, he chose one of those British nobles-like shirt, a white shirt, red inner jacket, and a green tie. He handed 15,000 gold coins to the store manager and left his store, leaving everyone gobsmacked in his wake since none of them expected him to be this rich. As the nighttime came, he hired an extremely luxurious carriage and came to the magistrate's mansion. After handing out the invitation card and passing through the security, he finally entered the grand hall of the mansion. As soon as he entered inside, he was the crowd of many people in flamboyant clothes talking and gossiping amongst themselves. The speaker on the side of the door announced his entrance to the crowd in a gentle tone. Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce you to the famous adventurer of our favorite city, Mr. Khan, said the speaker. Sudden gasps of surprise were heard from the crowd, and many eyes turned towards Khan and gazed at him with expectant eyes, especially the young and beautiful noble girls and women in the hall. The combination of this attire along with his handsome and charismatic appearance made Khan look no different than a prince of an empire. Too charming and elating for all of them, and his strong physique could be noticed even through his clothes. Under these curious gazes and expectant eyes, Khan spoke to himself. Fuck, I want to go back. Chapter 48. Mixing with the elite. Khan took a deep breath and entered the large hall. Although he was feeling awkward a bit inside, he still maintained his confident look and looked approachable. He grabbed a glass of wine and greeted the organizers. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered and started to look around, some of the guests approached him and greeted and formally introduced themselves to Khan. Khan didn't have any problems getting mixed up among these reputed and influential people, as one would expect, because at the moment, his reputation was at its peak. I've long heard the renounced name of yours, Mr. Khan, and I hope to cooperate with you on many things in the future if you have time, spoke one of the well-dressed guests, who displayed proper etiquette and demeanor of a well-mannered individual. Pleased to meet you as well, and I do appreciate you being direct about it than beating around the bush. I like such type of person the most," joked Khan and started a friendly conversation. As a grain of sugar was in front of them, many of the guests started swarming like a group of ants towards Khan and tried to make his acquaintance before others had a chance. Soon, there was one side of the hall that was filled with dozens of people making pleasant and praising remarks to Khan while he greeted them politely and replied with utmost respect like someone belonging to an aristocrat background. But to some younger men in the crowd, the sight was displeasing because who didn't like attention and gain recognition of the masses, especially for the ones belonging to the upper class of society. Something such as power, reputation and respect is what they yearn for most. The nail hit the coffin when many young and beautiful girls and some extremely gentle-looking women adorned in lavish clothes started paying attention to Khan and even gave occasional flirting remarks, praising his extremely masculine body and handsome face. This even made Khan feel shy occasionally because who didn't appreciate compliments from the opposite gender? Khan kept a polite smile on his face and laughed in response, showing a welcoming attitude to these young and gorgeous women. What's so good about killing a bunch of brain-dead monsters? And since when can a commoner be better than those from noble clans? Spoke a young and round-faced man among the guests. His voice was loud enough to reach every corner of the hall. Yes, I believe he didn't even kill those minotaurs by himself and had help from others. All those rumors seem like nothing but a sham to me, complained another noble heir among this crowd, adding fuel to the fire. But unlike some beta main character, Khan wasn't the type of guy who'd allow others to talk down on him or let such remarks slide if somebody specifically targeted him. I feel like if you gentlemen have some misgivings about me. May I know why? Asked Khan in response. His voice was loud enough to reach everyone's ears. Don't mind us. We just don't fit in well with posers and lowlifes. Spoke a slim man from this group with condescending eyes. Then why do I see a bunch standing in the middle of this hall? Replied Khan as he sipped his wine elegantly. Gasp. Suddenly, the entire hall went silent as multiple gasps and shocked whispers were heard. Khan's remark was targeted towards this group of young nobles who were standing exactly in the middle of this hall at this moment. This was no different than declaring this bunch as useless and incapable through that retort. You, what did you say? Do you know who I am? Spoke a grumpy guy from the group, totally enraged after Khan's banter. No, I don't. And I don't care, declared Khan in a nonchalant voice. Why should he swallow down an insult just because he was surrounded by a bunch of upper-class people? None of them were related to him or had any friendship, so why would he shut up and not respond in the same way as the other party? Trying to control this situation calmly would only make him look weak and a conman. Who would take him seriously if he didn't retort back in an authoritative tone? You low-life scum! You dare insult us? Are you tired of living? Shouted the first round-faced young man. Khan walked in front of the group of people that were surrounding him. He placed the wine glass on a table and folded his arms. He raised an eyebrow and replied in a dejected tone. Why would I feel threatened by a bunch of weaklings? The crowd went into disarray as soon as Khan's last remark was heard. Khan had called these group of young heirs as weaklings, like he had no fear of the consequences and didn't fear the ire of these noble families at all. Some found his attitude extremely brave, while the majority of the nobles present there found his words extremely arrogant. This was a society of elitism after all. A no-name coming in their circle and calling their young-ins as weaklings was no different than a slap in their face. You ignorant cretin! You dare fight me? Shouted a young guy who was around the same age as Khan. Yes. Do you dare fight us, young filthy commoner? Replied a tigerkin young man from the noble group. Although Rocco's empire wasn't run by a royal family and worked more like a democratic country, there existed a class of people who had a say in running this empire. So definitely they had their sense of superiority and elitism. Even if I accept your challenge, I don't think it's appropriate to cause a fight here in front of all these people. It'll ruin this pleasant gathering, replied Khan in a carefree tone. I'll allow it. Suddenly, an old lion, in amongst the crowd, who was surrounded by many old-age people, who were wearing extremely expensive clothes, spoke in a soft tone. But his voice spread across the hall regardless, and everyone in the hall turned silent the next second. Unlike the other lion Khan had seen, the old man in front of his wasn't excessively tall or had any muscular build. But from the looks of it, he held immense power and authority. Let me introduce myself. I'm Gravis Kanthar, the magistrate of the Flavit city, spoke the old man as he walked towards Khan and tried to shake his hand. Khan shook the hand in response and spoke, pleased to meet you, honorable magistrate. Apologies for not recognizing you and greeting you when I came. I simply hadn't had a chance to meet your grand figure before. Khan spoke with a calm demeanor, looking completely unaffected by the magistrate's regal appearance. I too wish to meet such a promising talent such as you, Mr. Khan. Your grand and heroic deeds have reached my ears as well, replied the old man with a benign smile on his face. At this moment, a middle-aged man and a brunette woman dressed in formal military clothes walked and stood behind the old magistrate. They were none other than Captain Nordek and Lieutenant Beatrice. Yet none of them spoke a word and simply looked at Khan with discerning eyes. Since there seem to be some misunderstandings between you and these young men, why don't you display some of your skills to all of us? I'm certain that many of us would like to see them as well. Am I right, everyone? Spoke the magistrate and looked around the hall. Yes, yes, we would love to see some entertainment as well. Spoke a noble from the present guests, and soon many others followed him. Some of the noble heirs belonged to the families of these nobles, and Khan calling them weaklings was also a disrespect towards their entire clan. So they too wanted to see him beaten, and asking for forgiveness. Sure, let's take it to open space. It will give everyone a proper view as well, said Khan. Soon he and the group of noble heirs went outside in an open garden, followed by all the attendees. Khan stood on one side, and the group of 8 heirs on the other side. They all took out their weapons. All of them seemed to be sword users for some reason. Khan found it reasonable, as swords were the most glorified weapons for the noble class and military ranks. Khan took out a wooden sword from his space ring. Why aren't you using a real weapon? Are you afraid of something? Asked one of the heirs. Yes, I'm afraid. Afraid that I might end up injuring you lot, replied Khan with an expressionless face. You, let me go first. I'm going to teach this filthy scum some manners, roared a man and walked ahead of the group. Wait, spoke Khan, and put his left hand in the left pocket his pant, while he pointed the wooden sword in the right hand at the group of young nobles. I don't have all night. Let's finish it in one go, Khan said. What do you mean? Asked the man who was about to fight Khan. Khan simply let out a smirk and replied, Come at me, all at once. Chapter 49. The Difference in Skills. Total silence. Whether it was the group of noble heirs, the guests, or even the security personnel, everyone stood rooted to their spot after Khan's declaration. All at once? Was he looking down on the opponents too much? Mainly the heirs of the noble clans who had years of training and fighting by professional teachers were not even worth his time? Impudence. This young man is acting too shamelessly, acting as if he is the only strongest person in the room. This is an insult to our families and name, shouted one of the enraged old noble Snakin, who was part of the elderly crowd that was talking with the old magistrate previously. There's a limit to how much one can be ignorant and not know their place, spoke another Dumonkin noble as he gave a disgusted look to Khan. Oh, is that so? Then how about this? You all attack me together, and if I get injured, or even die, none of you will be held accountable. How does that sound? Spoke Khan in his usual carefree tone. Courting death, shouted a young heir. Yes. What glory is there to gang up on an opponent? Asked the Tigerkin young man. You lot truly overestimate yourselves, don't you? Compared to the type of monsters I've fought and killed, I wouldn't even consider any of you a threat. Another insult. Khan was outright insulting the group of noble heirs. Well, not just them but also their clans indirectly. Do it. Teach this lowly buffoon some manners, and show him his place. He's asking for it, shouted an elderly nobleman. Fine. Don't regret your words, you lowly commoner. It was your fortune to even be allowed to enter this banquet. It doesn't mean you can get away with insulting our noble clans, replied the round-faced young man, and the group of young noble heirs took their attacking stands. Khan didn't take any form of stand, and remained aloof with the wooden sword in his right hand. Prepare yourself, shouted the guy in the front, as the group of young noble heirs charged at Khan together. Power slash, shouted the first guy. Ripple stab, shouted the second guy. Tornado swing, roared the third guy. One by one, the heirs shouted some preposterous names and swung their swords at him. Khan rolled his eyes and quickly reacted in a nanosecond. He sidestepped and slapped his wooden sword on the neck of the first guy, pointed and stabbed the second guy on the heart, and simply parried the third guy's horizontal swing. Swish, swish, swish. Khan quickly walked from his initial position to the end of this group, and made swift attacks, and incapacitated every single one of the heirs. His movements were so fast that all everyone saw was a black streak passing through the group of young noble heirs, and in just 5 seconds, he was already at the end of their side. Thud, crack, chink. The onlookers finally registered the sounds of slapping, stabbing, parrying, swinging, breaking, and clanging. Arg! Groaned many of these young men in pain, as they dropped on the ground one by one. My neck! Spoke the Tigerkin man, as he almost felt like choking on his saliva from the swelling he had on his throat. Khan, who still had his left hand in the pocket, was at the other end, where the group previously stood. He gave out a bored and lifeless look on his face instead. He was thoroughly disappointed in these young men, even though they were nearly the same age as him. In his mind, he was still the 30-years-old Elric from his previous life. Amateurs, shouted Khan as he walked towards the young men who were now dirtied in the grass after they fell, embarrassing themselves in front of dozens of these noble and influential figures. Did you people even train properly till now? You round face, you're full of openings. The Demonkin, you're charging too fast without maintaining a proper footing. Spoke Khan. Tigerkin, your attack's a force but no form. The elf, Your build is not made for swords, use a spear or halberd instead. He admonished the heirs, and started pointing out their mistakes in stances, fighting techniques, forms and timing. And most importantly, which idiot told you to shout the names of your attacks loudly? Do you want to alert your enemies and help them counter you instead? Roared Khan as he was utterly stupefied by these morons in front of him. Not a single one of you knows how to actually use a sword. It's nothing but fancy moves with no technique and skill behind it. If this was a real battle, all of you would be lying dead on the ground. His voice thundered, and even gave a sense of fear to all the onlookers. The group of noble heirs, however, felt chills in their spine, and felt like a giant predator was about to tear them alive. If this is all the new generation of this city can offer, then I only see a bleak future for the city and our empire, complained Khan, as if he belonged to the upper class of society, even above all the people present here. He slightly let out his aura, and let everyone including the crowd feel this pressure of authority and dominance. As for why someone as calculative as Khan was causing such a commotion, even going as far as directly insulting these noble heirs and their families, it was because he wanted everyone to feel that he wasn't someone they could afford to mess with and should be dealt carefully. But at the end of the day, he was just one man. But if a young, talented and strong person such as Khan were to act as if he came from a bigger background, people would at least try to investigate deep into it, than having beef with him just because of few provocative words. That's why Khan faked his background right on the spot and gave a sense of mysterious heritage through his words. They would naturally feel the need to know the extent of the power that stood behind this man. The nobles who played the power game in their sleep easily took this hint and stopped themselves from retorting despite his haughty and disrespectful words. Khan put his wooden sword back in his space ring. In reality, he didn't even use a single skill or ability when fighting this group. It was basically his physical strength, reaction speed and reflexes doing all the work along with the techniques that were now ingrained in his subconscious mind after raising their mastery to 100%. Khan was indeed a bona fide peak master rank fighter now, and to take this bunch of amateurs, he didn't even need to use half his strength or any skill. He picked up a glass of wine and walked away from the group lying on the ground and towards the old magistrate. Apologies for my rude behavior, honorable magistrate. It's just that I lose my temper whenever I see someone making a joke out of swordsmanship with their faulty and meager mastery, said Khan in a loud tone that reached the ears of all the guests. With those words alone, they could no longer retort as who would try to pick a fight with someone when their own offsprings were at fault. That would look as nothing but incorrigible and unfitting conduct for someone belonging to the noble clans. If any of them did, it would be considered a petty behavior, and others will use that to talk down on them. That's how the facade of the upper class worked. It's understandable, Mr. Khan. Thank you for gracing us with your impeccable display of mastery, spoke the old magistrate. Clap, 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 spoken like a true warrior. Suddenly, a stoic and mature voice came from behind the old magistrate. It was none other than Captain Nordak. Even Beatrice, who was also a swordswoman, was elated after watching Khan's flawless techniques and how he single-handedly defeated 8 people in just 5 seconds. To many, it looked like swift movements, but for someone like Nordak and Beatrice, who spent years training their fighting skills and techniques, it looked like they had witnessed a true master displaying their craft. This instantly earned their respect for Khan. Now they even felt wrong for suspecting him to be Azrael. In all my years so far, I've never seen someone so young having reached such a level of expertise in swordsmanship. Mr. Khan, please allow me to thank you for sharing such a beautiful sight in front of us. Well, Captain Nordak. Unacceptable. He must have cheated. A roar came from one of the noble heirs who couldn't accept his defeat and charged at Khan with his sword. Just as the guy was about to come 3 meters near him, Khan finally used his one ability he never had a chance to use so far. Executioner's Gaze. Chapter 50. Gaining Approval. It had been nearly 30 days since created his ability by merging Paralysis Gaze and Predator's Eyes, but he never had a chance to use it in a confrontation, because this ability worked only on those who were weaker than him and only at one person or an enemy at a time. However, this was perfect for this moment. Khan wasn't going to allow anyone to talk down on him after his ostracine display of swordsmanship, since he couldn't kill the opponent because at the end of the day, the young man charging at him belonged to a noble clan. There was a better way to do it without dirtying his hands. He knows no, bellowed a middle-aged nobleman who stood amongst the guests. Executioner's Gaze. Khan's eyes flickered with a yellow spark and met the eyes of the incoming attacker. But before the attacker's sword could even reach a meter close to Khan, the young noble heir fell in his charge after getting paralyzed on the spot, and his body skidded on the grassy ground, just stopping before Khan's feet. Khan didn't make any remark on this attempted murder. Rather, he maintained his calm and collected demeanor, not even speaking a word and solemnly looking at the teen who was now close to licking his shoes. "What's the meaning of this? You can't even accept your fair defeat and attack someone from the back," roared the old lionkin in rage. This was a banquet hosted by him, and this young heir made an attempt on someone's life right in front of him. and that too after losing in an overwhelming manner. This was simply a slap in the old magistrate's face. Please forgive him. My son is naive and foolish. The nobleman spoke as he ran towards the young man, afraid that the magistrate would order to kill his son on the sight. Get him out of here. I better not see him in the city again, or I will not show any respect to your father or your family, spoke the old lionkin in an angry loud voice. In the end, nobles held some authority, but he was the damn magistrate of the city. He was officially chosen as the one to run the city by the government. Anyone causing such a commotion and going as far as attempting to kill someone in front of him was an outrageous act. Captain Nordek ordered the nearby guards to pick up this young noble heir who had created a scene and thoroughly shamed his and his clan's name by these actions. We apologize again, Mr. Khan, spoke Nordek and left him alone. Khan's display of strength and dominance had left all the guests and onlookers completely baffled, especially the old nobleman who thought he was just some nobody who lucked out and got popular. But now they realized that the young man they thought as nobody was actually a dragon amongst men. They all had no choice but to notice him. One by one, people started cheering and praising Khan on his overwhelming and one-sided victory, especially because he had made some of the noble houses lose their face by beating and admonishing their family heirs. This was soon going to create another storm tomorrow in the entire city. Haha, that was amazing. Even though swordsmanship isn't my lane, I'm impressed. Suddenly a loud and majestic voice landed on everyone's ears. A giant blue tigerkin walked in fully black and white regal clothes. He stood in front of the old lionkin and then stared at Khan. The tall 4-meter-long figure of a muscular demi-human stood in front of Khan and reached out a hand to introduce himself. Everyone else showed utmost respect towards the new addition to this banquet, no different than what they showed in front of the magistrate. Khan shook the hand of this tall figure, and the next second, he felt an insurmountable pressure landing on him, coming from nowhere else but the blue tigerkin. He felt like his kneecaps were to drop on the ground as he maintained his body to stand properly. War dominance. Khan quickly activated War Dominance aura and broke this invisible pressure in just 2 seconds. Huh. That quickly? I see that I underestimated your strength, spoke the tigerkin and deactivated his aura. Khan wasn't a weakling anymore like when he met Arkham, Strygabur and Solomon. His level had risen by nearly 24 levels compared to back then, and so did his experience in fighting and weapon mastery. Now, he had no problems facing the aura of someone as strong as Solomon, though in terms of actual combat strength, his capabilities against them couldn't be decided yet. Khan knew he won't have a problem escaping either. He was certainly weaker than the tigerkin in front of him, but he simply didn't care about it. He'd bridge this gap soon. You've already met the conditions to become a grandmaster. Just that something feels missing before you break that threshold. Nevertheless, it's an accomplishment not even millions of people can ever achieve. I'm certain that you'll enter the grandmaster rank in a short time, spoke the muscular tigerkin. His voice was clear for everyone to hear. You're late, Commander Strays, spoke the magistrate. My bad. I took some time choosing clothes. I don't like attending such fancy parties, you know. Rather fighting and killing monsters is my thing, said the blue tigerkin and returned to Khan. Strays Boltimir, commander of the military battalions that protect the city. Nice to make your acquaintance, introduced Strays as he shook Khan's hand promptly, as if trying to check his strength through some pulse or something. System details, spoke Khan and ordered the system to scan the demi-human in front of him. Scanning complete. Name, Strays Boltimir. Species, Nectral Tigerkin. Rare species. Rank, Peak Grandmaster. Rank, Brawler Warrior. Semi-Saint. Rank, Level, 68. Peak Grandmaster rank, and about to enter in the Saint rank as well. Khan finally got the idea of this commander's strength. The tigerkin in front of him was even stronger than Solomon, president of Adventurer Association. By far, the strongest individual Khan had met in Vantria. So even Commander Strays approves of Mr. Khan, spoke one of the guests. He's a true deal. There's no doubt. We must form a good relationship with him no matter what, spoke an elderly noble. And he's so strong and handsome. Totally my type, spoke an old noblewoman who gazed at Khan's body with covetous eyes. Khan suddenly felt a chill under his skin for a second. The talk between these people continued, while Khan was gossiping with the two of the most powerful and influential people in the entire city. While Arkham and Solomon held a huge authority through the association, they were still not officially in command or control of the city. The two people in front of him were. The conversation shifted from his training to many other irrelevant things. Suddenly, the topic shifted towards one thing Khan didn't want to talk about. So, Mr. Khan, what do you think about this Ezreal? Asked the magistrate. Captain Nordek and Lieutenant Beatrice perked their ears to hear into the conversation. But unlike what they expected, Khan's expression didn't change in the slightest or look surprised at all, because Khan had already suspected this as one of the two reasons why he was invited to this banquet in the first place. One was to investigate his prowess, while the other was undoubtedly about him being the Ezreal, the most notorious criminal in the Flavet city, who has killed more than 40 people now. because a sudden emerge of two different and strong fighters doesn't happen by coincidence. Anyone with two brain cells could link the connection. Nothing but just a psychopath. At the end of the day, he is someone doing this for the kinks and using this whole judgment and justice to make himself look good, because no matter how righteous his cause may seem, he's nothing but a coward, spoke Khan without a hitch as if he truly looked down on Azrael. Why do you think so, Mr. Khan? Asked Commander Strays. He simply nodded and replied, because he's simply killing the small-timers, the ones he can afford to kill without suffering consequences. If he was truly powerful, he wouldn't kill under the blanket of night and hide behind the shadows, replied Khan and continued, because if it was me and I had the strength, I would declare an all-out war on everybody instead, said Khan in his regal tone, instantly giving him a tyrant-like appearance, especially to Lieutenant Beatrice, who was already extremely impressed by Khan's demeanor so far. Ha ha ha, exactly my thoughts so far. Only a weakling would hide behind the shadows. If he truly had the guts, he would not make these petty killings and try to gut down big fishes instead, spoke Commander Strays. The night continued, and Khan enjoyed the delicious meals and company of many businessmen and nobles who tried to become friends with him. Just during that time, however, he felt something was odd after he drank a glass of luxurious wine. Ronan, Khan spoke in his mind, and the rogue subordinates passed from of his shadow and mixed with the shadow of the servant who just served this wine to Khan. Khan spent the rest of the time enjoying the banquet and finally bid farewell to everyone he came to know today. He was certain that his impression was solid, and soon he'd be known amongst the top ranks and creme de la crop. But as soon as Khan came few kilometers away from the location of the banquet, he ordered the carriage driver to take off and entered a dark valley. His expression turned that of rage, and his eyes fumed with anger. Because during the party, as he was merrily chatting and creating connections with the fellow guests, Khan was poisoned,